Good morning to the online students also. Is the voice audible? Okay. So I think it's time. Most of this, it is 10. We are going to start now. Okay. So today is the day 1 of the Ruthless Rapid Revision Program for Environment, right? Some of you have, I think, already attended the boot camp or some of the classes. Okay, so here the idea is to go through all the topics that are mentioned, right? And again, I'll be doing it from a prelims perspective. So again, the speed will be relatively faster. In case you're not able to understand anything, after I think almost every 3 hours, we'll have a break. So during the break also you can ask me, and even after the class you can ask me, although you will not have enough time after the class, right? But still we'll find a way to address your doubts, right? Now one of the main things to understand today here is that there are certain things that we should keep in mind, okay? Especially talking of the 2023 paper, okay? In general, you can expect 17 to even 18 questions in environment, but the nature of the questions will be slightly difficult. Why? You have environment, yes, but you also have overlapping with geography and science and tech, okay? When I say science and tech, some aspects of pollution, type of plastics, the science of, let's say, climate change, science of carbon dioxide removal, etc. So this is where some aspects of science and tech they're also going to ask you. When I say geography, I can say about the protected areas, okay, the locations in use, and related to that they can ask you certain questions, okay? And then of course there is already environment, right? So here the whole idea is to go through all the topics and all the themes that have been asked in the examination, fine? So we are going to cover it theme wise, and the topics, for example, right from biodiversity to desert to species, etc. Wherever there are current affairs, I'm going to integrate the current affairs there itself, right? Protected areas, for example, we'll do tomorrow. So again, the idea is to maximize your learnings, right? So again, I've divided the session and themes in such a way that in these 2 days, all the major topics, be it indices, reports, institutions, bodies, everything from the environment perspective, we will cover, fine? So with that said, we are going to start. Now, how should you follow the session? If you are not able to, let's say, follow everything what I'm saying, one thing you should definitely do is to follow the examples I'm giving and also the headings on the slide. Okay, so some of you may also be appearing to the exam and you've not done environment, let's say. So what you should also do, take all these headings, okay? And again, if you only remember this is actually the Pareto principle, 80-20 rule. So these 2 days we are going to invest in all the major themes that are mentioned in the syllabus in the most time-oriented manner. So even if you at the end only follow this coupled with your previous year questions, for this I have already taken a very detailed session that is available on YouTube. You can see that. Environment previous year questions that you can see, and again topic wise also I'll cover some of the previous year questions today and tomorrow itself, right? So if you do the RRR, okay, and I will be sharing the slides etc with you, okay, but again do not think that, because again the slides will be more than 500 2 days combined, so it will be slightly difficult for you to remember. So what I would say, let's say when we start today, for example, I'll start with basic concepts, type of species, population interaction, succession, biodiversity. This is the first session, the topics for the first session. So here whatever things you are not aware of, keep noting them down, and again, be it online, be it offline, try to be as present as possible, right? Interest is always a function, or sorry, memory is always a function of interest. So what we should do is to try to immerse ourselves, right? With that said, I'll start the session now, okay? Okay, so we are going to start with the very, very basic concepts of ecology. Okay, and I always start here with this basic hierarchy. In this hierarchy, you have terms like individual, you have population, you have community, you have ecosystem, biome, and biosphere. First is to know the sequence. We start with individual population. As the individual, the more population they reproduce, you have population. In population, you'll find the same kind of species, right? However, in a community, you'll see different kinds of species coming in, okay? And from that, so individual, then there is population, then there's community. Now, community can be both major as well as minor. The major community is bigger in size, only dependent on sun. And when I say sun, we should think about photosynthesis. Okay, that is going to be the source for energy. That is how the plants, etc., will make glucose. Okay, so the major community is bigger in size and they are relatively independent. They are only dependent on the sun. Whereas the minor community is smaller in size and as a result it is dependent on the neighboring communities, right? This is the very basic that we can understand. So individual, population, community. Then you have something known as the ecosystem, okay, which is something of importance to us, okay. So when we see the term ecosystem, what we will think about, right? In ecosystem, two keywords we'll try to know. Ecosystem is the structural as well as the functional part of biosphere. This is one definition, okay. There is also one more definition for ecosystem. The interaction of abiotic as well as biotic components, okay, in their surrounding. The surrounding is known as environment, okay. Ecosystem is the structural as well as the functional part of a biosphere, right? When I say structure, in each ecosystem, be it aquatic, there are different zones: benthic zone, limnetic zone, littoral zone. In a desert, there are different zones. In a forest, there are different zones. So this means the structural part of it, okay. And then the functional part of a biosphere is actually twofold, okay, majorly. One is energy flow, okay, and the second is nutrient cycling. Energy flow दिख रहा है आपको? दिख रहा है? Should I move it? एक सेकंड, इसको अब यहाँ कर देना. Okay, so again coming back, ecosystem is the structural as well as the functional part of a biosphere. Structure we will see as we move along what is a structure, and in the functional part, right, energy flow and nutrient cycling, right, this is the basic definition you should know. Other than that, ecosystem will have biotic as well as abiotic. Biotic for us are going to be living and these non-living factors, okay. This is the very basic of ecosystem that we should know, structural and functional part of the biosphere. And again, it includes the biotic as well as the abiotic interactions in the environment, okay. Coming back, so this is what the ecosystem is. Then you have biome, okay. With biome, we will only remember one keyword for us, that is going to be climate. And when I today cover the terrestrial ecosystems, I will talk about the different biomes like tundra, like taiga. Can you give me other examples of biomes? Equatorial and grasslands, deserts, etc. All these are biomes. Again, so simply think, if you talk about Delhi, okay, Delhi's biome will have multiple ecosystems. So for biomes, we will only remember the term climate, okay. So there are different climates across the world. That is basically the biome part of it, okay. Then there is a thing or a term known as biosphere. Biosphere happens to be the interaction between atmosphere, hydrosphere and lithosphere, okay. This is biosphere. This is where you will find life or the living part, okay. And tomorrow when we do climate change, we'll also see something known as cryosphere, where I'll talk about ice shelves, ice caps, etc. The frozen part, which also would have permafrost. Okay. And again, the concern that we'll see tomorrow is the melting or the thawing of cryosphere, right? So again, coming back, biosphere is where the life is possible, air, earth and water. This is where the life is basically possible, fine? So again, what we've seen: individual, population, community, ecosystem, biome and biosphere, the very basic things. Now, the study of the environment and the ecosystem is known as ecology. Ecology for us will be for two types. There is shallow ecology and then there is deep ecology, okay? Now this philosophical, let's say, bifurcation was done by a Norwegian philosopher. You don't have to remember the name, but again, of late in environment there are certain debates. That is why we hear about shallow and deep ecology. Shallow by its very nature would simply mean that here again the humans are still at the core, and these are very superficial changes. Very superficial changes to conserve the atmosphere or the environment. Whereas deep ecology will mean earth is at the core, okay? Earth is at the core. You talk of restoration, cohabitation, and here you'll go for deep reforms, okay? Holistic reforms. Whereas shallow ecology would only mean things at a very superficial level, okay? So till now what we have seen, the ecological hierarchy, the study of which is known as ecology, and then the two types of ecology, shallow ecology and deep ecology, which ecology can also be studied at individual level. You also have autoecology, you also have synecology, okay? Autoecology happens to be the study of one single species, okay? So for example, in Nilgiri, we read about lion-tailed macaque, okay? Only the study of lion-tailed macaque would mean this is autoecology. But if we also study about the other flora and fauna in the region, that is going to be synecology, okay? So I will just write it here separately so that we can also follow. Okay, and the other was deep and shallow. Fine. So this is just a very basic introduction of what we were discussing till now. Moving on, we also should know that there are certain biotic factors and abiotic factors. In fact, when I tell you microorganisms, I'll do this in more detail. Okay, so biotic factors, the living factors can include bacteria, fungus. Now when I say fungus, put a star mark here. Again, one of the very repeated topics in the exam, okay? Most probably in the last part of the lecture, I'll tell you 11 types of fungus, okay? All the prominent applications of fungus. Very recently, I think 1 week back, trichoderma was also in news. That's a biocontrol fungus agent. UPSC has already asked you about Gucci mushroom, which happens to be a gastronomical delight, something you can eat, okay? Fungus can also have hallucinating effects. It can also have other properties. Why are we discussing this so much? Because UN has said that now don't use the term flora and fauna, use the term flora, fauna and fungus, okay? So this is making things inclusive. In social issues, you hear terms like inclusive. So fungus is very much prominent, so that is why the term is also mentioned, okay? Plants, etc. we'll see. For plants, we will have a lot of discussion. There are desiccation tolerant plants, ephemeral plants. A lot of updates have happened here in plants also, okay? So we'll discuss that. Animals, archaea, etc. I'll tell you what is important here. These are the biotic factors, okay? And then you have abiotic factors: air, salinity, soil, temperature, etc. So here, for example, soil factors are known as edaphic. And the moment these factors vary, you will again have different interactions, okay? So one question I want to ask you: can you find microorganisms when you have too much of salinity, too less of salinity, too higher temperature, too lower temperature, okay? Even very high pH, very low pH. So the point to tell you is that microorganisms can be found in extremes of climate, okay? Which is why they are also termed as there are certain extremophiles, When you see the term philes, philes means to love. Okay, they can be halophytes, extremophiles, etc. So most probably in the next slide we'll have a lot of these examples. Okay, so in this I am basically telling you about the extremophiles. Thermophiles are the ones which can live in very hot environments. You can think of volcanoes, etc. Okay, in the hot seabeds, in the hot springs, you can find them extremely hot environments. Okay, you have psychrophiles. Psychrophiles are the ones which are there in very cold environments. Okay, seat hai. Okay, then you have acidophiles. Okay, they live in acidic environments. You don't have to remember what is the example, just remember that they are found in various types of conditions. This is also 3-statement question was asked in 2023. How many of you remember the question? One was pH, other was, I think, in very acidic conditions, one was temperature. Okay, so again they can ask you even separate names, but you should remember, yes, there are many of these examples. Alkaline philes, halophiles. Halo is salinity. Okay, you also would have heard of terms like eurythermal, euryhaline, stenothermal, stenohaline. Okay, I'll tell you when I talk about species. Okay, so barophiles is means very high pressure. Okay, deep sea habitats, right? Halophiles. So again, just remember that you can find microorganisms in very extreme temperatures. The umbrella term is extremophiles, and within that you'll have a lot of species. Okay, which again ties to the basic idea of abiotic factors, that even in extreme abiotic factors we can find certain varieties or certain species. Okay, so if you want, you can just only write down the keyword, don't have to write down the entire line, maybe just halophiles dash salt. Yeah, okay, something like that. Talking of this, out of these 6, where would we find mangroves? Halophiles. Mangroves are salt tolerant. Okay, so they are found in highly saline environment. Okay, one question for you to think: are mangroves only found in highly saline environment? Second, if they are found in highly saline environment, how are they able to filter it? Negative force से तो breathe करेंगे, aerial breathing routes. How are they able to survive? So please write down these questions. Think about them. I'll give you the answers. First question is, can they survive in fresh water? Can mangroves survive? When I do aquatic ecosystems, I'll talk about mangroves in every possible detail that can be asked. One is, can they survive in fresh water? Second, how do they filter high saline water? Uprooting like how? Pneumatophores. But that is for breathing. Here one thing I'll tell you, for example, if the filtration has to happen in mangroves, it can only happen during the presence of sunlight. True or false? If the filtration of the saline environment has to happen, it can only happen in the presence of sunlight. सारे traps हैं अभी. This is true. This will happen only in the presence of sunlight. क्यों? क्योंकि then they will have energy. Okay. I think I've asked you 3 questions. Okay. So somebody keep a tab of the questions I'm asking. One by one, I think I'll just tell you the answers to it when I discuss those topics. Okay. 3 questions on mangroves. Okay. Till here you're able to follow? Okay. Now 2 things to know. One is photosynthesis. The other is chemosynthesis. Okay. So 2 things we'll see. Photosynthesis is basic, right? What happens in photosynthesis? You have, please note, this is very important. Can photosynthesis happen without sunlight? No. Because for this to happen, the basic is, this is sunlight. You will have sugars and oxygen. So the input for photosynthesis will be what? carbon dioxide and water, right? Which is why for plants, for trees and forests, it is very good source of sequestering carbon, right? It will take up the carbon from the atmosphere, it will turn into sugars and oxygen, okay? And through this process, this is what makes life possible. How? Because plants are autotrophs. So for example, if I have two ecosystems, terrestrial and aquatic, autotrophs means the one who can make their own food. So give me examples in terrestrial and aquatic who can make their own food. Let's start with terrestrial. Basically, so let's say I'm talking of terrestrial, right? Who can make their own food? Plants, certain types of algae, etc. can make their own food. And when I talk of aquatic ecosystems, who can make their own food? Umbrella term can be phytoplanktons, of which there are certain varieties that we'll see. Now my question, do phytoplanktons also require sunlight? Because they would also undergo photosynthesis, so they also require sunlight, okay? However, there are certain aquatic organisms which can also produce energy through a process known as chemosynthesis. That is what we are interested in. Now just imagine the aquatic ecosystem, okay? Let's say 80 meter, 90 meter, 100 meter, to some extent the light is able to pass. Here you can find phytoplanktons, some can be moving, some can also be at the air-water interface. But what about the depths? When you go into a lot of depths, the sunlight would not be able to percolate. Second thing, when the sunlight, there might be some obstructions, impurities, etc. So that can also be an issue. So there are certain organisms that will synthesize chemicals and nutrients through a process known as chemosynthesis, okay? So coming back to our discussion, this is basic photosynthesis, okay? One second. And this is the process of chemosynthesis, okay? So here what is going to happen, let's say I'm talking of sea floor. So in this particular case, there is a hydrothermal vent, okay? There is a hydrothermal vent through which the gases like etc. there is hydrogen sulfide, dissolved CO2, etc. So here we will see certain bacterias, archaea, etc. they will realize energy through a lot of chemical reactions. This can involve hydrogen sulfide. When you say hydrogen sulfide, think also of sulfur cycle. So now when I tell you or show you the diagram, you can also think one of the sources can be hydrothermal vents through which H2S can be released, okay? Methane, ammonia, etc. So these are some of the reactions and substances which are found in one of the sources for chemosynthesis, okay? So even in hot springs you can find archaean bacteria. We just saw the name for that. What was the name? Thermophiles. They are found in very hot springs, okay? They can oxidize certain elements, that is there. To understand this better, try to solve this question. The people online also, in how many of the places the process of chemosynthesis can be observed? So what is the answer? C, how many saying? B, B तो जिसने बोला उसने करा हुआ है क्वेश्चन, हाँ? B or C? Sorry, let me have a raise of hands. How many of you saying B? B. And how many of you saying C? All of the above, science and tech, the best thing to do. Okay. Which of the following will have chemosynthesis, right? Can you have this? You can have this. Can you have cold seeps? You can have. The active volcanoes, they are not a direct source. Can they be? बताओ. और लास्ट में माउंटेन पीक्स, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज नॉट अ सोर्स? Mountain peaks is not a source. First three are a proper source through which chemosynthesis can happen. Mountain peaks, the moment you find mountain peaks, okay, so here the proper sunlight is will be available at the mountain peaks. It is going to be at an altitude, okay. So here you will generally find, or mostly find, photosynthesis. Okay, so this is the idea here. I think three statements are correct. So just to understand, many of us know about photosynthesis, but sometimes we are not aware about chemosynthesis. That is the point. Okay, huh. Generally तो underwater है, but again in some of the hot springs, like for example there, तो उसमें भी if some of the part is exposed, so you can see that from happening. But अगर part exposed है तो वहाँ से sunlight आएगी तो वहाँ तो हो ही सकता है photosynthesis. तो generally तो underexposed है बहुत extreme conditions में, when you have the let's say availability of these gases, तो वहाँ पे you will not have proper sunlight and you will not have the mechanisms to do this. Sorry? No, it does, but it does not happen on mountain peaks. Sorry? Yeah. Let's say when I'm talking, I think you can have जहाँ पे भी active volcanoes होंगे, so again the conducive, you will not have proper plants in that region, and here let's say just like that you will have a lot of gases being emitted. So वहाँ पे whatever bacteria are present there, they will do this chemosynthesis. Sorry? Majority is happening in the sea floor, yes, correct. हाँ, हाँ. Okay. Sorry? In? Because there you will have you will have mountain forests. You will have proper ecosystem. There is something known as cloud forest. Cloud forests are the forests which are present on mountain ecosystem. MONTANE, mountain. As we move along the mountain peaks, we know the biodiversity also changes. You might find oaks, okay, some of the what do you call them? Pine, cedar, fig, spruce, yes. So you can find them. Yeah. It can, but again the condition would be you do not have enough plants, there is a volcano, etc. In very extreme conditions it can happen. Okay. Again going with the basic concepts itself, let's do the next topic. So we have seen individual, population, community. In population I was talking about a term known as species. This is the very introductory part of species. Later on we'll see this in more detail. Okay. So first of all we should know that there are certain types of species. Okay. So we'll go through this. In this all you have to see is the examples. Okay. There is something known as the keystone species. What is the keystone species? Okay, so these species are very vital for the ecosystem. If you remove these species, it will have disproportionate impacts. Disproportionate impacts. That is why the name is key. So very crucial for the survival of ecosystem. Two examples I generally give here in terms of keystone species. Let us see this. Okay. One of the examples, let's say, can be tiger or a lion. The tiger or the lion will eat up on the deer, and the deer actually eats on the grass, right? If you remove tiger from the ecosystem, the population of deer will increase. It will eat up all the grasses, and again the ecosystem might collapse. In the same manner, the same sequence, you have something known as sea otter. Okay, sea otter eats up sea urchin, and sea urchin eats up kelps. Kelps are underwater forests. If you remove sea otter, and let's say if sea otter dies, sea urchin will increase, and the population of kelps, what will happen to kelps? It will deteriorate. That is also a problem. We don't want this to happen. Okay. ओके एक चीज लिख लेना, सी अर्चिन में डैश करके कहीं पे, सी अर्चिन्स हैव एक्स्ट्रा ऑक्यूलर विजन, इवन विदाउट आईज दे कैन सी. sea urchins have extraocular vision. There is one more species which does that. I'll tell you when we do species. Extraocular vision, please write down. Okay, I'll for sea urchin. Okay, extraocular vision. Okay, so two examples we've seen for keystone, tiger, let's say, and even the top predators will be the example of keystone species, right? So keystone, again, they play a very important and a crucial role, right? Then you have something known as the endemic species. Okay, what are endemic species? They will be found in a specific or a certain location. Examples of this can be, for example, Asiatic lion found in, if I say the only abode of Asiatic lion is Gir National Park, that is true. While a small part of the Asiatic lion is also being moved to a certain area, but still we say that this is the major area where they are found in, Asiatic lion. Okay. Second, you have many examples here. As for example, yes, Nilgiri tar can be one example. Okay. Somebody mentioned Kondana rat. Where do you find Kondana rat? Anybody from Pune? बताओ कहाँ पे है? Singhad Plateau in Pune. This is where you only found Kondana rat. Okay. Sorry. Namdafa flying squirrel also. ठीक है. So Kondana rat we'll only find in there is also a nocturnal bird, Jordan's cursor, which is critically endangered. Okay. So Jordan cursor is it is only found in Andhra Pradesh, and it also is nocturnal. Please remember this. So these are certain examples. As we see more species, we'll add more. Asiatic lion, for example, Nilgiri tar, Kondana rat, Jordan cursor. Jordan cursor, by the name you cannot guess directly, but it is a critically endangered bird. Okay, nocturnal, critically endangered bird. Okay. So that is one thing that you should know. Then there is a term known as umbrella species. The whole idea is that if you conserve this particular species, you'll conserve the entire umbrella. Okay. Here you can think again examples like elephant. Examples like even again tigers can also be these example. And you will see certain species found in more than one of the category. Okay, because the category is fluid. The moment you fulfill one of these criteria, we'll find the explanation to it. Okay, so keystone species, endemic species, umbrella species, three things we have seen. Okay. Then there is something known as invasive species. Okay. Any example that you've seen for invasive species in the current affairs? Lantana, Conocarpus. Abhi ke liye you can just start to write down. I'll make you write down the entire list. For example, somebody mentioned Conocarpus trees. These are mangrove trees which were banned recently by the Gujarat government. Okay, so these are Conocarpus trees. There are also examples like, for example, eucalyptus. Okay. Eucalyptus is also known as the, yes, there is also water hyacinth. All these are very much, see, why are they invasive? Because they'll take up a lot of resources from the area. And second thing to know here, that they do not have the natural predators, because they're from outside region. Okay, so because these invasive species do not have their natural predators, that is why the population rapidly increases. Okay, then you have something known as the foundation species. Okay, what are the foundation species? We can talk about corals. Okay, as the foundation species. Even we can talk about lichens. Okay, and both corals as well as lichens are example of symbiotic interactions. Okay, that also we'll see just after this. Okay, so you can write down two examples: foundation species, corals, and something known as lichens, lichens. Okay, there is also something known as critical link species. Okay, which again will form a very important part between two different ecosystems. They help to connect and interlink. Examples of this can be fig. You can have certain bird species also which are important, even decomposers. They also form a very important link between the ecosystem. Sorry? Algae is directly neighbor. Algae will find a lot of part in other areas. Ispe nahi. Mycorrhiza we will see that in the example of symbiotic interactions. Okay, so till here are you able to follow? Umbrella species is actually a concept. Okay, so for example, let's say if I have to save this species, for example, this is tiger, I would also have to save the population of deers. I would also have to save other, let's say, prey which it is going to eat. So which is why, and again, if you have to save deer, you'll also have to save certain trees and forests. So ultimately the idea is, this is actually a conservation strategy. So in trying to save the tigers, I'll end up saving this whole area. This whole area is the umbrella, which is why these species are known as umbrella species. Okay. Foundation species are the ones which are, for example, when we talk about ecological succession, the first species to arrive at an area, let's say, can be lichens and mosses. So those are the very much core species. These are the foundational species, very core to the ecosystem. In the similar manner, corals are also very much important for the ecological health of aquatic ecosystems. So they can also be the foundational species. Okay, critical link, the name is link. They are going to link ecosystems. So for example, when I say birds will carry pollen from one area to the other. Okay, similarly you have decomposers. They will again decompose different parts. From there also the energy is going to flow, right? Fig also, the seeds of fig etc are also important for dispersal, and from that multiple things can happen. Okay, so again this is the idea that one is to understand. Okay, naturals, yes, when I say the broad term, I can add that even scavengers can also be keystone. They can also be. Okay. Just add one more. I think there is also one different term to signify. I'll just write it down. Just give me a second. One of the other names for endemic species is also known as precinctive species. Okay, one of the other names, that is what we can know. PRECINCTIVE, precinctive species, is one of the other names for these endemic species. Okay, Okay. Again, this will make more sense to you when we do more species. I think then we'll have more data points to add. Let's say if I say some species naturally found in India and some species endemic to India, what is the difference between the two? Right. Okay, because this part is going to be endemic is more specific in nature. Naturally found can be across. Okay. Then we have something known as population interactions, and here also the whole idea is to know the examples. Okay. Now when we do the population interactions, what we will see basically one by one. So what you should know is this code. Plus means benefit and minus means harm and 0 means kuch bhi nahi, nothing, neutral. Okay. So the first thing is mutualism. So again, just try to recall what all examples you have, you know. First is lichens. What is lichen? Symbiotic association of second example can be coral is a symbiotic association between zooxanthellae and the coral polyp. Zooxanthellae is the one which is making the food and coral polyp will provide the shelter. Okay. Then you have, so lichens is there, you have corals, then you have mycorrhiza. Myco means fungus. So mycorrhiza is simply defined as the symbiotic association of fungus with the higher roots of plants. Sorry, roots of higher plants. Myco, the term simply means, let's say you have a term known as mycoremediation, etc. The moment you see mycology, mycologists, myco means fungus. Okay. So we've seen lichens, we've seen this. Again, any of the pollination example that you see. Okay, so this also is an example of mutualism. Both are getting benefited. Okay. There is also one more example. So in this case, you have a fungus and one of, let's say, the plants. If you have bacteria and plants in a symbiotic association, what is that? So you can also write a rhizobium. Okay, and then of course you have nitrogen fixing plants. Rhizobium and nitrogen fixing plants. Okay. So for that we will have something known as mutualism. Please note, rhizobium here is a bacteria, whereas myco is the fungus part. Okay. So lichens, corals, mycorrhiza, rhizobium, pollination, all these are examples of mutualism. Okay. What is competition? Both are competing. So again, if you have, let's say, a grass, you will have different people who are wanting to eat it. The resource is limited. Everybody is competing. It is negative and negative. Okay. This is relatively easy to understand. You have limited resources. Similarly, when you have in a native ecosystem, when an alien invasive species comes, it is also competing for the same resource. It is very much sometimes productive. So what happens? This will also lead to competition. Okay. Then there is two things are there, predation and parasitism. Okay. What is predation? Nat Geo में देखा होगा बहुत बार. Okay. There is a deer and the lion is there. So there is a prey and there is a predator. Okay. So that example is predation. The predator benefits and the prey dies. Then there is something known as parasitism. Okay. In parasitism also you'll see a plus and minus. Okay, so what happens here? Okay, so can you give me examples of parasites? Okay, anything else? Ticks, worms, etc. Right? So let's say if there's a leech, anything on your, let's say, arm, it will take up blood. So you are the one which is, the host is getting harmed or benefited? Harmed. Okay, and the parasite is the one which is getting, right. Now here also the parasitism can be generally divided in 3 types. Okay, so one we can see it ecto, which means outside the body, ectoparasites. You have endoparasites, and you also have something known as brood parasitism. Okay, ecto means outside the body. So again think of these ticks, okay, leeches, etc. Endoparasites, think of, yes, tapeworm, roundworms, etc. Okay, and when I say brood parasitism, one of the example is cuckoo. Okay, so let's say there is a host, the host has a nest, cuckoo will lay the egg here. Now here what will happen, there are many eggs, let's say the ones which are highlighted are the host eggs. So sometimes the host, we will also have to take care of this, and sometimes what can happen, this egg might displace and this egg might fall down. Okay, so generally the cuckoo is going to benefit, okay, whereas the host is not going to benefit here. Okay, 3 things: ectoparasites, endoparasites, and brood parasitism. That is what we have to understand here. Okay, till here you are able to follow? Then the last 2 things are sometimes confusing: commensalism and amensalism. Okay, commensalism is plus and 0, amensalism is minus and 0. Examples of commensalism: good example, epiphytes. And so just we'll write down the 2 examples for both. In commensalism, the example can be one you have already told me, epiphytes. So here epiphytes are a very important characteristics of tropical rainforest. Okay, these epiphytes, let's say this is a normal forest, it will take the support of the trees and its branches. Please note, it is only going to take the support. It is only going to take the support, but it is not going to take the nutrition, because if it was taking nutrition, it would have been a parasite. Okay, it is not taking nutrition, it is only taking support. Similar example is for suckerfish and remora. Let's say there is a big shark, and there you will see a small suckerfish which is going through this. A similar example is also okay. So here also what you will see, that let's say this big shark is going to eat something, the leftover can be taken up by these small fishes. Okay, secondly, the predator of these small fishes is not going to attack seeing this big shark. Okay, and similarly is, let's say there is a grazing cattle, and there is this bird, the egret. Egret is the name of a bird. Okay, so if there's a cow and if there's a small bird sitting on top of it, the bird can take up nutrition and the different sources eat it up, but the cow is not going to be harmed or benefited because of this. Okay, so 3 examples that you can generally think: grazing cattle and cattle egret. Cattle egret is a bird. Okay, suckerfish remora close to a shark, and the example of epiphytes. Okay, this will happen, this will be plus and 0. Now minus and 0 will be, okay, so minus in 0, one very prominent simple example is, there is a big tree and a small tree. If there is sun, all the sunlight is taken up by the big tree and the small tree is only living in the shade. So if you compare big tree versus small tree, the big tree is, let's say small tree is negatively impacted, the small tree does not have any impact on the big tree. Okay, so this is 0. Okay, this is one example. And the other example is penicillium. Okay, so again, when you have the penicillium, so it will release antibacterial compounds. So if there is any incoming bacteria, the incoming bacteria is going to be negatively impacted, whereas this bacteria cannot have a direct impact here, so this is 0. So bacteria and this penicillium, okay, there is also something known as antibiosis, and there is also one term that is known as allelopathy. Okay, antibiosis is what I've just told you. There is a secretion of antibacterial compound by, let's say, the penicillium. Okay, so again the bacteria is going to be impacted, right? For antibiosis, what we this is antibiosis. Allelopathy is also, if there is any, let's say, plant, the plant is going to secrete something which is going to make the other organisms run away. Okay, so there, for example, if there is neem can also have a lot of antibacterial properties, etc. So again, this is when you plant such varieties, etc., they can make the other species run away. This is also known as allelopathy. So secretion of certain chemicals. Okay, both, it can be both. Allelopathy can be both positive as well as negative. So it can also bring in some organisms closer, but it can also bring in some organisms far away. Okay, so that is what we have to know. So again, let us quickly recap what all examples we saw. Mutualism examples: lichens, corals. Acha, lichens, in mutualism also write down one more example: leaf cutter ants. Leaf cutter ants. Actually, leaf cutter ants are fungus farmers. Okay, these leaf cutter ants, they create very extensive fungus colonies. The fungus could have not got the nutrition, and these ants could have not used the fungus, so it happens to be a symbiotic association. So just write down leaf cutter ants. Okay, so lichens, leaf cutter ants, corals, mycorrhiza, rhizobium as a bacteria, and again pollinators. All these is, this is mutualism. Competition, again not very difficult to understand. Predation and parasitism, can anybody tell me the difference? Both are minus and plus. The last one kiya tha aapne answer, I remember. You were sitting here maybe. Okay. Anybody else who wants to answer? The difference, see, both are plus and minus. What is the difference? Okay. Second is, in case of predation, the dominant species is one which is benefited. In case of parasitism, the host or the dominant species is negatively impacted. Okay. Second or third point is, in predation, death is almost certain, whereas in parasitism, it can take multiple months or years for the negative impact to finally happen. Okay. Parasitism, we had seen ecto, endo, and brood parasitism. Okay. Okay, then you have something known as commensalism and amensalism. Commensalism, the examples are epiphytes, suckerfish remora, cattle egret, and grazing cattle. Okay. For amensalism, also two examples. One is the big tree and the small tree, and the second one was penicillium. Okay. Acha, where we've written mycorrhiza, also just write down a keyword which is often, let's say, famous for it. Wood Wide Web. You have read about World Wide Web, right? In the similar manner, because the wood will takes very extensive colonies, so mycorrhiza makes up something known as wood wide web. Now mycorrhiza, see, it has, so again, it provides nutrients to the plants. It also helps in something known as disease protection, that is MIR is known as mycorrhiza induced resistance. Okay, so this is also what it helps in. Okay, so it has a lot of benefits, that is what we have to remember. Okay, here see, mycorrhiza will create very extensive colonies in the wood. So just like World Wide Web, we have a similar term that is known as wood wide web. Extensive colonies created by mycorrhiza, and again, if we destroy these colonies, again it is going to be very harmful for the ecosystem. Okay, that is the whole idea, which is why excessive use of fertilizers and pesticides ultimately leads to the destruction of mycorrhiza, and which is why we may also have to use different kinds of mycorrhiza in the agricultural systems. Okay, उसको फिर से stimulate करने के लिए, so again to protect it, it is the best. Okay. Okay, so I think you're fine with all these interactions. Okay. Try to solve this. A1 and 2. How many will go with science and tech logic? सब कुछ सही? अच्छा ठीक है. वैसे देखो, see here maybe you might not be aware about Nidaria. Fungus में मुझे बताओ, give me examples of fungus having symbiotic associations. Lichens देखा, और mycorrhiza and leaf cutter ants. Okay, which is why ये question they have asked you twice. One, this is 2021. The next year what they had asked you, which of the following is a fungus farmer? The answer to that was ants. So this question is of 2021. 2022 we had a question on ants. So in the one sense they're related. Okay, so fungus is there. What are Nidaria? Any example? So those who know, the example for Nidaria is okay. So when you do vertebrates, invertebrates, in invertebrates there is Nidaria, and one of the most famous example is coral, which we already know is going to have symbiotic relationship. Okay, now protozoa also has symbiotic relationship. You can just write. Okay, termites, they have symbiotic relationship with this protozoa. They live also in the insect's gut. Okay. Achha, at the back somebody had asked me, you had asked me this question on termites. Okay, so just like enteric fermentation happens in cattle, the same thing happens in termites. There is a microorganism in the gut of the termite, because of which methane is released. So mechanism is same for both. Termites also, they have an internal process. And the ruminants, how many of you know what are ruminants? Example बताओ. चलो सवाल आपसे. Ruminants are only herbivores. Confuse हो गया ना इसे? तो लिख लो, ruminants are only herbivores. Ruminants again, these are cattle, जो भी grazing अपने cattle हैं सारे. Okay, so this point, this termite wala point also please link it to methane. Okay, when I do the methane and the methane cycle with you, I'll again link this point. Plus remember, termites have this protozoa in their gut, which again helps to digest the cellulose, etc. And termites through their process also release methane, just like cattle releases methane. For cattle we use a term known as ruminant, R-U-M-I. Rumi, the famous poet, ruminant. Okay, this is Cnidaria. Okay, so it has certain things, don't have to remember everything, but just remember the most important for us to know is corals. Other than that, you have different types of jellyfish, etc., sea anemones. So corals, sea anemones is also one part of Cnidaria. Okay, so this is something we can be aware about. Okay, this is the update I was telling you. UN wants to say, all us to say flora, fauna and fungus. Okay, which is why it is important for us again to understand a lot of details about fungus. Okay, so in species, when I start microorganisms, again I'll tell you 11 points. So sare ke sare we'll write down, important for us. Okay, next term is ecotone. What is ecotone? It is going to be a transitional zone, let's say between two ecosystems. Second, can you tell me examples of ecotones? So again, let's say this is ecosystem 1, ecosystem 2, there's going to be a certain transitional zone, or which is known as the zone of tension. Okay, now here what we will see, different types of species coming and interacting here, which is why we'll see something known as edge effect. There is higher biodiversity in the ecotone, which is why when we read about wetlands, when we read about mangroves, etc., we see that they have higher biodiversity, right? Okay, so they have higher biodiversity. That is one thing you have to remember. Second thing to also understand here, is something known as edge effect, and yes, there is edge species. Species which are going to be found in the region will be your edge species. So just remember, in ecotone we will have higher biodiversity. When you have higher biodiversity, you can also say this will have more productivity, because if you have more plants, they will do more photosynthesis, and this generally, the ecotone generally occupies smaller areas. So if I extend this logic, so again the prominent ecostone, mangroves, wetland, they are highly productive zones of the world. Okay, they have very high species diversity, they have a lot of ecosystem services to offer. So that is all you have to remember for ecotones. Okay, zone of tension, zone of transition, they have edge effect or edge species, they have higher biodiversity. Okay, and you can even find some species which are not present in either ecosystem. Okay, so that is all you have to remember for ecotone. And again, as we do the examples one by one, you will get to understand better. Grasslands, estuary. For example, estuary is what? Yes, when river meets sea. Okay, so in sea you will have salt water, in river you will have fresh water. When they meet, when river meets sea, this is estuaries. And estuaries are also very productive ecosystems. Very productive. Okay, grasslands, yes, but at least in their area. For example, when you move from forest, 1 second. Acha, I thought it was my phone. Grasslands. Grasslands will be. So between the forest and the deserts, you will find these grasslands. Yes, and the productivity will vary. If you see in Africa versus Central Asia, in Africa these are more productive, more sunlight availability, slightly more rain, which is why even if you have grasses, they are taller grasses. Whereas in Central Asia, everything is smaller, lesser things. So that is how you can link it. Okay. Now something known as ecological niche. What is niche? You've seen this term niche so many times in Shark Tank. Okay. Yes, something very specific. We can say that a unique functional role which a species is going to play. Okay. Unique functional role. The moment I say the term unique, it means no two species will have the same niche. Okay. So unique functional role which the species have, that is their niche. But in reality, there is a concept that is more prominent, that is realized niche. So this niche generally is a ideal concept, but in reality you will have different kind of species coming in. There is more competition which is happening. So which is why if on paper this is the niche of a certain, let's say, organism, the realized part of this is going to be even lesser, because maybe it will have certain predators, sometimes even because of climate change, let's say water habitat distribution, things are not very prominent. So again, so when there is a term known as ecological niche, a smaller and a more practical part is realized niche. Okay, so just remember, it is the unique functional role. And again, if you know the niche of any organism, it is very crucial to conserve it. Okay, the knowledge of niche helps us to conserve vultures, for example. The vultures, for example, they were dying because of diclofenac. Okay, so when you know the niche, not just of vultures, but maybe deers and other species, you can better conserve them. Okay, so this is the whole idea. Just also remember realized niche also. Okay, so functions of an ecosystem we were discussing. You have energy flow, and these are the two major functions. But apart from this, there are also functions like ecological succession and also homeostasis. Homeostasis we will see when I talk about adaptations in species, but for our sake it simply means, what is homeostasis? It is the ability of organisms to, yes, maintain their body temperature. Okay, that is homeostasis, right? So we will know what are warm-blooded organisms who are able to regulate their own temperature. The best example is mammals and birds. They will be able to regulate their body temperatures, whereas the cold-blooded ones would not be able to do so. Yes, reptiles, fishes, amphibians. Okay, and when we write amphibians, please put a star mark on amphibians. When I discuss IUCN with you, we'll see the highest probability of extinction between all these let's say species is in amphibians. Okay, second, when you see the term reptiles, also write with it a term known as brumation. I'll tell you what this means when I discuss abhi in adaptation. Three terms: aestivation, hibernation and brumation. So brumation is again what is hibernation, but that too when it is done in reptiles. Okay, can you give me example of reptile? Lizards, gecko? Nahi. Frogs is amphibian. ठीक है. Snake venom was in news, सुना है? पर अभी उसको अपने environment perspective से कर लेंगे. What is the component, etc. The Wildlife Protection Act part of it. Okay, coming back, energy flow, nutrient cycling and ecological section. Let's do this. This is the basic energy flow. You will have sun, photosynthesis, autotrophs, primary consumer, secondary consumer. This is how the flow of energy is going to be. Okay, So in flow of energy, there are just few very simple things that you should know. What is? There is something known as food chain. Okay. Food chain is a very simplistic orientation, something which actually does not exist in reality. Food web is more complicated in nature. In food web, just we have to remember, the more complicated the food web is, the better it is. Okay, it means there are many nodes to it. Even if one organism, two organism dies or ionate, not able to survive, it's not able to survive, the food web is going to be intact. Okay, so between food chain and food web, this is a more realistic interpretation. That is one. In food chain, there are two terms: detritus food chain and grazing food chain. Okay, detritus food chain means the flow of energy starts by eating the dead remains. That is detritus food chain. What is grazing food chain? You start with basic activity of grazing. Okay, now here you can just write down grazing food chain is a major conduit of flow of energy in aquatic ecosystems. Okay, grazing food chain is a major flow of energy if you have to compare between the two. Okay, so between the two, in aquatic systems, grazing dominates and detritus food chain dominates in terrestrial ecosystem. Okay, so two things we have seen. There is grazing food chain, there is detritus food chain. Grazing food chain dominates in aquatic ecosystems, detritus food chain dominates in terrestrial ecosystems. Okay, then there is something known as food web. Okay, food web पे हमने देख लिया, the more complicated it, the more nodes which are there, the better it is. Okay, now talking of pyramids, there are three pyramids that we know: pyramid of numbers, biomass and energy. Now pyramid of numbers can be both upright as well as inverted. Biomass can also be upright as well as inverted, but pyramid of energy will always be upright. Okay, what, give me one example of pyramid of numbers being inverted? Okay, so we'll only write the one which is inverted. It is tree in case of pyramid of numbers. In pyramid of numbers, the idea is the pyramid is arranged. Okay, all these levels are arranged as per the number. Okay, so generally the autotrophs, if they're dominating, primary consumer lesser, secondary even lesser, top raters even lesser. This is a upright pyramid. This is the one which is inverted. Okay, so tree is the example of inverted in the case of pyramid of numbers. Here we are only talking about the number of organisms. Then you have something known as the biomass. Okay, so when we measure the biomass, what will happen? What is the exception here? Yes, aquatic will be the exception. In biomass, why is aquatic the exception? Because again, phytoplanktons will be very less in biomass or size. Number wise they can be more, but if you measure the weight of phytoplanktons, that will be less. So if you arrange it, this is going to be inverted in nature. Okay, and pyramid of energy is what? Always, because the energy will always flow from autotrophs to primary, secondary, top predator. Okay, so this is always this, it's always unidirectional. It is always going to be unidirectional. Okay, food chain, food web and the pyramids, that is the basic that you should know here. Okay, and again when we're talking of energy flow, also remember only 10% of energy is transferred from one trophic level to the other. Only 10% is transmitted, which means 90% is used in respiration and metabolism. Okay, So which is why you do not find more than 4 to 5 trophic levels, because then at the top the energy is not too much for this to continue. Okay, so only 10% of the energy is going to be transmitted from one level to the other. Okay, this is what we have seen. Sun, the trophic level energy, etc. This is going to move, right? Huh. Not necessary, because sea cucumber are also going to maybe do some of the decomposition part. So I said which is more dominant. Again, think of sea meadows, sea grass, and think in terrestrial ecosystems. Terrestrial, you will have a lot of seagrass, etc. You'll have a lot of seaweeds. That is what is eaten. In case of terrestrial, you'll have a lot of decomposers in different places. So they are not as abundant in aquatic ecosystem. So when we combine both of them, what we then finally saw, then in aquatic, grazing is one which is dominating, whereas in terrestrial, the other one is dominating. Okay. Now again, an important thing to know is decomposition. Okay. Now please note, here are 1 or 2 terms that you should know. One is detritivore. One is decomposer. And one is scavengers. Okay. Now detritivore for us will be detritus eating or detritus feeding invertebrates. Okay. Detritus feeding invertebrates. Decomposers will be, for now just remember only 2 examples, bacteria and can virus be also a decomposer? So please remember, virus will not be a decomposer. Can virus be a parasite? Abhi dekha tha parasite? Parasitism we saw. In parasitism, if you want, you can write down all the 3. Okay? All the 3 can be parasites, but virus cannot be a decomposer, because virus will always need a host for things to continue. Okay? Now again, a type of fungus is slime molds, that you can also write down. So these are the example of decomposer. Now, when you have also known about earthworms, ants, even termites, all these are detritivores, they're not decomposers. A very small point to know here is that detritivores are what? They help in the process of decomposition, but they are not decomposers. So what they will do, they will break down the dead remains. Okay, let's say this is earthworm. Earthworm will break this leaf into 1,000 small parts. After that, the respective bacteria or the fungus will act on it. Okay, and then it is going to decompose it. So detritivore is going to help in the process of decomposition, but it is not a decomposer by itself. Okay. So for us, examples of detritivores are ants. Ants are fungus farmers, true or false? Leaf cutter ants and fungus have a symbiotic association, true. Okay. Second example, wood. Okay, wood lice can also be a good example. Yes, sea cucumber can also be an example here. Termites, okay, beetles. Beetles, earthworms, ants, woodlice, sea cucumber, okay. All these are examples of detritivores. Decomposers for us remain bacteria, fungus and slime molds, okay. And what are scavengers? Examples? Eagles, vultures, raccoons, which do the cleaning up activity. Okay, so let's say if there's a dead carcass, so they will do again the cleaning up activity. That is why they are known as scavengers. And all the 3 will have to play a very important role, okay, in this ecosystem. Now, one or two things extra that you should know, that when the process of decomposition is happening, okay, if I talk about temperature, the heading, or let's say the point I'm telling you is the factors which are affecting decomposition. Okay, tell me about temperature. If the temperature is very less, let's say think about Arctic region or tundras, the decomposition of soil will be more or less? It will be less. So if the temperature is high, it will be more. So one is temperature. Second is availability of oxygen. If there is high availability of oxygen, what will happen to decomposition? It will be faster. Okay, so more means faster. Similarly for nitrogen also, abundant nitrogen will also help. Okay, so this is what we have to know, that decomposition, you will have nitrogen, oxygen, temperature. Temperature, if it is more, faster decomposition, which is what we have seen in tropical areas as compared to Arctic, etc. So keep this in mind, temperature, availability of oxygen, availability of nitrogen, okay, in the soil. So this is one simple example. All we have to know, what are detritivores, what are decomposers, what are scavengers. So now when you see sea cucumber, your first line or your mind should say, okay, these are detritivores, which means these are, acha, when I say the term detritus, detritus means dead remains of animals or plants. Okay, dead remains of animals or plants. In the process of decomposition, please note, whenever we say decomposition, carbon oxides or the oxides of carbon will also be released, oxides of nitrogen will also be released. Okay, so when you see the nitrogen cycle, you will again see in the process of decomposition, some oxides of nitrogen are also released. Second, in the process of decomposition, oxides of carbon are also released. So this decomposition will also form a linkage with biogeochemical cycles. Okay, I hope that you understand this part also, right? Now again, an important topic is ecological succession. Just like you have succession battles in modern history, in ancient history, in ecology, from the bare rock to a proper forest, what were the different stages that had come? Okay, this is known as ecological succession. Now here are a few terms that you should know related to it. Terms related to ecological succession. One is pioneer community or pioneer species. Okay, so you have ecological succession, you have terms like pioneer community. Pioneer community are the one who are first to invade an area. So for example, we can say if there is a bare rock, the species who are first to invade, for example, we'll see these are lichens and mosses. So they are known as the pioneer species. They are the first to invade an area. Okay, then a lot of years go, because see, from this to this it takes around 1000 of years. Okay, so there are small stages, maybe small herb, shrub, small tree, and ultimately a proper forest will come. So when you reach the forest or the last stage is known as climax community. This is the most stable stage. This is the most stable stage, right? And no stage would come after this. So you start with the pioneer community, you will have a lot of series in between. Series are intermediate stages. Okay, series are intermediate stages. That is what you have to know. pioneer community, intermediate stages in between, and then you have a climax community. Okay, does this make sense? Okay. Now here we'll see the two major type of ecological succession through diagrams. One is primary and one is secondary. Okay, this is primary succession. Primary succession starts when you had nothing to begin with. You had a bare rock. Vegetation, nothing was there. So here what you're seeing, something known as lichens. What are lichens? Algae and fungus, symbiotic association. Okay. You start with a lichen, you have plants, lichens, grasses, shrubs, okay, shade tolerant plants. So these are the pioneer species who are the first to invade the system. First to invade the area, okay. In between you'll have intermediate species. These stages I told you, stages are known as series, okay. And then you have something known as the climax community, okay. In the climax community, this is the most stable stage. Now in secondary succession, what happens? You already had a forest because of some natural or a man-made factor. Let's say there's a forest fire. Because of that, now the vegetation is lost. But please note, the soil is already there, okay. So then after some years, you will again see the proper succession will happen. Okay. Now the main thing to notice here is that already the soil is there. So the roots, or even if they have to start to grow, it will be very faster. Okay. So if I have to compare primary and secondary, you tell me which will take lesser time. Secondary will take lesser time. Okay. So which is why we'll just see very small differences between the two. Primary succession occurs in an area where no community existed. Here community already existed, major point of difference. Okay. Lichens are the first to appear, we have seen that. In secondary, grasses, shrubs and weeds are the first to appear. Okay. Primary succession, yes, takes a lot of time, around thousands of years. This generally takes 50, 100 or even 200 years. Okay, lesser time. Then this begins on sand dunes, volcanic islands, etc. Okay. And it begins on area devastated by fire. Okay. Earthquake, so this can be both natural as well as man-made. Okay, is this clear? Fine. Okay, so this is what we've understood. Okay, see, foundational species, we have a lot of overlap between the two. Okay, but pioneer will be the first to invade an area, at least in this case. And foundational, generally the example will be, I think there is not much difference. I'll tell you maybe if there is any particular point which stands out, but these are two separate terms, and in foundation we generally see the examples of corals, etc. But pioneer are the ones which are generally defined in the context of ecological succession in the very beginning, or maybe in the time of primary succession. Okay, which ones? Pioneer, foundation. Okay, I'll have a look. So this is again what we've seen, pioneer community as well as the climax. Pioneer community, you will have lichens as well as the mosses, which are the ones to invade. If you have to choose between the two, we'll choose lichens. But of course, if you have to choose in a more proper manner, both can be there as a pioneer community. Whereas in a climax community, you will have a forest, the most stable. Okay. Now, before I move to the next topic, in ecological succession, one type we have already seen, primary versus secondary. Then there is also something known as with respect to availability of water. Okay. Hydrarch or xerarch. When you see this term XER, xerophyte, xerarch, it generally means very less water, sometimes even in the dry or the desert regions. Okay, hydrarch is abundant water, and in between these two will be mesarch. Hydrarch abundant water, xerarch very less water. This will go to an equilibrium stage which will be mesarch, okay, in between, okay. Other than that, you also have autotrophic and heterotrophic succession. Autotrophic means which is initiated by the autotrophs, plants, but in some cases you can also have heterotrophs, okay, which can help you with the succession, okay. They may deposit some of the seeds, leaves, etc., and that can also help, okay. And then you can also have autogenic as well as allogenic, okay. So autogenic will be, this will be done by the let's say organisms within that area itself, and in allogenic they can take support from other organisms, etc. So this can also be how we define this. So generally speaking, this is where we have to focus mostly on, this is where you will get questions, but other than that there are certain other terms that you should also be aware about, okay. Primary versus secondary and basically water, these are the two major ones that you should know, okay. Pioneer community, climax community. Okay, the succession part we've already seen. Now let's move to the next part. So we have seen the major functions of ecosystem. We've seen energy flow, we've seen succession. Now we move to the nutrient cycle. This is the biogeochemical cycle part, okay. Now here these cycles can be of two types. If you want, you can draw something like this. You have gaseous cycle and you have sedimentary cycle, okay. So you have gaseous cycle and you have sedimentary cycle, okay. Gaseous cycles are also known as perfect or pure cycles, whereas sedimentary cycles are known as and why is that? See, in gaseous cycles the example can be nitrogen, examples can be oxygen cycle, carbon cycle, okay, water cycle. And yes, for us nitrogen is the one which is very important. In sedimentary cycle we are seeing examples like phosphorus and sulfur. You can even add calcium, you can even add magnesium, okay. And in gaseous cycles it is not even limited, you can even think of nitrogen cycle, you can think of methane cycle. These two are also very prominent now, but again we'll do this at least in the greenhouse gases and in the pollution part, okay. In gaseous cycles, why are they perfect? Because the moment they are generated, they are taken up, they are used. So the cycle does not store any of them for a point of time. The moment they are generated, they are entirely used. But by the very name, this is a sediment. If you have a rock will have some small sediments deposited. So this can stay in the soil, inside the water, inside the earth for some period of time. So it might not be entirely used when it is created. Okay, so because of that, this is known as imperfect cycle, this is known as impure cycle. So perfect, impure, this is what you have to know, okay. So now one by one we'll see the cycles, okay. This is the easier one to understand. This is the carbon cycle, okay. In the cycle we are concerned with the sources as well as, so what is the source and what is the sink. In this example, what are the sources of carbon dioxide emission? Respiration, auto and factory emissions, okay, vehicular emissions, animal respiration, etc. Again please note, dead and decaying products when they are decomposed, just we saw decomposition will also lead to ultimately, because these are hydrocarbons, okay, this being released, root respiration, etc. And the sink will be the plants, okay, through the process of photosynthesis. That is the first thing to know. Second, in the carbon cycle, what we also should know, carbon is or carbon dioxide is naturally also present in the atmosphere. Second, carbon dioxide is also a greenhouse gas. Okay, so when we see tomorrow the greenhouse effect, we'll also see this, and we will also understand that why carbon dioxide crossing 421 ppm as per the recent IPCC report is a big challenge. Okay, so for now, for carbon cycle, just remember what are the sources, what is the sink. Forests and oceans are big carbon sink, which is why cutting down of forests is a big problem. This will also lead to release of ozone, release of carbon. Okay, so this is the carbon cycle that we have to be aware about. Now this is a very interesting cycle, right? This is the nitrogen cycle. I'll take some time to explain this to you very quickly. How many of you are aware about all the components of nitrogen cycle? What are the, let's say, bacterias in the process? Yaad hai? Okay. Now if I have to just quickly go through this cycle. So let's say you have atmospheric nitrogen. Can atmospheric nitrogen be directly used? No. What has to be done? Something known as nitrogen fixation has to happen. And what is nitrogen fixation? It can be done in three ways. One is through the use of microorganisms. Second, industrial processes. And third is natural processes like lightning and thunder. Okay, so you have atmospheric nitrogen. This nitrogen cannot be used, okay, in any usable form, which is why we go for nitrogen fixation. When you do nitrogen fixation, what is the output? The output is ammonia. The process can also be known as ammonification. Similarly, so again, if these organisms, microorganisms, they work on the available atmospheric nitrogen, they will convert into ammonia. Can ammonia be also used directly? No. This ammonia also has to be converted into nitrite and nitrate. Okay, this process is known as nitrification. This process is known as nitrification. Okay, so again we'll see, you had atmospheric nitrogen. Atmospheric nitrogen was, there is a process of nitrogen fixation which happened. This can be done in three ways: use of microorganisms, industrial processes, or through lightning, thunder. Okay, what will happen? You will have ammonia. In fact, if the decomposition of waste happens, that also leads to formation of ammonia. But ammonia cannot be used by your plants. So this has to be converted. What can be used by plants is ultimately nitrates. Even nitrite can also not be used. Okay, which is why ammonia is to be converted to nitrite, and nitrite to be converted to nitrate. This process, two-step process, is known as nitrification. Okay, and after this, when the nitrates, when the nitrates are formed, these nitrates can be now used by the plants respectively. So if the plants use these nitrates, well and good. And again, because this is a cycle going on, whatever excess is present, this again has to be converted, and this will go back as atmospheric nitrogen or even as nitrogen oxides. Okay, so here what will happen? Something known as denitrification. Okay, so three things will happen in the nitrogen cycle. One is ammonification. Four things. One is nitrogen fixation, one is ammonification, nitrification, and denitrification. Okay, and in these processes in between, we would use certain bacterias, etc. Okay, So again, going back to the image, this will help you understand better what I was discussing. You have atmospheric nitrogen, okay. You can use it through lightning fixation. This is natural process, okay. Even the bacteria can act on it. Even the decomposers can act on it. Decomposition can happen. So nitrogen fixation will ultimately lead to ammonia, okay. Decomposition, fixation through lightning, different processes. You have ammonia. Ammonia will now be converted first to nitrite, and then see both nitrification is mentioned. So first is nitrite, and then you have nitrate. This nitrate is taken up by the plants, okay. And then whatever is excess of nitrate, there is a process known as denitrification, because excess nitrates will also have to be converted either into atmospheric nitrogen, it can be taken up, or through oxides of nitrogen. And again, terrestrial and aquatic will go hand in hand. So whatever excess nitrate is there, this can also get leached. So when you have abundance of either nitrates or phosphates, only these two things, phosphates or nitrates, if they are more, this will lead to eutrophication. Eutrophication means what? Increase of nutrients, okay. Again, similarly, fertilizer, if you are using nitrates, you are using it, but this can also run off and leach. So if you are having more of agriculture and more of fertilizer, this is why we have more of eutrophication. Can you understand the first linkage here? Okay. Now, before I tell you the different, let's say, microorganisms, can you tell me some of the bacterias, or at least this part? Abhi eutrophication will come again. See, eutrophication, you know what is the definition of eutrophication? Enrichment of nutrients, more nutrients. What kind of nutrients? One is nitrates, one is phosphates. How will phosphates happen? Let's say if there is a lot of detergent being used, people are washing their clothes, some of the detergent will have very high phosphate content. This will go to the water, this will get leached. Similarly, if you have excess of agriculture close to, and of course you'll have agriculture close to a water body, so these fertilizers can also get leached. So when you have more of nutrients, okay, so ultimately what will happen here? There will be growth of algae. This will also lead to algal bloom, etc., which will also lead to reduction in dissolved oxygen, etc. We will also discuss that. But for now, remember, eutrophication is increase of or nutrient enrichment. That's it. Okay, and only two things: nitrates and phosphates. Okay. Okay, coming back to this part here. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, I was talking about this part, right? Talking of certain bacterias which are used first in this process. So give me examples of certain microorganisms being used. Rhizobium. Okay, so again we can write some of them down. Rhizobium is there. Okay. Rhizobium happens to be free living or symbiotic. You know the difference between the two? Give me examples of some free living microorganisms. Azotobacter, okay. So that can also be there. So just remember both examples, so at least one each. Symbiotic can be rhizobium. Okay, so rhizobium is a bacteria. It will engage with nitrogen fixing plants. Nitrogen fixing plants like clover, chickpea, garden pea, etc. So this is the symbiotic. It means it is going to be in close association with these plants. This is symbiotic. And then there is something also known as free living. Okay. Second, can you tell me, can nitrogen fixation happen? See, this can happen on land. Can it also happen on water? How? Okay. Any specific microorganism that helps? Cyanobacteria. And even these can happen. Nostoc, Anabina, etc. They can also help. So just remember, this nitrogen fixation can happen both on land as well as waters. Okay. So these examples, Rhizobium, Azotobacter, Nostoc, Anabina, Spirulina, are examples of these microorganisms which help in the process of nitrogen fixation. Okay. We will also add examples here in nitrification also and in denitrification also. Okay. So now when you see this slide, only two things that you have to notice here: nitrification and this denitrification. In nitrification, we had seen two steps. Okay. So one, ammonia will be converted to nitrite, and nitrite is converted to nitrate. Okay. So the first process happens through the use of Nitrosomonas or Nitrococcus bacteria. Okay. Nitrosomonas, Nitrococcus. Ammonia will convert to first nitrite, Nitrite will convert to nitrate by Nitrobacter. Okay. Nitrite will convert to nitrate by Nitrobacter. Okay. So this is the microorganisms, etc., used in the process of nitrification. Then you have a process of denitrification. You already now have nitrate. Okay. So these nitrates have to be reduced, okay, to nitrogen, which can again go back as atmospheric nitrogen or as nitrogen oxides. So here the examples of denitrifying bacteria are Pseudomonas and Thiobacillus. Okay. Pseudomonas and Thiobacillus. This is denitrification. Okay. So are you able to understand the kind of microorganisms? So what you can now do, if we have to again summarize what all we have seen, let's say microorganisms in the nitrogen cycle. So one we have seen in the nitrogen fixation part, one we have seen in nitrification, and one we have seen in again, tell me, in nitrification, first is nitrite. What is the yes, you have Nitrosomonas and Nitrococcus. Oh, sorry, this should be nitrite. And nitrate is converted by okay, and denitrification will happen. This nitrate will be converted back to nitrogen by which? Pseudomonas Thiobacillus. And again, here we've already seen Rhizobium, free living, symbiotic, okay, Azotobacter, again the cases of Cyanobacteria, Nostoc, Anabina, Spirulina. Okay, so this is again a small mind map that you can make. There can be other than that, but again the most prominent is Rhizobium. Nostoc, Anabina, I'll have a look. but I think they are. 1 second. But I'm also checking one more thing. Okay. It is free living. It is free living. Okay. I'll take up the online messages. Just give me a moment. If the moment I cover this part here. Okay. Till here you're able to follow? Now this is what symbiotic biological nitrogen fixation. There is legume and bacteria relation. Bacteria is what? Rhizobium. And then you have legumes. Some of you would have also eaten, okay, as a part. You might have eaten chickpea. So please write down all these examples. Alfalfa, sweet clover, all these are nitrogen fixing plants. Alfalfa. So clovers, pea, garden pea, sweet pea, chickpea, lentils also we eat, broad beans, all these are nitrogen fixing plants. Okay. Legumes will be nitrogen fixing plants. Okay. Now two more topics which are related to this topic, nitrogen cycle. One is RAS, recirculating aquaculture systems, and one is aquaponics. Okay. We have seen a question being asked on these topics. First, please write down this name, recirculating aquaculture systems. RAS, so one of the things we'll see today is RAS. The name says something is recirculating and there's an aquaculture system, okay? Can you think what will happen in an aquaculture? Fishes are raised in? Okay, that is simple aquaculture. You can think of pond, etc. And something is recirculating. So it can be basically the water, anything like that, just basic understanding of the term here. And you have a system, okay? Now, as if we read more about RAS, so RAS is over the time, it is very much cost effective, okay? Why is it cost effective? We will see that, okay? Now, please have a look at this, first of all, aquaponics ecosystem, okay? In aquaponics, there are two things which will happen. This is aquaculture, this is an aquarium kind of a thing. And this, can you see? You are cultivating plants without soil, okay? So what are you doing? You are just giving water to the plants. But if you are not using soil, the plants would still need nitrates, right or no? And just if we now know nitrogen cycle, we know how to create nitrates. All we need is certain kinds of microorganisms. Now just go back here. Now sometimes if you have seen an aquarium, after certain days or certain time, the water is changed. Why? Fish excreta, high in ammonia, that is dangerous, very toxic. So what is this? Ammonia. If you apply certain microorganisms to ammonia, can you not make nitrate? You can make nitrates from ammonia. What if you supply these nitrates to plants? Ultimately, what do plants need? Nitrates. Plants will grow. Okay. Nitrate is being absorbed. The excess water which is there is being removed. Ammonia is removed. Can you not make this a cycle? So this is what is being done in aquaponics. Okay. You have nitrate absorbed. So again, see, very good utilization of space. Otherwise, you would have to cut a lot of trees. You have to work on the soil. So what we are doing, you have this, let's say aquarium, aquaculture, ammonia taken from the fish, bacteria turns ammonia to nitrate. Tell me the bacteria. This will happen in one step or two steps? First step, to nitrite. What is the bacteria used? Nitrosomonas and Nitrococcus. And the second stage, Nitrobacter, right? So then you will convert it. Ultimately, plants need nitrates to flourish as parts of nutrient, right? Nitrate is being absorbed, okay, and water is being returned with ammonia removed. That we also wanted ammonia to be removed. Ammonia is removed or converted by the bacteria, right? This is what is happening in aquaponics ecosystem. So this is a direct application of nitrogen cycle, okay? Nitrogen cycle is the theoretical part, aquaponics is the applied part of it, okay? Now in this, what you are seeing in aquaponics, two things. Hydroponics, this is hydroponics, and this is aquaculture. Hydroponics, aquaculture, you combine it, you get aquaponics, okay? Now here please note there are three main components. Two we know, fish and plants. Plants and the fish, but the very important part is bacteria. Bacteria will make ammonia to nitrate conversion, right or not? Okay, so this is very important to know, okay? Again, this will help both of them to grow in an integrated fashion, okay? Fish waste wing, very rich in ammonia, can be converted as a source. They will filter it, etc. That is what we have to know here. Now, what can happen in an aquaponics ecosystem? You can get higher yields, and even in lands which are not arable, you can use it. How many of you heard of vertical gardens, vertical kitchen gardening, etc.? Okay. Again, what is the idea? To utilize the space better. Here also what we are doing this, creates less waste, okay? Labor and time, etc. are also removed because you are using things very smartly, and you can get income from two sources, from one from here and one from here, okay? Doubling farmers' income, etc. You can think about all these parts with respect to aquaponics, okay? So again, this is what you have to know, and again, this is the most important part, the biofilter. It is in the biofilter that the bacteria are going to be present properly. Okay, so fish tank, soilless agriculture, hydroponic, proper water filter, and again water tank, etc. is there, but for us most important thing is biofilter. Okay, and with bio you can think of microorganism. Okay, so now please answer this year's question. Acha, what did you eliminate? Okay. See, biofilters provide waste treatment by removing uneaten fish feed. Yes, they'll do this. Biofilters convert ammonia to nitrate. You even know two steps beyond. You know also which bacteria will do this to nitrite and which will do it to nitrate. Okay. Third, biofilters increase phosphorus as a nutrient for fish in water. So why is this wrong? First of all, nutrient enrichment is not the purpose of biofilters. In biofilters, we will simply have the microorganism, okay, and they will help in conversion of the feed. Okay, so you will not see the nutrient enrichment. So this would not happen here. Okay, so this is wrong. 1 and 2 is correct. Okay. Here specifically. Okay, and second is one can also argue that it is not going to increase, it is going to decrease also. Second is it is not going to be a part of direct feed also. I don't think so. We generally feed them nitrates, etc. Yeah, like plants. Okay. Next, try to answer this. Acha, 1 second. I think the people online are asking what is the doubt here? In question number, see, role of biofilters in recirculating aquaculture systems. You are asking about the first statement. B says only 2 statements are correct. Statement 3 is not correct. Okay. So here they provide the waste treatment by removing uneaten fish feed. So this is the part they directly do. That is why they do the waste treatment by this. The uneaten fish feed, they'll remove it. Okay. Second, they will convert the ammonia present in the fish waste to nitrate. But the third part is incorrect. Okay. Third statement. The question is asking how many statements are correct. So third statement is wrong. Statement number 1 and 2 is correct. Okay. Moving on, question number 2 or the next question here. Nitrogen fixing plants. Abhi yaad hai? How would you eliminate it? What is the logic? Spinach is nutritious, but it is not nitrogen fixing. Same is the case with purslane and also amaranth. They have a lot of good medicinal properties, a lot of benefits, but they are not nitrogen fixing. Okay. Here also I think the statements are designed in such a manner. If you eliminate spinach, 1 second. Okay, if you eliminate this, you will directly get the answer 1, 3 and 4. Okay. Alfalfa, yes, we have seen that. Clover, sweet clover and different types of clover. Okay, chickpea, garden pea, and we've seen one more. Okay, so these are there. Amaranth, purslane and spinach, these are nutritious, but they are not nitrogen fixing plants. Okay. So these are the prominent cycles that we have seen, gaseous ones. Now let us move to sedimentary cycles. Now in sulfur cycle, I'll put a star mark. Why? Because here you'll see both. You'll also see gaseous part. When the moment I say gaseous, think about H2SO4, think about SO2, think about H2S, and there is also the sediment part of it. Okay, so this is not going to be a purely sedimentary cycle. Okay, so now if you see here, yes, weathering and upliftment of rocks, mining, through this you will release a lot of sulfates, iron sulfides in the sediment, this is also there. But other than that, please notice volcanoes, this is also really going to release. Now again go back to hydrothermal vents, H2S they will release. Okay, burning of fossil fuel and smelting, this is the gaseous part, again H2S from volcanoes. Okay, so this is going to happen. Now the sulfates which are present in atmosphere, if they combine with water or the components, they can form H2SO4. which is one of the components of acid rain. True or false? Acid rain has two major components, which are sulfuric acid and nitric acid, HNO3, right? One of the example. Okay. So wet deposition is when they are mixing through water. Dry deposition is when they are mixing through air-based components, right? So sulfates in water, etc., organic, etc., all these components we should know and be aware about. Okay. That is one. So this is what we'll understand for sulfur cycle, that it is not just limited to sediments. It can also be done through the smelting, mining, fossil fuels, okay, use of, or let's say decomposition of waste, a lot of things, even volcanoes, even hydrothermal vents. So sulfur will have a lot of ways to be present, okay. Talking of sulfur cycle, can you tell me, acha, talking of species, one thing I did not tell you, indicator species. What are indicator species? Indicate, they'll tell you the health of ecosystem. Examples. So when I say SO2, think of lichens. Lichens are a very good indicator of air quality and very specifically of SO2. Number one. Second, dolphins. The reduction of dolphins in Ganges river will tell you the Ganges river has become more clean. True or false? False. It will say the Ganges become more polluted. Okay. Third example, indicator species can be frogs. Okay. Remember, frogs breathe through the skin. That is known as subcutaneous respiration. So if the air outside is polluted, the frogs will die. And frogs are amphibians. Okay. Very shortly we'll see that as per IUCN, amphibians are the most threatened species amongst all species. Okay. Is this clear? Okay. Next. So indicator species, we discussed three examples. One is lichens, SO2. Second was dolphins. Third was frogs. Then you have something, phosphorus cycle. Okay. Here, please note, this weathering of rock is the most big, the major source. Okay. Weathering of rock. You will have phosphates in the soil. If it is present in the soil, it can also get leached in water. And phosphates in water, please remember, eutrophication. Eutrophication will only remember two things. What is nitrates? One is phosphates. Okay. So this is what you have to know. Phosphorus is a proper sedimentary cycle. And the second to remember here, it is an important limiting nutrient for aquatic ecosystems. Okay. Important limiting nutrient, which means it is very important for the growth, which is why the moment phosphorus increases, the algae population also increases. So phosphorus is an important limiting nutrient for aquatic ecosystem. Second, increase in phosphates leads to eutrophication. And third, it is already a sedimentary cycle, wherein the sediments, etc., from the weathering of rock will largely determine the flow of the phosphorus. Achha, the people online, in case your doubts have not been answered, just let's say hold them. The moment I ask you for your doubts, okay, I'll take it up one by one. Okay, for example, around 1 o'clock, I'll take all the doubts. Aquatic. Important limiting nutrient है. For aquatic. इसीलिए the moment इसकी concentration, when it increases, that is why the algae which are present here, they also rapidly multiply. Yes, it is there, but again यहाँ पे ज़्यादा important है. Yes. way to stimulate the growth. That is the idea. Okay. Now we are going to, we're almost at the end of this first unit. So just write down a couple of terms. I think some of you are aware about this. There is Kuznets curve in environment. This is environmental Kuznets curve. Okay. The idea here in a Kuznets curve is, this is environmental degradation and this is the level of income. When there is low level of incomes, let's say you start to develop yourself. Okay. During the process of development, when you reach to almost middle income levels, as was seen in case of, let's say, China, and of course, let's say to some extent in India case, the level of environment degradation was maximum. But after then, if you move to more post-industrial economy and to high income levels, then environmental consciousness is better. So now it will reduce. So initially with development, you see more of environmental degradation, but after that you see less of environmental degradation. This is signified by environmental Kuznets curve. Okay. So this is just as a way, maybe one liner they can ask you what happens and what are the consequences of this. So just remember. Other than that, there are certain just terms I just want you to have a quick look at. For example, there is a term known as ecological amplitude. Okay, you can just understand it like this. Each species has a range in which you can disturb it. Okay, it's minimum as well as maximum. Some species have a larger range, some species will have a smaller range. If you let's say push the species beyond its permissible ranges, it will not be able to survive. Okay, so amplitude is the range within which the species can tolerate the changes, beyond which of course the changes would not be sustainable. Okay, and which is why we know that, let's say, if the temperature increases beyond a point, it can also lead to extinction. Okay. Now within this, there are three terms, which one is ecophene, one is ecotype, and one is eco-species. Okay. So here, if you have to write, or let's say understand this, you can just write it like this. You start with ecophene, then write ecotype, and then write eco-species. So this is the lowest end of the spectrum, this is the highest end of the spectrum. The whole idea behind these three terms is simple. See, ecophene, when you put any organism or species or take it to a new place for a small period of time, it will have some changes in its body. Okay, these changes can be physical, okay, and they will also be reversible. So again, if you take it back, it will again resort. So this means it is a short term exposure. Short term exposure. Short term exposure will be what? It will be reversible. So the changes will only happen at the behavioral level. Okay, it will not be genetic. So there are two types of changes. One is phenotype, one is genotype. Phenotype means observable, genotype means genetic changes. Okay, so in ecophene, what we have to know, that it is observable physical changes, they are short term and they can also be reversible. Okay, now let us skip this for a moment, ecotype, and if we go to eco-species. Okay, now eco-species are what they are. You've put something for a very long time, it has body changes, it also has genetic changes, and these changes are permanent as well as irreversible. Okay, so this is both morphological, or the genetic changes have now become permanent. So one is ecophene and one end is eco-species. Between that you have ecotype, in which morphological etc changes, they have become fixed, but here of course all the changes or the genetic changes have not become totally permanent. So all you have to understand is that ecotype lies between the two. If you remember either this or this, you will be able to arrange them in a sequence. Okay, so for us, what is important to know? Ecophene is there, ecotype in between, and ecospecies at the most end of the spectrum, where you put them for a very long time, then the changes become permanent and irreversible, both morphological as well as genetic. Morphological outside, body wise. You can say that, yeah. For example, morphology, for example, when you see octopus ya koi bhi, when they do camouflage, that is also defined as morphology, outer appearance. So that is physical. Okay, so out of the four, the most important term is this, ecological amplitude, because this is why climate change and the discussion around it becomes important. What is the range to which a species can survive? If you exceed that, it becomes dangerous, right? Similarly, there are few more terms for us to know. One is biotic potential, for example. One is carrying capacity. I think most of the terms you have read about, are aware about. Okay, so I'll quickly go through them. Biotic potential, etc. is things are happening when things are ideal, but we already know things are not ideal. Okay, so biotic potential is again the way, if the population is increasing, etc., right, resources are unlimited. Okay, but this is not the true case. The main issue is this carrying capacity. Earth's carrying capacity is not unlimited. Okay, so this is, through this, what is the optimum level till which the earth will be able to carry the resources without depleting. Okay, that is the carrying capacity, and based on carrying capacity, there is also a term that is known as earth overshoot day. Based on the carrying capacity, there is a term that is known as earth overshoot day, right? Here also, maximum number of individuals they can sustain indefinitely without depleting the resources. Okay, I think I have the image of earth overshoot day here. Now, earth overshoot day is just, remember, given by a body known as Global Footprint Network. Okay, there's a body, Global Footprint Network, which gives this earth overshoot day every year. There's a particular month which will tell that when will the earth resources deplete. So when this started, and when we say that earth resources will be depleted in 1 year, entire 1 year, but over the period of time, you are seeing earth is exhausting its resources within almost August. So this is a dangerous trend, that earth is exhausting its capacity within here. So again, this is a negative part. So it also is said that you will need 1.7 or almost 2 Earths to sustain the kind of exploitation we are doing. So this is why the terms carrying capacity and earth overshoot day are related. So in less than 8 months, we have exhausted the budget for that year. Okay. Then we move to the next one. You have ecological footprint. Acha, sorry. Gaia hypothesis है. इसमें this is a simple idea that we are living with Earth as a let's say simple entity, and the lives of each are dependent. Okay, so this also simply means that Earth occupies a very important role, and this is different from the concept of that humans are supreme. There is something known as Anthropocene. Okay, Anthropocene epoch. When you read about the last term, here the man is supreme. But Gaia hypothesis it simply says that Earth is working with everybody, nobody is independent. Okay, so which is why Anthropocene kind of development cannot go. We have to go for biocentric development. Okay, so here interactions, so sustenance of life is dependent on interactions between organisms and their surroundings. Then ecological footprint, this I think you can understand, that when we live, what are our resource consumption, utilization, how much we consume, how much we replenish, how much we waste. What is that? That is ecological footprint. And here we see that the developed countries have a far bigger footprint. Okay, so they are the ones which are using more, they are the ones which are polluting more, but they are the ones who are taking less responsibility. Okay, a similar term is also that is known as carbon footprint, that also you might have read about. Okay, next term is sixth mass extinction. Okay, which means that mass extinctions are happening, right? The previous 5 mass extinctions which used to happen, they were natural, okay, very slow pace, natural. But the sixth mass extinction, which is again regarded as Anthropocene, by anthropo you means human, so this is driven by human and happening at a very fast pace. In earlier times when this, let's say, extinction used to happen, natural, it used to take a lot of time. But now this is happening at a very rapid pace, almost uncontrollable. Second, it is attributed to humans. And now again when we talk about climate change, there also we'll say climate change used to happen because of natural factors. But now the emphasis on humans is way higher. Okay, anthropogenic effect is higher. Okay, so Anthropocene extinction, please remember this term. Sixth mass extinction, try to remember this. Okay, Earth overshoot day that we've seen, and then we know, achha, this is from Britannica Encyclopedia, just write down the name of the species which have gotten extinct. Okay, out of this at least 2 species have been in the news. One is passenger pigeon and Nicobar pigeon. One is also dodo. Why is dodo in the news? Just like bring back dodo, like the Ekta Kapoor serial. Then yes. So we will also see that how dodo will also be resurrected. So then the role of this is also important. So just write down the names, some of the prominent extinct species. Okay, dodo is a flightless bird. तो ये लिख लेना, it's a flightless bird. Dodo, mamo, passenger pigeon, Tasmanian wolf, a good point, Akshay. Yes, this Tasmanian wolf is a marsupial. Any examples of marsupials that you can tell me? Kangaroos, koala. अच्छा, koala are found in Australia. True or false? Koala की spelling? तो सुना है, फिर ठीक है, सुना है. Koala is this. You can also see the image if that helps. So Tasmanian tiger or Tasmanian wolf is a marsupial. You might not know or guess it from the name, but it is. अब ये 4 लिख लो. Maybe when I talk about species, I'll tell you some other species that have also gotten extinct. Okay. So with 6th mass extinction, we remember it, and I think this is the last topic of this particular section. Accounting of ecosystem services. Okay. Before that, tell me what are the services which ecosystem provides? 4 services. Provisioning, regulating. Okay. Yes. Provisioning services, regulating services, supporting and cultural. And when we discuss each ecosystem, for example, forests, mangroves, corals, we'll see all the 4 services one by one. Okay. Now this slide basically is talking about the economics. Okay, that how to pin money value to the ecosystem services. So this has been done by 4 major, let's say, studies. First is TEEB, the economics of ecosystem biodiversity. Okay, then you have this intergovernmental panel on biodiversity and ecosystem services. You have the wealth accounting and valuation of ecosystem services and economics of land degradation. Okay, इसमें just एक keyword याद रखना है, that is all. TEEB में सिर्फ ये what we have to remember, Pawan Sukhdev. Okay, they may confuse you that this study is led by UNEP and FAO and etc. No, it is led by an economist, Pawan Sukhdev. Okay, but the TEEB office is hosted by UNEP. Okay, just remember this. Study was led by Pawan Sukhdev and the office is hosted by UNEP. We will see tomorrow when I consolidate UNEP with you, that UNEP provides secretariat services to a lot of institutions, okay, including sites, including CMS. Okay, intergovernmental science policy platform of this ecosystem services. So it's a intergovernmental body. When you see bodies, the bodies can be NGO, non-governmental. The bodies can be simply international body. The body can be the body can also be UN specialized agency. For our case, only for environment, we know, अपने को सिर्फ ये याद रखनी है. Okay, FAO, IMO, WMO. FAO is for Food and Agriculture Organization. IMO is Maritime. Did India recently become a member to this IMO? Yes, India did become a member to it. IMO also has a lot of work related to shipping, green voyage project. Ye bhi we'll discuss tomorrow. And WMO is World Meteorological Organization. So out of the 15 UN specialized agencies, we are concerned only with these 3. And these 3 play a very important role. This will play a very important role in climate change. This plays an important role in forests. Okay. And IMO will also play a very important role in pollution as well as greenhouse gases. Intergovernmental for us, examples include IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. One of the also example is IPBES. Okay. There will be certain NGOs that also will see, Conservation International, Amnesty International, Transparency, okay, so on and so forth. Out of this, what is IUCN, if you want to take a guess? It's an NGO, okay. Fine. So now when you see about IPBES, please note this is not a UN body, but still UNEP provides secretariat services, okay. For IPBES, intergovernmental, then not a UN body, UNEP provides secretariat services to it, okay. Then we talk about wealth accounting, that is WAVES. For WAVES, just remember this is led by World Bank, okay. World Bank we will also see. Acha, World Bank is also one of the UN specialized. एक और ये add कर लो. Environment के लिए भी World Bank will play a very important role. Okay. For example, very recently you would have read about COP28 Loss and Damage Fund. Loss and Damage Fund is operationalized by World Bank. Okay. So World Bank for climate finance, our cheat code is World Bank. About World Bank. Achha, I said that, but I think I'll again repeat it. I said in COP28, Loss and Damage Fund was created. Sorry, it was created in COP27, operationalized in COP28, and it is administered by World Bank. Loss and Damage Fund. Okay. So just remember this is WAVES is led by World Bank. And the last is economics of land degradation, okay. When you see the term land degradation, your mind should go to UNCCD, okay. So economics of land degradation, UNCCD is there, okay. That is there, just remember this. And ELD you will also find in one more place that I generally tell you here itself. In climate finance, there is an important report, State of Finance for Nature, okay. That report is published by UNEP as well as ELD, Economics of Land Degradation, okay. State of Finance for Nature report. Other than that, I don't think we'll see ELD other than that in our class. 2 ways only. One is that it is helping in accounting of ecosystem services. Second, so it was established by UNCCD, Convention for Combating Desertification, okay. And there is a report, State of Finance for Nature report, which is published by UNEP as well as ELD, Economics of Land Degradation. Okay. एक टर्म है स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप, एनीबडी नोज व्हाट इट मींस? इसको लिख लो एक बार, व्हाट इज स्टैंडिंग क्रॉप, बताओ. ELD, economics of land degradation. Standing crop is the weight of the biomass in that area. Yes. Waves may, Aditya, just remember it is wealth accounting of ecosystem services. Only you have to remember is it is World Bank led, that is all. It is led by World Bank, that is all. That is all you have to remember. Okay. Amount of biomass present in an area. Achha, terms like ecological productive I have not told you, but I think you know, right? Productivity is not production per unit area per unit time, right? And here also there are two things, one is primary and one is secondary. What is primary? It is by autotrophs. Rate of biomass production by autotrophs. That is primary. What is secondary? Again, this is by primary consumers. Okay. And then there is also gross productivity, net productivity, etc. So you can use the simple concepts of economics. What is net? Okay. Okay. So if you want, you can have a small water break. I'll just, in the meantime, I'll take the doubts of online students, because after this we're starting with biodiversity. Okay. At what time do you want a lunch break? 1 या 1:30? 2 बहुत लेट हो जाएगा बाकी लोग के लिए. हाँ, 1:30 is good. ठीक है, तो just take 5 minutes पानी नहीं जो पीना पी लो. I'm just taking the doubts of online section. Breaks मिलते रहेंगे, so don't worry about the breaks. Please write down your comments. I'm just seeing the screen now. अच्छा, one by one. अच्छा, एक सेकंड रुक जाओ, let me see. अच्छा, Kuznets curve पे I think we've already discussed, right? अच्छा, एक एक करके let me see. देखो, Kuznets curve पे पूछा है. चलो, सबसे पहला तो I think which is already mentioned in the screen. अरे सब लोग भी ब्रेक ले रहे हो क्या? You have water outside? वाटर तो नहीं है ना वहाँ पे बाहर? बाहर कुछ है क्या? अच्छा, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज, रुक जाओ, नेट वर्सेस ग्रॉस. देखो, ग्रॉस इज द टोटल अमाउंट. यू हैव अ ग्रॉस सैलरी एंड देयर इज नेट सैलरी. नेट सैलरी इज आफ्टर डिडक्शन ऑफ टैक्सेस. तो नेट में यू हैव द ग्रॉस, जो प्राइमरी प्रोडक्टिविटी माइनस द लॉसेस. ओके, सो दैट इज नोन एज द नेट. सो देयर इज ग्रॉस विच इज फुल and then there is net. Okay, Kuznets curve is when a country develops in the starting, it leads to harm of the environment. Okay. And when, yes, I'll share the handouts also, don't worry about that. RAS, okay. Achha, I think there are a Kuznets curve, I hope, see, is in Kuznets curve, when the country starts to develop, initially it is going to lead to a lot of degradation, but after that, okay, so after that what we generally see is that there is better use of environment. Okay, so initially more degradation, but after that less degradation. Energy is transferred in a detritus food chain. See, you have the dead remains of plants and animals. When the bacteria etc will work on it, there also enzymes will be released. Okay. So because of that, energy is getting transferred, because the decomposers will act, energy will be released. Zahid, actually UNCCD became operational in 1994, but we can say it was an outcome of CED because it led to 3 foundational conventions. Okay, so you have CBD, CCD and FCCC, although they had different times in which they actually became operational, which is why there is a change of year. Dolphin is an indicator species because again the death of dolphins etc is something which leads to that you understand the ecosystem health. Okay, aquatic species like specifically algae, they very much take up phosphates. So Vinayak, they take up either nitrates or phosphates, and when they take it up as nutrients, they will multiply. Aquaponics is the basic concept. RAS means you are recirculating it again and again. So you make the system more efficient and even more cost friendly. Does this make sense? Akshay, I have seen your doubt. Abhi, I think we'll also talk about that perhaps in the later part, maybe tomorrow when we take these topics. देखो वैसे talking of terms only, this foundation and pioneer. See, pioneer species are the first to colonize an ecosystem. Okay, so they are, for example, we have mosses and lichens. They are the one first to be present. So when we talk about these, right? So that is your pioneer species, whereas the foundation species are, let's say, corals. So they'll play a very important role, specifically if you're talking of how to structure an ecosystem and how to maintain the biodiversity. So we know that corals support a lot of biodiversity, which is why they are the foundational species. But the first ones to colonize an ecosystem are your pioneer species. Okay. Topics I want to cover till today, I think I'll do after this, I'll do biodiversity, CBD. After CBD, I'll do environmental legislations. After that, terrestrial ecosystems, forests, deserts. Then I'll do aquatic ecosystems, species, and then I'll transition to species. If time permits, pollution and waste management. नहीं तो वो फिर कल से start होगा. Yes, we'll also be doing protected areas and maps. वो कल होगा. That will be done tomorrow. Okay, so I think we'll start. शुरू करें? Yeah. See, only 10% is going to be transferred from one level to the other. Wha- means metabolism and respiration will take up 90% of the energy. Only 10% is transmitted from one trophic level to the other. Only 10% is transmitted. इसका मतलब है कि इकोसिस्टम में जैसे वैल्यू है, लेट्स से इफ यू वेस्ट, let's say mangroves, the loss is, let's say, $2 trillion. Who comes up with this value? Accounting is, let's say, the role of CA. They will tell you, if you do this, you lose this much money. So these are economic kind of studies to tell you the environmental wealth, the money part of it. अब इसमें भी pros and cons है. You cannot, for example, cultural services में you cannot put a value money wise. The religious sentiment, etc. उसकी कोई value नहीं money पे. But still, if you want to put a money value, that if I get maybe different मान लो timber, non-timber products, उसकी value क्या है? If I destroy all these ecosystems, what is the loss we'll have? That is the idea behind accounting of ecosystem services. Vardhaman, try to follow the headings which we are seeing, okay? You will get the slides, etc. But again, the idea is we are going to okay. So the next topic is biodiversity, right? विवेक, फ्री लिविंग एंड सिम्बायोटिक जो है, ठीक है, फ्री लिविंग मीन्स दे आर लिविंग बाय देमसेल्व्स. Symbiotic means the bacteria as well as the plant, both of them are interacting and both of them are positively benefited. ठीक है? That is the whole idea behind this. Okay? Achha, for biodiversity, firstly we'll see some of the important titles. For example, mega diverse countries, hot spots, hope spots, etc. Right? So this is the factual part. Here you should know, or you're expected to know, the criterias, okay, and the institutions. Second, simple terms, alpha, beta, gamma biodiversity, what is this? Okay. Then we also see patterns of biodiversity. How is it changing at the, because of latitudes and then because of altitudes. And when I say about altitudes, etc., this is also where we read about Humboldt's enigma. Okay. Enigma means a mystery. So Alexander von Humboldt always thought that why do we see a lot of biodiversity in these mountainous, or let's say altitude regions. So this is again just a term that you should be aware about. These are the patterns of diversity that you should know. Okay, other than that, here it is very important to understand the role of IUCN. IUCN's red list, etc. we'll see, and not just that, other things related to IUCN. We'll see the Living Planet report. Okay, and when we discuss IUCN and Living Planet report, we'll see the loss of biodiversity. Okay. Then we'll see measures to conserve biodiversity. measures can be in situ, ex situ. So we'll have a brief discussion here. Again, what are biosphere reserves, etc. We'll see that. Okay. And when we are done with this part, then we move to a very interesting topic, which is Convention on Biological Diversity. Okay. So when we do CBD, the framework which we will follow is this. Principles of CBD, 3 principles we'll see. Protocols, Cartagena and Nagoya Protocol. Fifteenth COP to CBD, Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Okay. And one thing, because India is signatory to CBD, in environmental legislations we'll see Biological Diversity Act and also the amendment of 2023. Okay. For this year, at least 3 amendments you should know by heart. One is Wildlife Protection Act, Forest Conservation 2023 Amendment Act, and third is BDA 2023. Okay. These 3 have had amendments. Other than that, we will cover the legislations also, but again, this is the framework. Principles, protocols. Okay. The 15th COP to CBD, Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Okay. Composition of council, I'll tell you who is the administering body, what is the split, what is the fund, who is going to manage. Okay. This is one, and other than that, this is the framework which we'll see. Okay. Last year we had a question on this, and that too a very specific question. The question was related to Global Invasive Species, that specialist database. Okay. So IUCN has 6 commissions. Out of that, one is Species Survival Commission. Out of that, there is a Global Invasive Species Group, which has an invasive species database. So they had asked you that part. Okay. So we'll see where that is going to lie. Okay. So are you able to understand this? And broadly, if you cover this framework, biodiversity more or less is sorted for you. The part related to invasive species I'll cover in the chapter on species itself. Okay. So there we'll discuss the major species. Okay. Okay. The first is this mega diverse country. How many mega diverse countries do we have in the world? 17. Okay. UNEP's World Conservation Monitoring Center. Okay. Has identified the 17 mega diverse countries. Okay. What is the criteria to be declared? $5,000 what? Plants? Is it plants or animals? And the second is? It should be surrounded by a marine body or has a marine area. Okay. So WCMC is a part of UNEP. First, please remember that. Total you have 17 mega diverse countries. India is one of them. Can we see that? Okay. Then also just see Africa also you have in North America, South America. Okay. Can you see any of them in Europe? No. Okay. You have in Australia, you have in other parts, Southeast Asia, etc. So this is how you can just have an idea about what are the mega diverse country. India is one of them. Total 17 given by UNEP, United Nations Environment Program, and this is a part of it, World Conservation Monitoring Center. Okay. So you have endemic 5,000 plants. This is the criteria. Why should you remember the criteria? Because this criteria you can confuse with biodiversity hotspot. Okay. So try to remember this. Okay. First is mega diverse country. Okay. Yes, Akshay, this is going to be there. I think if you've seen, the recording is going to be available till the 10th. Okay, 10th of May. Okay. This is the first one. Second is biodiversity hotspot. The idea of this was given by Norman Myers, and then taken up by another body which is Conservation International. Conservation International is an intergovernmental body or a UN body? It is an NGO. Okay, not intergovernmental and not a UN body. It is a NGO, Conservation International. Okay. This, so given by Norman Mayers, Conservation International. Now here, remember two things have to happen. One is endemism and second is threat. Okay, in endemism, we see 1500 vascular plants as endemic. Okay, 1500 vascular plants as endemic, and threatened by that we see around 70% of this vegetation has already been lost, or we can say less than 30% of this is remaining. Okay, biodiversity hotspots. How many are there in the world? Okay, this can increase, but abhi ke liye you know that there are 36. India mein how many do we have in India? Which are Western Ghats. Acha, Western Ghats mein always remember, entire Western Ghats is the biodiversity hotspot. Entire, which mean all the 5 states or 6 states, all the 6 states. ठीक है? Okay, this is there. Other than that, what is there? Okay, and Sundaland and Indo-Burma region. Okay, so here again, compare this with the previous part. The criteria for mega diverse countries was 5,000, and the second was it has to have a marine area alongside. Whereas here, what are the two criterias? Yes, endemism, which means 1500 vascular plants, threatened 70% or more or less than 30% is available. Okay, so this is biodiversity hotspot. There is another term, hottest hotspot. In India, do we have any hottest hotspot? So this is again, there are total 8 hottest hotspots, just again an extension of the concept, and out of that Western Ghats happens to be one. This is hottest hotspots. So bus Western Ghats likh lo, and this is what you should remember about Western Ghats, right? 6 states, number 1. Starting with yes, you have Gujarat, Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, all the states, right? Again, this is also UNESCO World Heritage Site. You have 7 natural sites. Out of that, this is one. Okay. And apart from this, what do we need? What do we also know here? So you have a lot of evergreen, wet evergreen, semi-arid, montane. What is montane? This is on higher altitude. What is shola, grassland? Okay, so also know that shola is also there in this region. So Western Ghats remains very important for us to know. Okay, so this is one. Western Ghats in general, we'll see it many times. Western Ghats was also in the news because of eco-sensitive zones. These eco-sensitive zones are designated under which act? Environment Protection Act of 1986. I'll talk about it when I discuss it. But for Western Ghats, here itself, please write down the name of 2 important committees: Gadgil Committee and Kasturi Rangan Committee. If you have mentioned economic sensitive zones, put a star mark, because very recently, before there was a let's say a verdict of Supreme Court designating that 1 kilometer will be after, let's say after every protected area, 1 kilometer will be designated as a eco-sensitive zone. But now this has been changed. okay, as per the recent verdict. Now this is not going to be uniformly applied. This is going to be done on a case by case basis. So this is again because after the request of the center, the court has now agreed that in some cases some of the projects can be allowed. So blanket 1 kilometer exemption is not going to be there. Earlier in 2022, as per Supreme Court, 1 kilometer, okay, extending will be declared as an eco-sensitive zone, which means no mining activity, none of the degrading activity, or let's say ecologically insensitive activities could happen. But now, if already a project is going on, again depending on if the center takes up a relevant permission, they can allow. So this is a small update which has happened here in eco-sensitive zone. Okay. Okay, then there is something known as hope spots. Okay, what are hope spots? Again, these are the areas where you have water, ocean system, which if you conserve, they have very high biodiversity, right? So with this, remember oceans, or let's say the oceanic or the water bodies. In general, they have very high biodiversity. We already know that the regions surrounding this, you also have a concept known as blue carbon, which is the ocean, carbon sequestered by oceanic and coastal ecosystems. In India, we have two hope spots, okay, Lakshadweep Islands and Andaman and Nicobar. They have been in the news because of the whole Maldives controversy, etc. So again, the mapping of Andaman and Nicobar, again these parts, the origin, which is volcanic, which is coral, etc. you should be aware about, okay. Tomorrow also I'll do beaches with you, the blue flag certification, SICOM, some of those parts. So that then again we'll talk about it, okay. Because I think the recent two beaches of blue flag happen to be, नाम बताओ कोई अगर या चलो ठीक है one is this Kadmat, हाँ okay. So one is hope spots, okay. This again we'll see in species, so abhi right now I'm not doing this. Talking of levels of diversity, simple hai, this is just one line. You have genetic diversity, you have species diversity, and then you have ecosystem diversity again, right? Give me example of genetic diversity. Can you see that in rice? Yes. Can you see that in animals? Example? Lion, tiger, black tiger, golden tiger, etc. So different gene expressions, that is simply a case of genetic diversity, okay. This also here we have seen certain birds or some fishes, etc. changing their color, etc. Some genetic changes are there. That is again an example of genetic diversity, okay. You have a term again, that is species diversity. So again, number and the variety of species is in an area, not, this is very self-explanatory. Certain areas have a lot of species diversity, and then there is overall the more, when you increase it, the size, there is ecosystem diversity, okay. So again, think of Amazon forests, etc. Think of other regions, they will have a lot of ecosystem varieties, okay, because here you will find a lot of variety between the different habitats within the region. So you start with genetic, you move to species, and you move to ecosystem, and here also you read about alpha, beta, gamma. Very simple way to understand: alpha is smaller area, beta is bigger area, gamma is biggest area, okay. So this can be within ecosystem, this can be between two ecosystems, this can be across multiple ecosystems. So when you increase the level of comparison, this is how you would try to go and understand, right? So one is genetic, one is species, and one is ecosystem level biodiversity, okay. Now again, there are two things. One is measurement of biodiversity. How can you measure it? Through a Shannon diversity index, okay. there is a Shannon biodiversity index. Through this we can measure, and we use terms like species richness and species evenness. What is species richness? Okay, which means I will see more variety, and I'm not concerned about the average distribution. Okay, if I have more variety, it means more rich. Whereas species evenness is what? Relatively equal proportion. Okay, so evenness talks about proportion of distribution, and richness talks about variety. Okay, so in evenness you can have, let's say, 50 tigers, 48 elephants. Okay, relatively similar distribution. But in variety, maybe you can have 1 tiger, 20 elephants, 30 hyenas, 2 birds, 4 this. You have a lot of variety here. Maybe the sum of both of them is same, but here more variety, here better distribution, uniform distribution. So one is species richness, one is species evenness, and this is used when you want to measure the biodiversity. You can measure it through the Shannon biodiversity index. Okay, so this is a method of calculation here. Again, this simple example to tell you, when you have here the variety is constant in both examples. Okay, 4 variety of trees are there. In the first example, every variety is 25%. In the second, one is 70, one is 12, one is 6. Which of them has more even distribution? First one. All of them are 25. Okay, but so this is what we have to understand, that what is species richness. Okay, community 1 and 2 have same richness, because in this example they have made this as constant, whereas they have different species evenness. One is more even, this is less even. Okay, alpha, beta, gamma we've seen. So alpha is between or within an area, this is between ecosystem, and this is overall diversity. So this is gamma is an overall bigger area of comparison. Okay, now here patterns of diversity. We know this region close to the equator has, first of all, abundant sunlight, good amount of rainfall throughout the year, which is why the maximum biodiversity you will find at the equator. As you move towards the pole, what will happen? The biodiversity will reduce. Okay, so this is one. Now there are other things that are also, let's say, mentioned. Latitudinal gradients, etc. We know diversity is not uniform. Okay, so some areas have huge diversity, some don't have it enough. Number one, it will decrease from equator to poles, which is why when you see the Amazon rainforest, huge biodiversity, but if you see the Arctic tundra, very less biodiversity. Okay, and of course we know tropics have more biodiversity than the temperate regions, right? Why biodiversity is more at the tropics? Sunlight, rainfall, may be, these are the two reasons. Undisturbed, less glaciation cycles. You have more extremes of temperature here. Extremes is not good. Here this is more uniform in nature. Okay, now this, just remember the term is Humboldt's enigma. Enigma simply means a mystery, right? So here the idea was what causes the global patterns, okay, of mountain biodiversity. Even if you see a lot of mountainous regions, they would also have, so not only does the biodiversity vary latitude wise, it also varies altitude wise. Okay, and there also if you see at the lower levels you will have different kind of plants or trees, and as you move up you have different kinds. Okay, in the mountains we have also heard about something known as coniferous trees also. What are examples of conifers? Is teak coniferous? Evergreen सुना है? Deciduous, coniferous. Teak is what? Teak is deciduous. Conifers में कोई example होता है conifers में? Pine. spruce, deodar can be one. Ab coniferous mein what is something which stands out that you remember? Needle like leaves, yes. Yes, prone to forest fires. Okay, which is why if you see Uttarakhand or if you read the forest survey report, maximum forest fires will be in the region of Uttarakhand or perhaps Himachal or Ladakh. Why is that? Because the conifers are very high in resins, okay, and the needle like leaves are also having these resins which can easily catch fire. Okay, so which is why this is there. So Humboldt enigma for us is only that he was not able to understand that why is it that especially in the mountains there is high biodiversity, but we now know that there is also the mimicking of biodiversity at also the altitudinal level, which also explains why there is enough of biodiversity here. Okay. Acha, resin is a non-timber forest product. Okay, NTFPs में resins है, oleoresins resins है, and resins, let's say you've seen rubber, sticky kind of substance. Just like that, you also have a resin, but resin has a very high ability to catch fire. Okay, and resins can also be used, not just, let's say this is the negative part of it, but resins is also tapped and captured for other purposes. It can be used in varnishing, okay, in polish, in many other things. And सिर्फ resin नहीं होता है, oleo resin भी होता है, जिसमें oleo compounds होते हैं. Oleo resin है, एक और कोई resin होता है. I'm not able to recall अभी. Okay. But remember वो है non-timber forest product. ठीक है? NTFPs I'll tell you when I talk about forests. ठीक है? अच्छा, एक बार इस image को देखना. This is actually mega diverse countries. Okay, थोड़ा सा late आई. This should have appeared earlier. Okay, let us see a couple of countries. You see DRC? What is DRC? What is it famous for? याद रखना, अब तो पता ही एग्जाम में आ चुका है, 70% of world's production of cobalt is in Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. ठीक है? In fact, there is also one more question which was asked, was the Congo Basin, Cameroon वाला जो question था. Okay, this is there. This year we had a 3 basin summit. Okay, Amazon, Congo, and this part. Okay, Southeast Asia, Mekong, right? So just remember some of the regions that you can know. Okay, Venezuela sometimes is in the news because of political instability, inflation, etc., etc. ठीक है. Okay, I think other than that we'll see nothing very prominent which stands out. With Brazil and this area, we can think of Belém Declaration. I'll talk about Belém Declaration. थोड़ी देर में we'll talk about in biodiversity itself. Belém Declaration is related to Amazon forest. Okay, protection of rights of the people there, etc. So just remember that. Okay, देखते हैं इसको. Okay. WWF had a work again related to this global patterns of biodiversity. Just write down this as a one-liner. For us, WWF, we'll also see WWF very shortly with the Living Planet report. Living Planet report, ठीक है? एक ये देख लेंगे. और एक ग्लोबल 200 लिख लो. Anything else of WWF that you can recall? अर्थ आर कौन कराता है? अर्थ आर WWF. Okay, so whatever initiatives we are able to recall, we'll write it. Tomorrow the last topic would be this international organizations. तब हम हर बॉडी के अंदर उसके जितने भी टॉपिक्स हमने जहां से देखे हैं इनिशिएटिव्स, विल राइट इट. ओके, okay, so here they have done just they've understood a lot of patterns of biodiversity, etc. That is all you need to know. The Global 200 is an initiative of WWF. Other than that, it has a Living Planet report, and you also have the Earth R. Okay, India hai. This is what I was talking about, coniferous forests. Okay, So depending on the altitude, as you move up, there is a difference in the kind of vegetation that you see. Okay, snow hai, tundra. Now what do you have in tundra? Again, a lot of lichens. Okay, extremes of temperature hai yahan pe, very cold conditions. That is again where you'll find lichens. Lichens are foundational species or pioneer species? Pioneer. Okay. Are also, I cannot say that, मतलब बोल सकते हो अगर उस तरह से देखें कि they can found in very cold conditions. Okay, they can also be found in very new conditions where you do not even have soils. Okay, at least by that definition you can say that. Okay. Okay, then two small current affairs. One is this. So one is the Three Basin Summit. The second edition of the Three Basin Summit was attended by India. यहाँ पे just remember what are the three basins, okay? Because this knowledge coupled with the global declaration on river dolphins, it will also have the similar area, okay? So based on geography and the word mapping part of it, just have an idea. So just know the three basins which this is going to cover: Amazon Basin, okay, Congo Basin, Borneo and Mekong Basin. Sorry? हाँ 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 उसी बात से बता. Abhi, just write it down, just know what are the three basins here. With Congo, I think two separate facts you should know. What is Congo Basin? The countries in the Congo Basin. Okay, this was already asked this year. DRC, now everybody knows. Cobalt. Tell me which is the leading producer of nickel? कोई idea? निकल नाम सुना होगा? ओके, पक्का? अच्छा, एक बार चेक करो. इफ आई एम, मुझे लग रहा है आई एम एबल टू रिकॉल इंडोनेशिया. इंडोनेशिया है, चेक कर लेना, बट चेक कर लेना. अदर देन दैट लिथियम ट्राइंगल वी आर अवेयर. व्हाट इज दैट? ABC, अर्जेंटीना, बोलिविया, चिले. ओके, हाँ इंडोनेशिया है, चेक कर लिया ना, फिर ठीक है. बट आई डोंट, बट देयर इज अ डिस्पैरिटी इन द सेंस, कोबाल्ट का 70% इज इन DRC, but Indonesia is I think around 30 or 40%, not more than that. So by that comparative perspective, this is huge as a fact. Okay, so I was referring to nickel. Okay, coming back, Amazon, Congo, ये तीन बस याद रखो, this is there. Okay, this is the Belém Declaration. Okay. Now Belém Declaration is related to कहाँ पे? Not very important to know. मतलब अभी I'll just have a look and tell you. चलो, Belém Declaration में what you have to know, I'll just show you what are the rights. So again, how does it help you in reshaping the Amazon's future? Okay, it talks about land rights, ठीक है, and it is very specific about the rights of indigenous communities. ठीक है, indigenous control होना चाहिए. So one is land rights, defending Amazon from illegality, okay, halting deforestation. तो land rights हो गई, deforestation, illegal activities, be it mining, trafficking, etc. So all of this becomes important part. And related, just write down the keywords here, okay, for the Belém Declaration. Okay, of 80 याली आप उसी से देख सकते हो, जस्ट थ्रू द मैप you'll try to remember. उससे पहले एक चीज लिख लो, यहाँ पे लिखा है something known as equator price. Just please write down equator price and UNDP. Equator price is related to conservation of biodiversity. Okay, can you see this? Equator price or UNDP, United Nations Development Program. So please write down, it is awarded biennially. Biennially means every 2 years. Biennially to recognize community efforts to reduce poverty through sustainable use of biodiversity. Through sustainable use of biodiversity. So ultimately, community efforts को recognize करना है, reduction of poverty through the sustainable use of biodiversity, and here also that is why the focus is also on indigenous rights. ठीक है? So this is what Equator Prize. हाँ, Equator Prize में there is an Equator initiative within UNDP. तो उसके अंडर ये होता है. सॉरी, नो मतलब इक्वेटर प्राइस से रिलेटेड ही है बेलम डिक्लेरेशन. यार रुक जाओ एक सेकंड, बिकॉज फ्रॉम दिस साइट ओनली आई गॉट दिस, बट अगेन आई एम नॉट श्योर वेदर दिस हैज बीन अवॉर्डेड और नॉट. इट इज हाँ अवॉर्डेड बाय दिस एंड these countries are eligible. अभी के लिए बस जस्ट राइट इट डाउन सेपरेटली. सॉरी, अभी के लिए जस्ट राइट इट सेपरेटली. अगेन सी इन द बेलम डिक्लेरेशन, इफ यू सी द साइट in that in infographic they've mentioned this. Okay, but it could be a nominee, but I don't see that reference directly. चलो ठीक है. But as separately with biodiversity and poverty reduction, Equator Prize will remember UNDP, United Nations Development Program. ठीक है. काम की चीज ये है, थोड़ा सा फैक्चुअल पार्ट. Okay, that there is Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization, ATCO. Okay, so leaders from 8 Amazonian countries, including Bolivia, Brazil. अब ये this is better not to cram it, but to see the map. Okay, so अगर आप यहाँ से देखोगे तो यहाँ से you can just try to mark the regions where you have Amazon. So this is where you will find the 8 countries. Okay, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Guyana, Peru, Suriname, and Venezuela. Okay, so again this is overall related to this. और ATCO में एक चीज लिख लेंगे, it is an old organization. Total 8 countries are there, formed not this year, but again it's a very old organization to protect the Amazon. Okay, अच्छा okay. Yes, it is awarded biennially. Just like Indian Forest Report is published biennially, although अभी हुई नहीं है publish. आप कहोगे कि 2021 के बाद we have not seen that. Online people wanted to see these slides. देख लो, this is the first one, the map. Then you have land rights, number 1. just write down land rights, then illegal चीजों से defend करना, Amazon being the earth's lungs. Okay, what are rainforest of the sea? Corals. Okay, halting deforestation भी है इसमें. And remember 8, okay, Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. ठीक है. Not talking about, this should be Evil Quartet. Okay. Evil Quartet is also mentioned in your NCERT. 4 things which are responsible for biodiversity loss. Okay. Out of all this, the biggest cause of loss of biodiversity is habitat loss and fragmentation. Okay. Number 1, this is the reason for decline of biodiversity. One is alien species invasion. Co-extinction. Co-extinction का मतलब, let's say after a period of time, prey and the predator both get extinct. That is co-extinction. And over-exploitation. Now, Evil Quartet happened to be a slightly older framework, which is why you do not see pollution and you do not see climate change here. और वो recent Living Planet report में add हो गया है. We already know कि climate change और pollution की वजह से there are a lot of deaths which are happening, so which was added, okay, in the Living Planet report, but again it is not a part of Evil Quartet. So just write this and the 4 things that you should know: fragmentation and habitat loss, alien invasive species, co-extinctions and over-exploitations. This is referred to as the Evil Quartet. Quartet means 4. So what are the 4 things that lead to biodiversity loss? It is these 4. Not sure about who, but it is there. But I'm not sure who's to be credited for this. Okay, this is one. In this slide, all you have to write down is a report by World Economic Forum, Global Risk Report. Okay, do not see what are the facts here, because we'll remember the facts of Living Planet report. Okay. Is the video quality for online students, is it fine? Are you able to see the content? Or is it only, acha, okay. Just write down Global Risk Report by World Economic Forum. This is one of the reports that we will know. This report even highlights that biodiversity loss is also one of the risks. Okay. Again, as a one-liner, a term that you should be aware: triple planetary crisis. Climate change, biodiversity loss, air pollution. Air pollution, biodiversity loss and climate change, triple planetary crisis. Okay. This is the Living Planet report published by WWF. What 2 other initiatives it had published? Global 200, Earth Hour. Okay. Now in this report, remember, here you can remember wildlife population has declined by 69% in 50 years. There is a decline of 69% in the last 50 years. Okay. So this is for the first thing you can remember. Second, this report links climate change and biodiversity loss for the first time. In the Evil Quartet framework, we had not seen climate change to be specifically mentioned, but the Living Planet report directly mentions it. We have not seen an update of this report as well, so that is why we are seeing this report here. Okay. So 69% decline hai. Climate change, biodiversity link for the first time. And regions may, if you see the map of regions of the world, maximum loss is in Latin America and Caribbean, 94% loss. Latin America and Caribbean. Other countries or other regions you don't have to remember. Only remember the maximum loss in which region. Which is the reason? Latin America and Caribbean region. Okay. So here again, agriculture, hunting, logging, pollution. So pollution and climate change are one of the additions that we have seen. Don't have to remember this. This is more than self-explanatory. What are the issues which are there? But we will remember that yes, climate change and biodiversity loss has been linked for the first time. Okay. And this decline of mangroves we'll see specifically when we discuss mangroves. Don't worry about this. Okay. Try to answer this. I've already given you the answer here. IUCN. Okay. Now here just अभी एक mind map type का बनाओ IUCN का, and then we'll break for lunch. Okay. In IUCN, what you can do, few things that you can make. Okay. For example, this is IUCN. We'll try to consolidate everything about IUCN we know. What is IUCN? Where is the headquarter of IUCN? Where is that? If you want, you can even write the year 1948, not that important. Okay. Other than that, what you can also write here, इसमें actually I'll tell you the full name here. I'm only able to remember typology part. We'll see the slides for that. Global ecosystem typology. Okay. If you make something like this, you can revise entire IUCN in 1.5 minutes. One extra node you can even add for maybe some of the report which is IUCN a part of. One of the reports which I can recall is Ocean Deoxygenation Report. This report was released by IUCN. With the name you cannot guess, you might think some other, maybe WMO or some other body. Okay, so it is an NGO. 1948 is the year. Headquarter is in Glanz, Switzerland. It has 6 commissions. Out of that, the most important commission is Species Survival Commission. And within Species Survival Commission, you have Invasive Species Commission, Invasive Species Specialist Group. You also have amphibians, species, etc. So for all the different species, you have different groups. Okay, so I'll show you what are the different commissions also, but again, this is to consolidate everything here. There is a red list. Everybody knows about red list. We'll also see quickly. Threatened species are there. What are that? Endangered, vulnerable, critically endangered, extinct in the wild, finally extinct, right? There is also red list of ecosystems. In this, please write down Sundarbans. So in India, only Sundarbans is mentioned in red list of ecosystems. There are other countries and other things. For India, only Sundarbans is mentioned. Okay. What is Sundarbans famous for? Mangroves. Okay. Sundari trees. Royal Bengal tiger. Okay. Green list you can make out. The idea is if a species is doing well, if there is good conservation efforts, it will then form into green list. There is a red list. There are pink pages in a red list. What are they for? Any idea? Pink pages are for critically endangered. So a lot of color bombardment is going on. Red, green, pink. Nature 2030 is one of the most, let's say, prominent current initiative of IUCN. I'll show you what this means and what is it about. Okay, so अभी फिर से मैं बोल रहा हूँ what we have written. NGO headquarters commission, 6 commissions. Within that, one of the commission is Species Survival Commission. उसमें से है Invasive Species Specialist Group. Okay. There are red list of species, out of which अभी we'll see amphibians are the most threatened. ठीक है. You have pink pages. Pink pages in the red list are for critically endangered species. Okay. You have a red list of ecosystems. Okay. जिसमें कि what is mentioned in India? Sundarbans. There is a green list. Okay. There is Nature 2030. ठीक है. As an initiative. And there is an initiative of global ecosystem typology. One of the reports which I can recall is this ocean deoxygenation. If you find 1 or 2 more reports, you can add it here. So when you see this infographic, everything about IUCN will be at one page. Okay. Now let us see. This is the first thing I want to tell you. More than 44,000 species are threatened. सबसे ज़्यादा percentage किसका है भी threatened में? Amphibians. Amphibians के example बताओ. What are the examples? Frogs and toads and salamander. Okay. Frogs, toads and salamander. Right. Examples of conifers, please tell me. Conifers are carnivorous, true or false? क्यों? पक्का प्लांट्स है ना? चलो ठीक है. चलो अभी इसमें वैसे अटपटे सवाल नहीं बनेंगे. IUCN, okay, this is the one. This is with respect to the red list. Okay. We start with species are either evaluated or they are not evaluated. The ones which are evaluated, for them either it is data deficient or it will have adequate data. It will, if it has adequate data, then between this to this it can fall in any of this. ठीक है? It can be least concern, it can be near threatened, it can be vulnerable, endangered, critically endangered, right? It can be extinct in the wild, or it ultimately can be extinct. Okay, so again from least concern, which is green right now, to this you have increasing level of severity. Or critically endangered, these are mentioned in the pink pages, right? Possibly extinct भी है जिसमें कि right they don't mention it here, but एक अलग से section है possibly extinct का. So since 100 odd years, if you recorded a species and if you're not able to find it in the 100 odd years, it is mentioned in possibly extinct अलग से. Okay. So here for ecosystems, just remember one thing. So it is not just only for species, it is also there for ecosystems. There is also a green list. Okay, so in green list there are certain parameters which are there for effective area based conservation. Chalo, after the break I'll just tell you what this green list is about. एक green status है species का, वो भी देख लेंगे. These are the 6 commissions. there is no point in remembering all. Out of them, just remember this is the most important one. Species Survival Commission. ठीक है, 6 हैं total. Commission on Education, Ecosystem, Environmental and Social Policy, Environmental Law, and also an environmental area. But the most important one is, क्योंकि इसके अंदर ultimately species के बहुत ढेर सारे सब commissions हैं. Okay? For example, this is within this invasive species specialist group, okay, which is under the Species Survival Commission. और इसका सबसे important काम होता है, this they have to make this database, global invasive species database. Okay, how, what are the awareness about these invasive species, how to manage them, etc. So all of that is to be done under this invasive species specialist group. Okay, this is one thing. This is what I was telling you. If you open the site of IUCN, the most important initiative right now is Nature 2030. Okay, इसमें UPSC can also easily confuse you, Nature 2030, CBD, okay, or something biodiversity they might mention. So इसमें what are the 5 priorities? Land, people, water, oceans and climate. Okay, so this is what is there. Just remember, this is an IUCN initiative. Sometimes they can ask you one-liner, and sometimes these one-liners are difficult. ठीक है, जैसे कि if you see this question, for example, जो अभी देखा हमने, if you did not have knowledge, what would you have attempted in this question? अगर करना ही पड़ता, UNEP. अच्छा देखो, how many of you would have eliminated? Eliminate कौन सा करते? चलो eliminate कर देते. You could have eliminated C. How many of you would have gone for IUCN in any case? Some of you would have gone. How many of you would have gone for UNEP? How many of you actually went for UNEP in the exam? चलो कुछ लोग हैं. So yes, here I think you would have been torn between these two. Okay, UNEP also has a lot of initiatives. You might not be able to have a lot of, let's say, track of. ठीक है, WWF तो कर सकते थे eliminate, because again, apart from the 3 which I have told you, I don't think there are any major initiatives of WWF. Okay. Okay, but again, let's say if you had known कुछ species वाले काम, then you could have done IUCN, but 50-50 होता. Okay, okay, okay. We are Nature 2030 है. Okay, this is IUCN Global Ecosystem Typology. Okay. So policy, media. So what they can also mention, the global ecosystem typology is related, is again by which body? So this is by IUCN. Okay, so better understanding of ecosystem dynamics. So not only do we have a red list of ecosystems wherein you have Sundarbans from India, you also have IUCN's global ecosystem typology. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. So I think I'll give you a break now. Okay. After that, we'll continue this part, some questions and some other topics. Tejshri, anything? Achha, the people online, if you have doubts, you can ask me. We are reconvening. Achha, what? When are we coming back? कितने बजे? 2:15? 2:20 increments. ठीक है, 2:20. This is 140. Okay. 2:20 is fine. 2:20 ठीक है. Is the voice audible to the online students now? Check out. I think they are. can you write? Achha, Bruhan, can you not see the IUCN related mind map that I had shared? Achha, in case somebody has gotten overwhelmed with a lot of information on IUCN, this is going to be your last piece of information on certain topics, right? इसको बस रट्टा मारना है आपको. Okay, you only have to cram it. You don't have to think organically. हम इसको बनाएंगे कैसे, सोचेंगे कैसे. I have collated a lot of information in one, and this I will do for a lot of bodies. UN specialized agency जितने भी मेरे domain में है, the 4 ones, I'll take care of them. उनसे कोई भी question आएगा, we'll have these kind of mechanisms in a lot of detail. Okay. Similarly, for example, mangroves है, corals है, wetlands है. We'll try to consolidate each of these things in one. Okay. So you'll have static as well as the current affairs component, all of that in one slide. Fine. So that is the idea. If and I think in 1 or 2 revisions you will be able to make a lot of sense of this. Okay. So that is the whole idea behind this. I'm just giving a moment for the people who have not been able to write this to write it. लिख लो इसको अगर चाहते हो तो. If you want to write, you can. Okay. And other doubts, etc. What I'll do, I'll also share my number. What you can do, you can just WhatsApp me your individual query. Okay? Whosoever is the student. So after the class, if time, after the class, I'll take a moment to, because I think most of the doubts are very basic on the things we've already done. Let's say Kuznets curve क्या है, बाकी चीजें क्या है. So if I take it up here, it will again take a lot of time. So that is what I can do at this moment. Okay? So let us start. अब देखो, if you are following this, we have done this, hotspots, mega diverse countries, so on and so forth. We have done alpha, beta, gamma. Okay. We have seen latitude, altitude, Humboldt's enigma. We have seen IUCN and a lot of IUCN initiatives. Okay. We also saw Living Planet report. It is published by WWF. Other 2 initiatives of WWF. ठीक है, ये बोलते बोलते I also got to remember species वाली जो चीज what we've written उसमें लिखो WWF की अलग से एक होती है priority species. Okay, you can just write down WWF also gives this priority species. Okay, and you can write down the name of some of the species on which it is working. One is Bengal tiger. WWF priority species mein one is Bengal tiger. One is Asian elephant. You would know almost everything about them. Nahi to we'll revise it also. Bengal tiger, Asian elephant, one-horned rhino, Ganges river dolphin, snow leopard and red panda. Snow leopard and red panda. Any idea where you find red panda in India? Sikkim, exactly. Can you tell me the name of the protected area? Protected area का नाम, स्टेट की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. Exactly, maybe wildlife sanctuary. Can you tell me? Or any national park which is famous? अभी सब चल रहे हैं दूर से, कुछ भी लग जाए तीर. चलो स्टार मार्क लगाओ, अभी मैं लिखवाऊंगा आपको रेड पैंडा. It was in news because of its conservation in a particular area. Okay, and इसमें जो भी है ये these are the WWF India's priority species. Other than that, globally it has a lot of priority species. So for WWF, 4 things we have seen now: priority species, Global 200, Earth Hour, and Living Planet report. ठीक है. Coming back to the second part here, now we'll talk about again an interesting topic about biodiversity conservation, that is in situ as well as ex situ conservation. Okay. So here we'll talk about in situ and ex situ conservation. One second. इसकी आवाज कम कर देना. आवाज. Mute. पर कहां से कहां? वो है कहां? Is it related to Sarojini Naidu? Just asking. I can have a straight face, तो कोई आप गेस नहीं कर पाओगे. ठीक है, चलो कमिंग बैक. बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन, ये ना मैं आपको लिखवाऊंगा रेड पैंडा वाला. ठीक है, कहाँ मिल रहा है इंपॉर्टेंट जो भी स्पीशीज है, आई विल मेक यू राइट डाउन. बायोडाइवर्सिटी कंजर्वेशन इन situ, ex situ. Now here please note, in situ means inside their habitat, inside their area, right? You can have biosphere reserves, you can have national parks, you can have wildlife sanctuaries, you can have sacred forests or sacred groves. Okay, so in situ happens to be inside. Of course it is not limited to it, you can even add tiger reserves. Okay, you can even think of community reserves, conservation reserves. All of that will be a part of in situ conservation. This is the first level of knowledge. The second level of knowledge will be to understand how many of them have a legal protection. Okay, we'll also see that. Second है ex situ. Ex situ में you have botanical gardens, zoo, seed and pollen banks, gene banks and tissue culture. Okay, ex situ means to conserve it outside. इसमें एक दो और चीजें ऐड कर सकते हो which is not written here. Captive breeding. Okay, and in captive breeding write down two examples which were done recently. One is the captive breeding of great Indian bustard. Great Indian bustard amphibian है या reptile है? Neither. Okay, it is a bird. It is a very light bird. उठाया किसी ने? Of course it is a very heavy bird. It has a very great vision, 6x6. It has a very poor vision, which is why it collides with the electrical wires. ठीक है, 6x6 मत लिखना कोई. ठीक है, चलो coming back. One example was Great Indian bustard and second was Himalayan griffon vultures. The first ever successful captive breeding etc. was being done of these Himalayan vultures. Very good. I think people online have given the answer. Padmaja Naidu to Singalira in West Bengal. Good. That was for red panda. So two examples abhi we have seen. When I talk about vultures, I'll tell you that specific example of that captive breeding and what is very special about it. And one is Great Indian bustard. Sorry? Gene sanctuary. I'll have to look up. एक बार देखना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, मतलब किस तरह से डिफाइन कर रहे हैं, वरना सैंक्चुरी जीन की अगर वैसे बोली जाए तो दिस वुड बी डन जनरली ex situ. क्योंकि जीन पे कुछ भी अगर इफ यू हैव टू डू एनी लैबोरेटरी वर्क एटसेट्रा इट वुड हैव टू बी डन इन लैब, वो एक्सटर्नल कंट्रोल कंडीशन हो जाएगी. ठीक है, तो वो डिफाइन कैसे कर रहे हैं, वो शायद दे आर मीनिंग दिस ओनली, इट इज अ सैंक्चुरी, इट मे बी दैट. सो अब इट इज, आई थिंक जो आप गूगल करेगा बताना मुझको, इट वुड नॉट बी इन एनी एक्ट. कोई एक्ट स्पेसिफिक नहीं होगा, शायद जनरल टर्म होगा, तो उसकी डेफिनेशन पे डिपेंड करेगा. ओके, कमिंग बैक. इन situ में बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व्स, नेशनल पार्क्स, वाइल्ड लाइफ सैंक्चुरीज, sacred forests. Sacred forests, do they have any legal backing? Sacred groves, they do not have any legal backing. People worship them, etc., but they do not have a legal backing. That is one. Biosphere reserves, do they have a legal backing? The answer is no. Biosphere reserves also do not have a legal backing. Elephant reserves, do they have a legal backing? पीछे बताओ. No. Elephants have legal backing, but elephant reserves जो टर्म है वो डायरेक्टली आता है प्रोजेक्ट, इट इज गवर्न अंडर प्रोजेक्ट एलिफेंट which is a central sector or central sponsored scheme? Sponsored. So abhi jo bhi bataya, I'll make you write down. This is one of the confusing things. Okay. So talking of in situ conservation, see, we have national parks, we have wildlife sanctuaries, we have tiger reserves, we have community reserves, we have conservation reserves, right? All the 5 of them have a legal backing under Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. All these 5, including Tiger Reserve, ठीक है, which was amended in 2006. Don't have to remember, by section 38A, वो भी याद नहीं करना है, ठीक है, but इतना याद रखना, this was under Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, but why am I saying this? Because recently Project Tiger and Elephant Tiger got merged. So you might think the status of Tiger Reserve and Elephant Reserve is going to be the same. That is not. Okay, so what we are trying to understand here, 2 things I'm writing outside, okay, or I should use a color. Why I'm changing the color? These 5 are related to Wildlife Protection Act, are in situ mechanisms. Biosphere Reserve, I am writing it as red because it does not have a legal backing per se by any Indian act. And second is elephant reserves. Okay, so here in these 2, biosphere reserves are governed under UNESCO Man and Biosphere Reserves Program, which came in the year 1971. The same year you had Ramsar Convention. Ramsar Convention is also 1971. This is also 1971. Okay, so this is with respect to biosphere reserves. UNESCO का है, सब कुछ है, but directly it does not. There is no Indian act which gives it legal backing. The same is also true for elephant reserves. Okay, now I'm just making a parallel here. Project Elephant was launched in which year? 1992. Okay, Project Tiger was launched which year? 1st April. Okay, so here also NTCA etc. plays an important part, that is separate, but just remember these have a legal backing under Wildlife Protection Act, whereas elephant reserves do not. This is the whole idea, ठीक है, but we can consider them to be the part of in situ conservation. And out of all this, highest level of protection is given to national parks, highest degree of protection, then followed by wildlife sanctuaries, right? अब इसमें जो 2 terms है, can you tell me what is the difference here, community and conservation reserve? Okay, give me any example. Dugong Conservation Reserve, where is it being coming? कहाँ रहा है? Gulf of Mannar, ठीक है? Gulf of Mannar has 0 sea meadows, true or false? क्यों? बस because dugong eats sea grass, so it would have to be there, right? So government owned land hai, this is government owned land, this is community owned land. When I discuss with you Wildlife Protection Act, then यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा change हुआ है. Who declares this also? Earlier in the act, both of them were declared only by the. अभी सिर्फ यहां तक याद रखो. When I tell you that act, तब मैं बताऊंगा इन दोनों में किसी एक में center can also declare. Till now अभी ये follow करो, because अभी again then I'll mix 2 topics. In situ conservation है. You have national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, tiger reserves, community reserves, conservation reserves, etc. Right? You have biosphere reserves, MAB हो गया, elephant reserves, Project Elephant 1992. Both of these are centrally sponsored schemes. You know the difference, sector and sponsored? Sector में 100% is center, and here sponsored में it is distributed 60-40, 70-30 depending. Okay, is this part clear? Highest degree of protection, national park. Wildlife sanctuary can be upgraded to a national park, true or false? And national park can anytime be degraded to a wildlife sanctuary. Not, nahi, ऐसा नहीं होगा. Okay, it cannot be degraded. Okay, so is this part clear? Okay, बाकी अभी when I discuss with you tigers, I'll tell you about tiger reserves, and again one specific update I'll have. There are 4 steps for designating a tiger reserve. Okay, so there is again a misconception that also we will discuss. ठीक है. Now we come to biosphere reserves. Okay, a couple of updates that you should know. One is this slightly older news, 1 year old, but anyways you can just write it as a one-liner. UNESCO declares world's first 5-country biosphere reserve. Okay, world's first 5-country biosphere reserve, where not in the Amazon, Belém declaration wala nahi, Amazon of Europe. Okay, so here Mura, Drava, Danube or Danube, world's first 5-country biosphere reserve, right? So Austria, not Australia, Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, and Serbia. Okay, so these are the countries and these are the rivers: Mura, Drava, and Danube. Okay, एक ये लिख लो पहले. How many of you have done with this? One more update on current affairs before I tell you about this. Please write down this: UNESCO Mitchell Bettis Award. It is again related to what we were discussing. So the director of Gulf of Mannar has gotten the award. Gulf of Mannar, is it a biosphere reserve? बताओ. उसके लिए again see the map. बताओ. Gulf of Mannar, right? It is one of the 18 biosphere reserves. Which is the biggest biosphere reserve in India? And smallest? First कौन है? First तो आप पता होगा. चलो अभी देखो. All the 3 I'll make you write down. 2 मिनट रुक जाओ. 2 मिनट रुक जाओ. Coming back, see ये लिख लो. This is what was there in the current affair. UNESCO Mitchell Bettis नाम से ये maybe you cannot guess. This is related to biosphere reserves. Number 1, director of Gulf of Mannar got this award. There is something known as Seville strategy. SEVILLE, Seville strategy. Now Seville strategy is for effective conservation of biosphere reserves. Right? It is for effective conservation. And if you want, ये दोनों अगर याद हो जाएं तो फिर this award is given in every 2 years. Okay. Now coming back to the static part. How many biosphere reserves do we have in India? How many of them are under MAB? 12 are under MAB. So you should know how many non-MAB are also there. 6. But again, kuch mnemonic etc. if you want you can make, which 6 are not a part of this. Okay. Gulf of Mannar se you can easily remember what? Abhi, this award. Second, Dugong Conservation Reserve, which means it is abundant in sea meadows or sea grass. ठीक है? Okay. अब Agast Malai, can you see this? Agast Malai में, अच्छा, the biosphere reserves can contain within themselves many protected areas. They can have wildlife sanctuaries, they can have national parks, so on and so forth, right? Even Ramsar sites within them. Okay. अब यहाँ पे This UPSC has already asked you in 2019. They specifically asked you the protected areas within Agastyamalai. Anybody remembers that? Shedurne, Pepara, Neyar, Shedurne, Pepara. They had asked you already. So chances are very less that they'll repeat the exact question. Okay. But what you should know, protected areas inside Nilgiri, and if possible also try to do them north to south. Right from Wayanad, Nagarhole, Bandipora, etc. If you're able to map them, that is very, very helpful. And second, I would also want you to do is cold desert. Okay. Ab yahan pe what you have to do, some of them are very famous for certain tribes also. For example, Odisha in general has the maximum PVTGs. Okay. How many PVTGs do we have in India? 75. Number of Ramsar sites in India are less than PVTGs. True or false? Same as PVTGs. More than PVTGs. Abhi change ho gaya. Pehle equal tha. Okay. Now here tribes like Mankidia tribes in Simlipal, you can know. Any tribe that you remember in Agastyamalai? Kani. Okay. Very old and a primitive tribe. नीलगिरीज में टोडा, जो आप बोल रहे हो एलिफेंट विस्परर्स में, वो यहाँ पे देयर इज मुडुमलाई नेशनल पार्क. इन मुडुमलाई नेशनल पार्क देयर इज कुटा नायकन ट्राइब. कुटा नायकन ट्राइब ऑल्सो हैपेंस टू बी ए पीवीटीजी. ठीक है, बट दैट यू शुड नो. एंड व्हेन यू से मुडुमलाई तो एक चीज और है, इन्वेजिव स्पीशीज वेरी फेमस. वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन इट. कुछ अच्छी है तो बहुत कॉमन है, जो बोलने में थोड़ा टफ लगे, आप बोल ना पाओ. इन्वेजिव स्पीशीज इज व्हाट दैट यू कैन नॉट प्रोनाउंस, राइट? किसी को याद है दैट कोकोम्बा फरकटा? एनीबॉडी रिमेंबर्स दैट? व्हाट इज इट फेमस फॉर? पिंक ब्लूम. चलो वील सी दैट. द टफर द नेम द बेटर इट इज. चलो यस, आई वाज रेफरिंग टू सेना स्पेक्टेबुलिस मुडुमलाई में. ओके चलो, कमिंग बैक. नीलगिरीज में, does anybody have the static note? I'll just read out a couple of protected areas. Biosphere reserves, please open that chapter, biosphere reserves. So at least for these two, I'll just read out the important protected areas. You should note and write them down. Okay. Ab Nilgiris mein, see, the national parks are Aralam, Mudumalai, Mukurthi, Nagarhole, Bandipura, Silent Valley. All these are national parks. Okay. And I think Bandipura is very famous for Lantana camara. What is Lantana camara? Invasive species found in almost every second garden of India. Exotic, invasive. Okay. Mudumalai, two things. What क्या बोला था मैंने? Senna spectabilis and tribes. अभी जो मैंने बोली है, मतलब यू कैन टेल योर ओन ट्राइब. कुटा नायकन ट्राइब. ओके. कट्टू कुटा, आई थिंक I might also be not wrong. Well, I might also be wrong in spelling. So Aramalam, Mudumalai, Mukurthi, Nagarhole, Bandipur, Silent Valley. Okay. Wildlife sanctuaries: Wayanad, Karimpuha, Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. Does anything ring a bell? Satyamangalam? Batao. Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve is a connecting point between Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats. Normally speaking, Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats are connected by Nilgiris. Okay. What is the highest point of Nilgiris? What is the highest peak of Nilgiris? Anaimodi or Doda Beta? You are divided हो. चलो फिर check करो. Just check. अभी now I am also confused. अच्छा, okay. But again, this is something you should know. थोड़ा सा static है. Wayanad, Kaimpusa, Satyamangalam is there, ठीक है. बाकी then Nagarhole, Bandipur, Mudumalai वही repeat हो गया as a okay. So I think that is one thing that you can be aware about. Okay, now talking of of Gulf of Mannar, what did we remember? Dugong, sea cow. Okay. Okay. And then again, UNESCO ka the award that we remember. For cold desert, please write down just 2 or 3 things that you should know. Pin Valley Sanctuary. Pin Valley, Khibber Sarchu. And Chandratal. So they can directly ask you, let's say these protected areas are there or not, based on the kind of question we've already seen. Okay. Other than that, I think for Agastyamalai, we've already seen Shedurne, Neyar and Pepara. Okay. And here we have Kani tribe. This is known as one of the, or it is also known as Kani Karan, one of the oldest tribes of the world. This is there in Agastyamalai. Agastyamalai, 3 things, or in fact 2 things. One is the protected areas, and second is the tribe. Kani Karan, very famous, very old primitive tribe. Okay. Nilgiri we have just seen. ठीक है. Now Sheshachalam is famous for which religious site? Tirupati. Okay. Other than that, red sandalwood is also present here, so that is also one thing that you can remember. Now Kanchenjunga, is it a mixed site? Okay. So again, how many UNESCO sites do we have in India right now? India. 42. What was 41? Hoysala temples. 42 Shantiniketan. ठीक है. Maybe the sequence can be ऊपर नीचे, but ये दोनों है. Okay. Now here there are cultural sites, there are natural sites, and they are mixed. For us, at least for environment, you should remember 7 natural sites and 1 mixed site. Mixed is Kanchenjunga. Okay. ठीक है. बाकी तो at least if you want to do this, just take out 15 minutes. If you Google, I have taken a video on biosphere reserves, important protected areas and details. I've already covered that. ठीक है. But what you should do here, just remember important protected areas, any important tribe, any important discovery or anything related to it, you should know. Fine. So this is one thing I wanted to tell you. पहली बात तो. Next, I think I'll just make you write down. अब लिख लो. First biosphere reserve, please write down. So 1986, Nilgiris. First biosphere is Nilgiris to be designated. Okay. Largest is the Great Rann of Kutch. The largest Great Rann of Kutch. The smallest is Dibru Sakhova. Dibru Sakhova is in Assam and Arunachal. देखिए रहा चलो, this is, but sometimes you can get confused. Dibru Sakhova is Assam. How many national parks does Assam have? 7. कोई इंक्रीज हुआ अभी? 6th was Dihing Patkai, and 6th was Raimona, 7th was Dihing Patkai. Okay. Till here, basic, you are able to follow? Okay. And these are the 12 under the MAB program, Man and Biosphere Reserves program. Okay. This program had come in which year? 1971. ठीक है. Tomorrow when we revise the protected areas, I'll again go through some other facts. Then again mnemonics for the last 6 which are non-MAB, etc. we'll also see. ठीक है. But again you should know the recent ones: Kanchenjunga, and Panna, these were the recent ones. UPSC had asked Agast Malai, that too in the year 2019 because it was a recent edition back then. Okay. Nilgiri, we already know the year is. If you want to remember, nahi to year zaruri nahi hai yaad karne ke liye. You can even skip the year. Okay. Nilgiri, Gulf of Mannar, Sundarbans, Nanda Devi. Sundarbans is very important for us for many reasons. Abhi we'll see mangroves, and there are specific mangrove conservation schemes also in Sundarbans. That also we'll know, right? Nanda Devi is there. Nokrek. Where is Nokrek? Meghalaya. Okay. Rat hole mining is very prominent in Meghalaya, and recently rat hole mining was being done in Uttarakhand. Okay. So again, that was also in news. Rat hole mining, is it banned or is it not banned? And in which part? Is it allowed in Meghalaya? Abhi he spoke about MMDR Act. What is MMDR? Mines and Minerals Act. And what is DMF? DMF is a statutory body? या नहीं है? Is it under this act or not? Major or minor minerals इसी के अंदर आते हैं. इस पे at least there are two good questions on minerals. One is from 2019. Okay, and I think one is also from almost the 2020 के आसपास के हैं. There are two good questions. One is state की rights क्या है with respect to minor minerals specifically. Okay, so that is something that you should also read about. Okay, till here follow कर रहे हैं? You are able to follow? This is again, this was the current affairs part. Mitchell Batiste Award. Now I think you can easily guess what this is. Civil strategy is one thing. Okay, and the last part here, that these biosphere reserves have three zones. Okay, there is a core, there is a buffer, and there is a transition. One second. This, let's say the smallest, this area, this is known as the core area. Okay, this is the core area. Again, the human activities, etc., it is going to be more protected. Whereas in the buffer area, you will allow some sort of research based activities, monitoring, etc. activities. And when you move to this last part, okay, transition area, here settlements and most of the activities will be allowed. So three zones also we should know. Okay, transition में तो पक्का ही है, transition, yes. Baki I think buffer maybe you can take certain permissions, etc. Okay, now somebody says, अब देखो इस पे सवाल क्या है? You have a biosphere reserve. I'm saying on one hand biosphere reserves do not have a legal protection. On the other hand, I'm saying national parks, etc. have a legal protection. Ab the national park is inside a biosphere reserve. Will it be legally protected or not? ठीक है? So within a biosphere reserve, whatever protected areas with whatever law, they will be protected. But the concept of biosphere reserves does not find a mention in our acts. That is what we have to understand. That is where. So आपके जो भी national parks, wildlife sanctuaries will be governed. In fact, if you have a Ramsar Lake, you have wetland conservation rules, etc. You will govern it like that. Okay. So you will govern the protected areas depending on whatever act they are a part of. So that is the whole idea. Okay. So okay. So this is biosphere reserves. Fine. Core, buffer, protection, etc. So yes, you in the core areas, etc. you will have the national parks, sanctuaries, etc. protected under the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay. So again, it is kept free from human interference. That is one thing you can think about. Again, buffer or transition में, buffer में research, educational activities, etc. Okay. Very limited activities can be permitted. Okay. And again, you have a transition zone. Fine. In ex situ conservation, I think we've already seen most of the things. Gene banks, seed banks. Where would you place zoo? Ex situ. So again, if you're bringing some other animals from outside to India and putting them in a zoo, that will be ex situ conservation. You are not putting them in the natural but also a different habitat. Okay. What is Vantara? Animal rehabilitation center hai, but where would you put it? Ex situ, in situ? But they want to define it like in situ. Okay, why? Okay, so that is there. But again, how they're conserving it, etc., that will depend. But again, they want to make it, because I've heard one of the statements, let's say, so he was saying that I do not want it to make it like a zoo, people should not visit, etc. We'll keep it protected. So again, we'll see how it goes. हाँ चलो, cheetah reintroduction is what? हाँ पीछे cheetah reintroduction क्यों? कौन सा चीता आ रहा है? Did we have African cheetah? What is that then? Why are cheetahs dying? अब ये बताओ. Then you'll answer my question. They are not able to acclimatize, which means it is not their natural habitat. So what is? अब आप एक counter मार सकते हो कि sir lineage wise दादा परदादा उनके मिलते हैं इनसे. Okay, of course this is true that if you trace the lineage, African cheetah से ही सब branches निकल रहे हैं. That is true that the branches would rise from them. But speaking specifically, if you move African cheetahs from their natural habitat to India, it's an example of ex-situ conservation. Okay. Abhi, I think there is also a cheetah action plan. There are 6 criteria. India has met 4 criteria. वो सब पढ़ा है कुछ? चलो अभी we will talk about it. Okay. ex-situ में what is cryopreservation? What is the idea here? Cryo means very low temperatures. The same technology, abhi when I discuss coral reefs, again we'll discuss in cryo mesh. Cryo mesh is used in coral reefs, but the idea is same. You will use the larvae, etc. at very low temperatures. Okay. Cryopreservation here also the idea is same. At very low temperatures, you are going to store seeds, etc. Okay. And talking of which, I think we had also one time discussed. Where is global seed vault? Svalbard. Okay. Cryopreservation, I think you also know. Captive breeding, etc. You've already written. This is what? ex-situ conservation. Fine. These are your UNESCO natural sites. Okay. Assam has 2 of these sites. True or false? देखिए बता दो. Yes. So Kaziranga as well as Manas are a part of it. ये mixed है. This is separate. So total you have 8. वैसे of course we should remember 7. So you have Great Himalayan National Park. Kaziranga famous for one-horned rhino. Keoladeo famous for birds. Pakka. Migratory birds. Keoladeo National Park is part of Montreal Record. True or false? And Montreal Record is related to? ठीक है. You have Manas Wildlife Sanctuary. You have Sundarbans National Park. You have Western Ghats. Again, remember, पूरा का पूरा entire Western Ghats is a UNESCO Natural World Heritage Site. Entire. Fine. So the natural heritage sites, of course, you have 7 and 1 is mixed Kanchenjunga. Okay. Kanchenjunga National Park. Now here in Kanchenjunga National Park, you can also find red panda. And you can also find or know about Buddha. Right? It is a mixed site. It will have elements of culture as well as environment. Okay? So Buddhist relics and Buddhist literature, etc. you can find here some parts of culture. And of course, you can also find red panda amongst other species as well. Okay? Valley of Flowers lies entirely in the alpine zone. True or false? Why is it true? Because it has been asked. What does this statement mean? It lies entirely in the alpine zone. Higher altitude. Okay. So this is true. Valley of Flowers. Has anybody here gone to Valley of Flowers? कोई नहीं? कोई उत्तराखंड से है? क्योंकि है पर गए नहीं. So Nanda Devi and Valley Flowers here. For Valley Flowers, please remember, lies entirely in the alpine zone. Even in parts of Arunachal, you would have certain national parks. Some part of it may lie in the alpine zone, but not the entire of it. Okay, so यहाँ पे Nanda Devi and Valley Flowers Here it is entirely in the alpine zone. Okay, चलो ये ट्राई करो, इसमें आंसर नहीं बताना है, स्टेटमेंट बाय स्टेटमेंट विल फिगर आउट. इन इंडिया the Himalayas are spread over 5 states only. Why? Western Ghats are spread, or sorry, this is even more. This is not 5, I actually read for Western Ghats. This you can easily eliminate the first one. Himalayas would be spread across more states. Western Ghats are spread over 5 states only. 6. पहले तो बताओ, where is Pulicat Lake? And Tamil Nadu. And where is it more? Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu? Okay, more, a very high portion towards Andhra Pradesh. It is spread over 2 states only. This is true. Okay. अब इसमें how would you eliminate? Just think. मुझे बताओ, what is the logic to eliminate these 3? First of all, tell me, where is Manas? Namdapha, Arunachal, Neora Valley. ये होता ना, if somebody answers correctly, कोई गलत करे तो फिर I want to see. Answer is correct. West Bengal is there. I think this is maybe in case you do not know. Now let us see how would you eliminate Neora Valley. Again, you can think of altitude, etc. May not try, right? How would you eliminate Namdapha? Squirrel say, but how? Namdapha does have some part in alpine, but it is not entirely alpine. So here it is not that easy to. If you know this, excellent. But let's say you think of Arunachal. In Arunachal, there are parks which are in mid latitudes also, and they are widespread. Some part of it may lie in the alpine zone, but here again the catch is lies completely in the temperate alpine zone. Okay? So this is just one thing to know. Manas pe again you can have an idea. Ispe bhi again I would want the people who are attending this, if you see natural UNESCO karke write Shunya IS, again I have taken a 10-15 minutes video. Whatever facts you should know about all the 7 are already there. Okay? And I have seen over years, sometimes when they ask you protected areas, etc., generally the famous ones are asked. They can be the 7 of this or the biosphere reserves, etc. So if you have to prepare protected areas, at least start with this, and not a very big deal. Okay? अभी चलो मैंने आपको बताया नहीं है, but try to guess. Okay, Prosopis juliflora tends to reduce biodiversity. Now here some of you would have idea. Try to recall everything about Prosopis juliflora. When did we bring Prosopis juliflora? Acha, where exactly is it a problem? Bengal, Delhi, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu? पूछ रहा हूँ, I'm just asking. Where did we bring it from? Bihar or Kerala? पूछ रहा हूँ. Neither. Okay. Sorry, you were saying something? Acha, one thing in invasive species, you will see most of the species we've got through the works of Britishers, right? So again, 100 years back, 200 years back, etc., we've seen a lot of these ones introduced. Prosopis juliflora, in Delhi it is known as Vilaiti Kikar. It's a problem in Delhi. Again, yes, Angrezi Babool also. In Gujarat also it's a problem. Why? Again, I think I told you what happened in 1960s and 70s. There was a lot of salt water ingress, okay, in the Banni grasslands. So through helicopters, they had basically aerial spraying of Prosopis juliflora was done. The good part about this was it was able to absorb the excess salt water. The bad part was that then it became invasive over a part of time. Right now, almost 33% of Banni grassland is infested by Prosopis juliflora. 33%. Any famous tribes from Bunny Grassland? Pastoralist tribes. Why are they important for us? Which species do they take care of? Any other species? Chalo, I'm making a statement. Tell me, is it true or false? Maldharis domesticate Asiatic lion. I actually laughed in the very beginning. I should have not laughed. Acha, Maldharis domesticate Kharai camels. How many say yes or how many say no? अब ये क्या है भाई? देखो, this was one of the statements asked in 2016. This is a camel amongst many species that we have domesticated. We've also domesticated Kharai camel. Okay, so yes, we have been able to domesticate it. What is special about Kharai camel? Swim in salt water. What do they eat? Mangroves. And the destruction of mangroves is becoming a problem to Kharai camels. Why should we read about Kharai camels? Because 2024 is the International Year of Camelids. What was 2023 the International Year of Millets? For millets, again, what you can know, Maharshi scheme, have you heard about it? G20. Millets, Rabi or Kharif? Which is again, which state is the biggest producer? जो 3-4 fact हैं, do it. Okay, this should be an important part that you should know. But again, 2024 में camelids अगर important है, तो we should know Kharai camels. Destruction of mangroves is a problem. Maldhari tribes से Bunny से याद आया Prosopis juliflora. Okay, so this is a small chain that we'll follow. Okay, a similar name you'll also encounter in Gulf of Mannar. There is a similar named invasive species. Can you tell me? I'll write down the name because अब इसमें guess कर सकते हो सीधा because the root name is same. So in Gulf of Mannar you have an invasive species Prosopis chilensis. This is in Gulf of Mannar. Again, when I tell you invasive species, we'll again see this. So Gulf of Mannar mein what again you're trying to recall? What was the name of award? कुछ तो Michelle Obama something. Okay, anything else? Dugong Sea Cows. It is one of the UNESCO biosphere reserves that we already know, and now you'll also know Prosopis chilensis. It is an invasive species. Okay, what its attributes are drought tolerant है नहीं है, that also we'll see very shortly. Okay, chalo try to do this. Not many clues, but still. Is the video not clear for other people as well? Let me just know. Or are you able to see it? Okay, so I think Krishna, you can just refresh. Okay, sorry. A or B? How did you arrive at A? Just I want to know. देखो सैंडी है, saline है, natural habitat of a species, it has no predators in the area, etc. But due to destruction of its habitat, what is the answer here? But how is the answer Indian wild buffalo? अच्छा, how many of saying A? और B कितने कह रहे हैं? The answer is Indian wild ass. So ये this is again with respect to Ran of Kutch, etc. Yes. So this is there. It is also endemic. Yes. What is a gazelle? हाँ सुना होगा ना मोटिवेशनल वीडियोस में. In motivational videos there is always a line, a gazelle is running for its life and there's a lion. So what a gazelle has to do in motivational talks, it has to run because it does not know what will be its life. Acha, so gazelle is just like a deer. Okay. What is a boar? Wild boar? Sorry. Because of this, conditions are very, let's say, not conducive. It gets run of Kutch, yes. This is, I think, 13 or 14, very slightly older, yes. Because there are very less clues, frankly speaking, for this question, okay? We want more clues, like which of the following can use tools, right? Chalo, next, and this is the last part to end the biodiversity topic. We are talking about Convention on Biological Diversity, okay? We'll follow this very simple framework. This will help you understand very easily. So here I think we've done all this in C2, XC2, other protected areas, Living Planet report, red list, patterns, measurement, titles. Here we'll see principles, protocols, 15th COP, Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, okay? And after, when I talk about legislations, then I'll talk about this, okay? So Abhi just mention this. How many of you made this? If you want, you can just start. In the meantime, I'll just have a sip of water. Yes, Prosopis chilensis. It is there. It is an invasive species. Yes, that is also true. Cheetah and gazelle startups. It is also used for in economic startups. Yes. Okay. So I'll just firstly mention a couple of things here. In principles, it will talk about conservation of biodiversity. It will talk about sustainable use of biodiversity, and ultimately access and benefit sharing, right? Fair and equitable sharing of benefits. So three things are there with Convention on Biological Diversity. Three principles, okay? Conservation, sustainable use, and access and benefit sharing. Just if I go a step back, because we are writing about CBD, I'll just give you a brief context. 1992, Rio Earth Summit, right? So then you had United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Okay. CCD, again, the moment we do anything related to land, desertification, degradation, we'll think about UNCCD. And for CBD, we are doing CBD right now, okay? So in CBD, what we are seeing, three principles: conservation, sustainable use, access and benefit sharing. There are two protocols here. One is Cartagena Protocol and one is Nagoya Protocol, okay? Cartagena Protocol is related to biosafety of LMOs and GMOs, okay? Biosafety is the keyword for us, okay? Living modified organisms, genetically modified organisms. And because LMOs is a keyword, which is why a biosafety clearing house is also established because of this, okay? Then there is also advance information agreements also related to Cartagena Protocol. Biosafety clearing house, advance information agreements, okay? Biosafety clearing house, advance information agreements, again related to Cartagena Protocol. The whole idea is, if you use living modified organisms, genetically modified organisms, if there is any risk arising out of them. So there is a protocol that will help the people. Okay, so this protocol is again governed through this. Okay. In India, you also have GEAC, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, right? It is under which act? Usko bhi yaad rakho, because we're talking of biosafety, it is not directly related here. But remember that GEAC, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, is a part of Environment Protection Act 1986. Okay, so this is Cartagena, biosafety, biosafety clearinghouse, advanced information agreements, LMOs and GMOs. Okay, Nagoya Protocol will talk about access and benefit sharing, and here the idea is to prevent biopiracy. Okay, what is biopiracy? Let's say an MNC goes to a tribal area, takes their formulations, makes a lot of money out of it, does not give them credit, does not share the revenue. This is what is piracy. You download a movie, you see it on Telegram, you don't pay, you do not rent, etc., etc. You download a PDF, etc., right? So there you add bio to it. What is the meaning of bio? The use of any biological resources. Okay, that is there. So Nagoya is related to access and benefit sharing. Okay. Yes, there is also something known as Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol, but that protocol is related to Cartagena, not Nagoya. You might think it is a supplementary protocol, it is related to Nagoya, but Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol is only related to Cartagena. Okay. What is the year of Cartagena? This is 2000 and this is 2010. Nagoya is in Japan. For Cartagena, remember the year 2000. We will again revise it when we do conventions and protocols. Here the year is 2010. Okay. Now, 15th COP to CBD, I'll just try to introduce. Till here you are able to follow? Okay. So this is your Convention on Biological Diversity, right? Few terms that we should know. One is biopiracy, we've already seen that. Biopiracy is good or bad? And if India is very serious about its IPR, India should take active steps to reduce it, which India is already doing through steps like Traditional Knowledge Digital Library. It is under which ministry? Ministry of Ayush. Okay. So this is indigenous knowledge, indigenous people, etc. A good thing is bioprospecting. Okay, bioprospecting is a positive word, wherein you take due permissions, okay, and whatever bioresources are being done, you document it properly and you share it. So the positive part is bioprospecting. The negative part is biopiracy. Okay. So with this, you can think about prospectus, etc. of colleges and universities, where you see all the courses which are there to offer. Okay. So prospecting is a good term, biopiracy is bad. Now there is a term known as bioassay also. Bioassay is similar to checking the pollution levels. Okay. So the use of biological, let's say, organisms to know about the pollution levels, and this concept is similar to indicator species. Okay. Indicator species will also tell you the health of the ecosystem. In the same manner, this will tell you. What is biomining? Name will tell you microorganisms. You extract the metals from rocks and ores. And one more term, umbrella term, is also there. What is bioremediation? Cleaning up of waste. So if you have an oil spill, and if you, let's say, use oil zapper, that is again one of the examples of bioremediation. There can be in situ methods, ex situ methods also. We'll also discuss that tomorrow. Secondly, you can use mycoremediation. What is mycoremediation? Use of fungus to clean up the waste, etc. That is mycoremediation. Okay. So I think biopiracy, we've already seen what is there. In biopiracy, both cases are there. Even if you obtain things legally, and even if you obtain them illegally. If it is illegal, of course, there is no prior informed consent. Okay. So this is totally wrong. But even if you obtain some of the legal mechanisms, still it can be biopiracy if the patent is lacking novelty, which means the patent is already existing, you've just copied the same formula, okay, or you are infringing on somebody else's patent, okay. So here I think for this you should also read about the Indian Patents Act, okay, and specifically section 3D, section 84, compulsory licensing, etc. In economy you will read about this in more detail in parts of science and tech or economy, IPR, okay. So this is the biopiracy part. These are things: conservation, sustainable use, fair, equitable access and benefit sharing, okay. Okay, now here one or two things I'll just tell you, which is 20, this we all have already seen. Okay, so actually what happened in COP 10, you had something known as Aichi targets. This was from the year 2011 to 2020, okay. So there were 20 targets, 20 targets for 2020. Just know that Aichi targets were not achieved. If they write a statement that Aichi targets was successfully achieved, etc., it was not achieved, okay. One is this, and after this again we had COVID, and now we have something known as 30 by 30. So initially 20 by 20 was Aichi targets. Aichi is also placed in Japan, and these 20 targets were not completed, okay. And for this COP 10 we now know that in COP 15 we are talking of 30 by 30. किस पे? एक 30 by 30 भी है, दोनों चीजें अलग अलग है. I'll tell you. Till here you are able to follow? Okay. इसके लिए just write down one line, India's TKDL. Those of you who have not written, just write down this, and Ministry of Ayush. What has happened of late is that widening the access, okay. So first of all, it is also available in multiple languages now, okay. I think it is, yes, so it is documented in 5 international languages. That is the first thing. Second, Ministry of Ayush, okay. And third, it was earlier only accessible to the patent office, but now the access has been also given to users. So now more people will have access to this traditional knowledge digital library, okay. So this is again one thing that you can be aware about. बाकी ये सारी चीजें you will also read in science and tech. Your alternative medicine, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Sova Rigpa. What is Sova Rigpa and where is it important? Tibetan, okay. This is your alternative system of medicine. Again, also in news because of Covishield. Okay, next is this COP 15. Now here you will see two terms, Kunming and Montreal. Kunming is a place in China, Montreal is in Canada. Why do you see two things? Kunming, here you had the virtual. In Montreal, what did you have? In person, okay. So this is COP 15. COP means Conference of Parties, okay. Now here what do you have to know? Two things. Here you have 23 goals or targets, and in this you also have something known as 30 by 30, okay. 30 by 30 means to save 30% of land and sea by 2030. To save 30% of land and sea by 2030, and it has overall 23 targets, okay. Now we'll see these are the 23 targets. You don't have to remember this because most of this is English, okay. For us, for prelims, only the factual part is more important, okay. So generally speaking, policy perils, eco-friendly choices, biosecurity, benefit sharing, endangered species, wild species, etc. It is going to talk about. But out of these 23, I'll tell you what are the ones which are more important for you, okay? Which will either have a fact, okay? So this is one. Out of this, one is 30% of land, water, etc. to be saved by 2030. This is 30 by 30 target, number one. Second, invasive alien species, okay? Reduce them by 50%. And again, when you read about Wildlife Protection Act amendment, there also we talk about center having the powers to reduce the invasive species, okay? So 50% reduction. Other than that, pollution, climate change, relatively simple points, okay? It also talks about indigenous people. Now again, see, we have covered this, right? 69% drop in wildlife population, WWF, LPI. What is LPI? Living Planet Report, Living Planet Index, okay? Management of aquaculture, again, this is all not very, this is very factual, or not very factual, sorry. Yes, two things are there with respect to money or finance, okay? One of them is to remove the subsidies, removal of harmful incentives, cutting them by $500 billion per year by 2030. So one is $500 billion per year, you are cutting the harmful subsidies, okay? And second is increasing the financial resources, $200 billion per year. So for biodiversity finance, okay, two things are there. One is remove the harmful incentives, $500 billion per year by 2030. And second is biodiversity finance, that you allocate $200 billion per year by 2030, which is why in some articles you will also see 700 billion. They've added both 500 and 200. 200 you have to allocate, 500 overall you have to cut. So overall the win is of $700 billion per year for biodiversity finance, okay? Other than that, gender-based review, sharing of knowledge, technical cooperation. So again, there are aspects here which you are generally aware about. Indigenous rights. Indigenous means the local community's rights. Here, see, you'll understand this better when you read about GBFF. What will happen, that the allocation of money for this fund, here also indigenous people have a lot of weight. Here overall, out of the 23 goals, it is basically saying 1/3 of the targets are allocated to indigenous rights. It also means we have given them a lot of weightage. We also saw indigenous weightage in Belém Declaration, okay? Following. This is what we have seen, 30 by 30, etc. Extinction of species. So this is not that important. Now this is more important for us. Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Okay. Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Now here I have gone into slightly more detail. I will tell you the exact money allocation, who is going to take care of this, etc., etc. Okay. Now there was a body which had met, which is known as SBSTTA, the subsidiary body on scientific and technological advice, right? The whole idea was to implement this. So you had the discussion how to implement it money wise. So you have this whole framework, okay? Now in this you have created a Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. You might be asked, Kunming Montreal Biodiversity Fund, Kunming Montreal Biodiversity Framework Fund, all the three are same. Okay, so just it is just, if you see this name Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, just remember we are only talking about this Kunming Montreal or the COP15 outcome. So one is framework we have just seen, 23 targets, 30 by 30, etc. And this is the money part of it, the fund, how the fund will operate, etc. Okay, now this is something we need to know. Okay, first is, there is a council that is created. In the council you have members from developing, so 16 members from developing, 14 from developed, and 2 members from Central and Eastern Europe. So one is that this council has a good representation of developed as well as developing, number one. Decision making is as per GEF. What is GEF? Global Environment Facility. Okay. So this is how the decision making is going to happen through GEF. Now this is that money allocation, 20% is also going to indigenous people. Okay. Other than that, you don't have to remember how much is going to other areas. Just remember that indigenous people have had a lot of weightage here. Okay. And when you write down GEF, also mention a star mark, because tomorrow we'll also see many other financial instruments of GEF and many other funds of GEF. In that also write this. Okay. GEF is Global Environment Facility. Okay. And also consensus based decision making. Okay. There is no veto as such. Okay. Is this okay? This is just a one liner. BioFin. BioFin is Biodiversity Finance. Okay. This is also by UNDP. We also saw something by UNDP. कोई प्राइस था? Equator Prize. Okay. It is a partnership by UNDP, European Commission. Okay. This is one line. Second, BioFin in India is hosted by National Biodiversity Authority. Okay. And with assistance from Wildlife Institute of India, WII. BioFin is Biodiversity Finance. So see, when the moment you see GEF, GEF already has a lot of funds. It has a lot of donor institutes. So from there it will be able to mobilize funds. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, but here the issue or the main thing is the allocation etc. is through this, right? So GEF will GEF is going to support it. For initial one, I think they've also mentioned a corpus of how many years and how much money. Yes, but here also developed and developing countries will pool in the money. In what proportion, that of course nobody's going to ask you. Right, right. Here what you are saying is, I think it has a budget of right now $5.25 billion. That $200 billion that they have to invest, again all the countries will pool in, just like you had $100 billion per year for climate change or climate finance. Okay. Or like for International Solar Alliance, $1,000 billion. Okay, so here limited money is there, but there again this is an ambitious target. We've already seen money of this amount usually not getting mobilized. Iska 1/10 bhi nahi hoga. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Acha, one more thing extra you can write down, that when we talk about Nagoya Protocol etc. So you have in India the Biodiversity Act. Okay. But other than that, if you have to conserve traditional knowledge, you can save traditional knowledge through Forest Rights Act. Specifically, it is mentioned in Forest Rights Act, rights of access to diversity, community rights to intellectual property, traditional knowledge. Other than that, Indian Patents Act, okay, Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmer Rights Act 2001, GI, and this FRA 2006. All of this help you in intellectual property rights, community rights related to traditional knowledge. So it is not just the Biodiversity Act. Biodiversity Act, Forest Rights Act, Indian Patents Act, Protection of Plant Varieties Act, and this GI Act. All these are there. India enacted GI Act because of which institution? ये जो एक्ट है जीआई का 1999, व्हाई डिड इंडिया एनैक्ट इट? रिमेंबर WTO, वर्ल्ड ट्रेड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ठीक है? WTO इज अ यूएन स्पेशलाइज्ड एजेंसी, WIPO इज अ यूएन स्पेशलाइज्ड एजेंसी, यस वीपो है, वर्ल्ड इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी है, बट WTO इज नॉट, ओके? This you can also have as a one-liner. India has joined High Ambition Coalition, which is also there for nature and people. It also works closely with the recent COP15. Okay, so this is again related to conservation of biological diversity. Just remember, India has joined High Ambition Coalition for nature and people. Okay, so just like you had biofin as a one-liner, this can also be a single one-liner. Okay. India is one of the BRICS bloc member. BRICS का expansion हुआ है क्या? Some other countries just moved out as well. इसको देख लेना, BRICS expansion also. Fortaleza declaration is related to Fortaleza, ठीक है? वो भी BRICS से related है. High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. Simple coalition है, countries are coming to protect biodiversity because the theme is biodiversity. That is why we are covering it. Sorry, कुछ कह रहा है? Okay. UN treaty to protect high seas. Why are we discussing this in this topic? इसका दूसरा नाम है बायोडाइवर्सिटी बियॉन्ड नेचुरल ज्यूरिसडिक्शंस, ठीक है? बायोडाइवर्सिटी बियॉन्ड नेचुरल ज्यूरिसडिक्शंस. ओके, तो पहली चीज है, नाम है हाई सीज. व्हाई डज द सी गेट हाई? सॉरी, nomenclature of sea gas. That's a good answer. Sea has no mechanism to get high, right? UN treaty to protect high seas के लिए, if you see this, you have to remember, ये याद होना चाहिए, थोड़ा सा idea. Okay? You have internal waters, there is a baseline, there is territorial sea, there is exclusive economic zone, and then there is high seas, है ना? और इसमें just remember the different zones. So ये जो बेस लाइन है उससे इंटरनली व्हेन यू गो यू हैव इंटरनल वाटर्स फ्रॉम द बेस लाइन टू 12 NM इज नॉटिकल माइल्स. ओके, नॉर्मल माइल और नॉटिकल माइल में विच वन इज बिगर? नॉटिकल माइल्स, ठीक है? दिस इज टेरिटोरियल सी एंड फ्रॉम द बेस लाइन टू 200 नॉटिकल माइल्स यू हैव एक्सक्लूसिव इकोनॉमिक जोन. ओके, अब इसमें इन 2022 एक क्वेश्चन आया था, राइट टू इनोसेंट पैसेज. याद है किसी को? सुना है? What is right to innocent passage? Right. So the question was, in the territorial sea, do the foreign ships do they have the right to right to innocent passage? Who governs all of this? ये कौन करता है govern? United Convention on the Laws of Sea. तो right to innocent passage है. Okay, this was also one of the things that was asked. अब देखो क्या है? Till the exclusive economic zone, of course, if this is the part, you are then able to exploit the resources, etc. You can do that. But beyond this, this is the high seas. This is totally open. Nobody is conserving this area. This is a problem. Second thing, if you tell me, if this is a continental shelf, if I as a country, if I as India want to mine this region for polymetallic nodules, etc., which body's permission do I need? Answer is International Seabed Authority, ISA. So for the Central Indian Ocean Basin, etc., के लिए India had got a proper lease, a permission to mine these areas. You know what is polymetallic nodules? Nami, a polymetallic. It will have many of these minerals, and again these are very important to be used in very facets of economy. इससे याद रखो international, not Solar Alliance, Seabed Authority, okay, ISA. So coming back, UNCLOS used to govern the area up to the EEZ. High seas was not properly demarcated, ठीक है? Which is why, again coming back, UN treaty is there to protect the high seas. Or the name of the treaty is Biodiversity Beyond Natural Jurisdictions, BBNJ, okay? Now let us see the facts related to it. The high seas, they make up almost 2/3 of the world's ocean, 95% of the habitat, but less than 1% of the high seas are protected. This is the basic context behind why are we trying to protect it. ये तो context है हमारा, ठीक है? इसमें याद रखना, ये सब जो terms है, just write it down. This question was asked in 2022. If you want to look it up, देख सकते हो, ठीक है? It was a 3-statement question. Other 2 statements are relatively easy, but maybe you did not know this term. Right to innocent passage, okay? High seas पे आएंगे तो again this is the fact, okay? So agreed, please write down, agreed under the UNCLOS. This treaty is known as again BBNJ, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdictions, ठीक है? अब इसमें हम कर, what are we doing here? Only first point is important to know, demarcation of marine protected areas, okay? Other than that, sustainable use karna hai, equitable sharing, initiation of EIA, capacity building, that is some basic English, okay? But what is this? This is very important, to designate marine protected areas, okay? Now again recently a conference had happened related to the marine protected areas and related to funding gap in the marine protected areas, okay? अब इसमें I think I'll just tell you the factual part here. One second. Okay. अब India में if you talk about the marine protected areas, okay, so please remember they are designated under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. So 5 protected topics we had seen, उसमें 6th क्या हो जाएगा? MPA. So national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, tiger reserves, conservation, community. 6th is marine protected areas, okay? अब इसमें there are some which are already mentioned here. Gulf of Mannar है, Gulf of Kutch है, Bhitarkanika, many of these which are located here. So this is what we have to know here, that in India, don't have to remember the exact number also, just remember under what are they designated, ठीक है? Other than that, एक IUCN की definition है, not important here, mains के लिए you may also just read it, but for prelims you don't have to remember it specifically. Any area, intertidal, etc., water, flora, fauna, historical culture features, which is going to be effective, etc. So that is what we have to know, okay? और marine protected areas में again, for example, हमारे case में it is supported by फिर से Kunming-Montreal framework. In those 23 goals, etc., it is also mentioning that you have to support marine protected areas. So just remember this. Okay. Okay, I think we have already seen this CBD wala part. You can just write down this as well. Word restoration flagships, and isme all we need to know, Namami Gange. Okay, this again happened on the sidelines of COP15 CBD. Okay, so there is a UN decade of ecosystem restoration. So out of the 10 flagship sites, one of them which we should know, Namami Gange, was included here. ठीक है? So Namami Gange से related थोड़े बहुत facts as per the government schemes, or maybe water pollution, how to protect water here, what is being done, Ministry of Jal Shakti, etc., what is doing, तो थोड़ा सा देख सकते हो, ठीक है? Other than that, this report again, etc., I'll tell you when I do reports with you in the last. तो इसको you can ignore right now, not very important. Just write this down. World restoration flagships, in that out of the 10 flagships, one is Namami Gange, that is all. Vardhaman, any specific topic that you want my assistance in? Other people, are you able to follow Zahid, etc.? Okay, good. The people, let's say, who are not able to follow, just follow the headlines, and after that, let's say, when you see, you can understand this better. Okay. So for, I think we've already seen most of the topics. Let me just see this. Okay. So try to help me recall IUCN initiatives. IUCN is the NGO. Year is 1948. अब बताओ, how many commissions? Species Survival Commission, Invasive Species Specialist Group, Global Database of Invasive Species, then Global Ecosystem Typology, and Red List of Ecosystems, which has Sundarbans. Then which report I told you? Ocean deoxygenation, Nature 2030. Anything else? Pink pages, amphibians, the ones which are most threatened. Okay. Living Planet report, 69% decline last 50 years. Okay. 94% Caribbean and Latin America. Okay, I think again that WWF. Okay. And here also I think Nagoya, Cartagena we have done, 15 CBD we have also done, GBFF we have done, Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Acha, 15 COP mein what all do you remember? 23 overall goals, 30 by 30 target, invasive species reduction by 50%, biodiversity finance with 2 targets. One is to reduce subsidies by $500 billion per year, 2030, and biodiversity finance by $200 billion per year. In GBFF, what is there? Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. Just remember that developed and developing countries are divided, number one. Second, indigenous people have been given representation overall throughout. And then GEF is also here, Global Environment Facility. Okay. And this again we'll do when I discuss all the legislations with you. ठीक है, बायोडाइवर्सिटी अमेंडमेंट हुआ में मतलब what is हाँ, वर्ल्ड बैंक इज वन ऑफ द ट्रस्टीज हियर. वर्ल्ड बैंक, अच्छा, और उसकी रीजन भी क्या है? इन GEF, one of the donors to GEF also happens to be World Bank, amongst many other banks. African Bank hai, a lot of regional banks are also there, so one of the donors is also there. So that is why when GEF is also supporting, you might see World Bank also as one of the donor agencies. Okay, theek hai. Coming to the next topic, aquatic ecosystem. In this, what we will do, firstly we'll see some of the terms, then we'll also see species here, concepts like bio, magnification, amplification. We'll also see wetlands, mangroves and coral reefs. ठीक है, and in doing so, जो भी whatever is the current update here, right? For example, we recently the 4th global coral bleaching was also in the news. ठीक है, some of the what is the methods of preservation of coral reefs. Okay, Similarly, mangroves initiatives, wetlands, all of this will try to cover here. Okay. Some of the terms that you should know: what is lentic, what is lotic. Lentic is static, lotic is freely flowing. There are two zones: littoral zone, limnetic zone. So limnetic is the one which is, let me see, एक रुक जाओ, एक better diagram है इसमें. ये है, जैसे this is there. In the littoral zone, you will have a lot of plants which are having their roots here, right? Whereas this is the more open region, so you will find more of the freely floating organisms here. Okay, abhi we'll see these terms etc. one by one. Okay, again very quickly we'll see what are the main organisms that you find. You have planktons. Planktons are marine microscopic organisms. They can be of two types: phytoplanktons and zooplanktons. ठीक है. उसके बाद you also have something known as, at least in the air water interface. So यहाँ पे अपने पास है Neuston is there at the air water interface. You have periphyton. The name is peri and phyton. So they are the ones which are attached. Neuston क्या है? Air water interface. Periphytons are the ones which are attached. Plankton we've already seen two types, phyto and zoo. Nekton are these swimmers. Okay. Nekton are the swimmers. Then you have benthos, the bottom dwelling. Okay, these are living at the bottom of the water mass. So Neuston, periphyton, plankton, nekton, benthos. These are the five that you should be aware about. Okay. तो न्यूस्टॉन फिर से देखेंगे, दे लिव एट द एयर वाटर इंटरफेस, फ्लोटिंग प्लांट्स. देन पेरीफाइटॉन अटैच टू द स्टेम्स एंड लीव्स. प्लैंकटॉन. अब इसमें फर्स्ट यू शुड नो हाउ द फ्लो हैपेंस. लेट्स से व्हाट इज द फूड चेन इन दिस. In aquatic ecosystems, grazing detritus, which is more dominant? Grazing, ठीक है. How many of you followed this? If can I move ahead? Planktons will come. Abhi I have not showed planktons overall. अभी the slide में nothing has changed. Just एक कीवर्ड लिख लो. If you are writing also, just write down one keyword. Neuston air water interface यहाँ पे. Okay, periphytons, planktons, nektons, benthos. Okay, in this kind of fact, what you can expect, maybe match the following three terms they'll ask you, and you have to match. Nektons are powerful swimmers. Give me examples of powerful swimmers. Fish, turtles, etc. Okay. Between turtle and tortoise, which lives in water and which lives in land? Turtles lives in water. Can turtles also come on land? कोई फाइन तो नहीं ना? आ सकते हैं. But yes, predominantly they live in water. Yes. Okay. So you have this Neuston. Okay, I think you're done. This is a very basic phytoplankton, zooplankton, small fish, large fish. Now again, let us try to recall some of the important names here. Tell me please the examples of phytoplanktons that you remember. आ जाएगा. BGA भी आ जाएगा. ब्लू ग्रीन algae, filamentous algae. Yes. Cyanobacteria, diatoms, dinoflagellates, coccolithophores. Coccolithophores से what we will remember? Calcium. Cyanobacteria से क्या याद रखेंगे? Plus this, because this will also make food. So they will also help you in carbon sequestration. True or false? Because photosynthesis will happen. Okay. So cyanobacteria, diatoms, dinoflagellates, coccolithophores, that is one. Zooplanktons, any example? अच्छा, इसमें फाइटो में एक दो और भी लिख सकते हो. Foraminifera, copepods. These are zooplanktons. You have small fish, you have large fish. Okay. BGA is blue-green algae. Blue-green algae. Filamentous algae. So I think we have 6 phytoplanktons. Blue-green algae, BGA. Cyanobacteria, diatoms, dinoflagellates, coccolithophores, blue-green algae and filamentous algae. Zooplanktons में foraminifera and copepods. Okay. And then of course you have a small fish, you have a large fish. Okay. Now this is again an example of bioluminescence. Okay. This is done by a certain dinoflagellate, Noctiluca. Noctiluca scintillans. Okay, this is one of the examples. This is bioluminescence. And if you again see this year's paper, they had asked you whether fungus can have bioluminescent properties or not. Okay, so yes, fungus can also have it, which means bioluminescence is not limited only to water. In water you can see them, in fungus you can see them. Can you see this in insects? Yes, fireflies. Okay. So you can just write down, this is actually Noctiluca scintillans is an example of dinoflagellate. ठीक है. दूसरा आपने जहां पे zooplankton लिखा है, वहां पे again something which was in the news in current affairs is DL vertical migration. Okay. चलो ठीक है, अभी just I think in 1 or 2 slides it is going to come. था अभी ये लिख लो, write this term, close to zooplankton. तो इस पे बस you can write down synchronized movement of deep sea marine animals up and down. Synchronized movement of deep sea, हाँ इसी में So you'll जब आप इसको revise करोगे, when you see zooplanktons, you'll remember this is related to the movement of zooplanktons up and down. Otherwise, this term might sound very weird to you. You'll write, yeah, synchronized movement of deep sea marine animals up and down. Full stop. Free floating zooplanktons. Free floating zooplanktons swim up to food rich surfaces water. To food rich surface water. So these zooplanktons actually swim upwards, because upwards you'll have a lot of nutrients, so they'll come and eat it. Then after eating they'll go down. In the night they'll come again up to eat it. So this is the DL vertical migration. Okay. So you'll remember that Noctiluca scintillans, bioluminescence. Two other things in bioluminescence. Fireflies. One is fungus. Can you tell me the variety of fungus which shows this? और ऐसा वो ग्लो क्यों करती है? Why? Because of which enzyme? चलो, I'll make you write down. There is a luciferase enzyme, but अभी आगे देखेंगे उसको. Okay. 1 second. अब यहाँ पे भी again you have phytoplanktons, you have zooplanktons, you have benthic region. Here you can see sea cucumber, certain different kinds of fish, sperm whale, blue shark, turtles, etc. Fine. A lot of different species here, just for your reference. So you notice there is a photic zone, okay, and then beyond this there is a aphotic zone. Aphotic zone means there is no light, which is why we also discussed something like chemosynthesis. Okay, right. Abhi there is littoral zone. Just remember जो हमने image देखी है. Don't have to go in too much of detail. Littoral is shallow waters. Limnetic is open. It has wide waters, right? Littoral zone में you will have more light penetration. There is proper root development. They'll grow better. These plants which are submerged. So you can expect better productivity here in the region. Whereas here, they don't have roots. The let's say organisms can float. So one, this is deep, and this is shallow. So because of shallow, sunlight will penetrate more, and because it is deep, sunlight will not penetrate as much. Okay. Simple difference between littoral zone and limnetic zone. Okay. So itna hi if you remember. So again, presence of rooted plants, we have seen that. And here you'll have free swimming, a lot of species, because it's an open zone. Okay. Out of them, which will have more biodiversity? Littoral will have more biodiversity. Okay? More presence of sunlight is going to be present here. Okay. Profundal zone is also deep. I think इसमें एक line बस मैं बताऊंगा. This is relatively lesser chance of getting asked, but just for the sake of information. Profundal zone overall, it's a deep, open water. The idea of profundal is to know the sunlight does not reach here. Okay. अब sunlight does not reach है तो colder temperatures है, lesser oxygen है, productivity will also be less. Okay. And benthic zones, this is actually the lowest level. Okay. It will have benthic organisms that we already know. Okay. Okay, pelagic not that important. Euphotic मतलब photic zone है, यहाँ पे light आएगी, you will have light here. And aphotic means you do not have light here. Okay. So this is just a simple understanding here with respect to the terms that are there. Fine. Up plankton, there is one small detail that you should know. There are two types of planktons. Okay. One is holoplankton and one is meroplankton. अब इसमें भी don't have to remember the names, but ये याद रखना, certain organisms are plankton for their entire life, and some of them are only for a part of their life cycle. Okay. So if you see some, let's say amphipods है, कुछ है holoplanktons, they are going to be planktonic for their entire life. अब जैसे रेडियोलैरियंस हैं या फिर कोपेपॉड्स है, क्रिल्स है, this actually forms at the zooplankton. अभी हम ओवरऑल प्लैंकटन की बात कर रहे हैं, which has both phyto as well as zooplankton. ठीक है. Algae we've already seen is phyto, crustaceans and protozoa etc. These are zooplankton. But within this, just remember, holoplanktons means planktons for the entire life, whereas mero means plankton only for a part of life. And after that, they might develop into nekton or benthic. So we had seen neuston, periphyton, plankton, and then nekton and benthic. So this will be plankton for small amount of time, but after that they will adopt. So this will be basically a larvae of either a echinoderm, crustacean etc. So just remember this. ठीक है. इस पे भी maybe they ask you in slightly more detail. That is why I'm telling you. Okay. और ये एग्जाम्पल आप ऐड कर सकते हो इन योर लेट्स से zooplanktons, radiolarians का, copepods I think you've already written, krills etc. you can add. These are examples of zooplanktons. Okay. Now there are certain organisms which dominate and which are generally known to us. We'll write them one by one. So पहला है, one is sea cow. Some things you already know here. Sea cows are dugongs, herbivorous marine mammal. Okay, they feed on sea grass meadows. This we already know. Okay. Now they are found in. अब Gulf of Mannar से what all do you remember? अब बताओ. हाँ, sorry. Sorry. हाँ. जू और है, पर दोनों में जाएगा वो. वैसे इट इज अ क्रस्टेशियन कैन बी अ जू प्लैंक्टन. जैसे ये देखो ना यहाँ पे, some of these crustaceans if they are small and for time they can be a plankton ना, वो जू प्लैंक्टन बन सकते हैं. But crustacean what we see is a proper vertebrate invertebrate में, that is crustacean, which can be a zooplankton. Yes, it can be. Now for Gulf of Mannar, what do you remember? One is the award, second is what is the invasive species? Chilensis. ठीक है, एक ये याद कर लो. Now this can die because of entanglement, because of habitat degradation, not that important. ठीक है. अच्छा, for elephants you would have known, elephants amongst all the mammals have the largest gestation period, right? Similarly, sea cow does not have the highest, but it is one of the highest. Okay, so they also have a very high gestation period, right? Second is sea lion. Now sea lion is known for its intelligence, playfulness and noisy barking. Okay, abhi we'll see about swimming and thermoregulation, but here let us first compare them to two things. One is sea lion and one is seal. ठीक है. Image, the moment you see the image you'll get a fair idea about what is what. Okay, first of all, if you see the body size of a seal, it is smaller. Seal ke Cartoon Network, or have you seen them, how they move? They would use their, yes, they'll use the body etc to move, right? अब इसमें देखो, पहला तो these are smaller in size. Second, they're quieter. Here they are noisy, they're bigger in size, right? Second, यहाँ पे almost the ears are very small, you cannot see them, whereas you have proper external flaps. Okay, why are we discussing this overall? Because this has already been asked. Okay, एक बार पूछा गया है. और इनसे related, please remember there is a term pinnipeds. These are pinnipeds. I think I already also have a question wherein 3 से 4 terms है, वो भी I'll show it to you. Other than that, you don't have to remember everything. Just remember that if it is bigger in size, the front flippers, etc. are bigger. Okay. And overall, if this image somehow clicks in your mind that sea lion hai, lion is bigger in size, it can bark, bas ho jayega. But sometimes you just need to just see the species once to be able to answer it. Okay. Next इस पे लिख लो, the diet is carnivore है. This is a carnivore. The sea cow was herbivore, but this is a carnivore. Sorry? No, I'm telling about sea lion, but I think seal भी होगी, seal भी होगी. Okay, and just one more thing from current affairs you can write down. Hundreds of sea lions died in California because of toxic algal bloom. Hundred of sea lions, they died in California because of a toxic algal bloom. Or is toxic algal bloom in general, you can write down one of the acid which is released in a toxic algal bloom. Production of a neurotoxin called domoic acid, DOMOIC, domoic acid. It is a neurotoxin, domoic acid. It is released in a general toxic algal bloom. See, algal blooms can be toxic, it can also not be toxic. It is toxic when it releases neurotoxins. So one of the example of that is domoic acid, DOMOIC, domoic acid. ठीक है. सी लाइन्स में व्हाट डिड यू राइट? कार्निवोर्स. एक और टर्म यूज होता है इनके लिए, पिसीवोर्स. पिसीवोर्स मींस फिश ईटिंग. ठीक है, तो लिखो पिसीवोर्स, PISCI, piscivores, and I'll tell you some names of fishes so that you remember. One is herring, HERRING. ऐसा नहीं कि इसको याद करना है, this is just that you remember names of certain fishes. One is herring, HERRING. Second is anchovies. Anchovies, सुना था भी anchovies किसी ने एलॉन मस्क की पॉडकास्ट में, जो रोगन, सुना था? So they were talking about a Mediterranean pizza. So pizza will have anchovies and pineapple. So again that pizza became very famous. So anchovies is actually a fish. Anchovies का spelling है anchovies. Okay, it's a fish. Herring, anchovies, sardines and squid. Squid. Okay, pinnipeds, just remember this. So this is sea lion. Okay, अब यहाँ पे, अच्छा यहाँ पे पिसीवोरस है, फिश और स्क्विड, opportunistic feeder. Okay, vocalizations, loud, thermoregulation, swimming. ठीक है, not, I think you can just understand this, right? Sea lions है. Then there is a sea horse. Only two things we'll write here. Sea horse is not a horse, it's a It's a fish. So just write down seahorse is a fish, number 1. Second, 9 of 12 Indo-Pacific में India में है. Total globally you have 46. Do no need to remember, but just for your information, in Indo-Pacific, out of the 12, India houses 9. And here the male gives birth to the child. Male gives birth to the child. Okay, yes, there is also a migration of this happening from where to where? Gulf of Mannar to Odisha. There is a great seahorse migration. एक term use हो रहा है. The great seahorse migration from again Gulf of Mannar to Odisha. Why is this happening? Because Gulf of Mannar, yes, it is not being very conducive. More interventions. Okay. So great seahorse migration is happening from Gulf of Mannar to Odisha. Odisha में कौन सी बायोस्फीयर what had we seen biosphere reserve? Simlipal. And anything related to Simlipal, any tribe I told you? Mankedia. Is it a PVTG? Any turtle found in? ठीक है. अब दो चीज देखेंगे, seaweed and sea grass. Okay. For seaweed, just write down this main thing: non-flowering marine algae. Non-flowering. Seaweed is non-flowering marine algae. ठीक है. And when large seaweeds combine together, that is known as kelp. Who eats kelp? Sea urchins. Who eats sea urchins? Sea otter. Who has extraocular vision? What is extraocular vision? You can see even without eyes. Okay. So here non-flowering marine algae, so they do not have roots, stems and leaves, and this is going to be a difference between them, seaweeds and sea grasses. Here it is non-flowering marine algae without roots, stems and leaves. Okay. This is also when they come together, this forms kelps, right? एक और term use होता है ocean macroalgal afforestation. So here just remember, seaweeds contribute the maximum to photosynthesis. They contribute around 50% to all of the photosynthesis, which is why if you do seaweed farming, it is said to be very good for ocean. Alga means algae, macroalga, and afforestation. So ocean macroalgal afforestation is ultimately seaweed farming, which is very important because seaweeds have very high photosynthetic efficiency. Okay. Now out of all the varieties here, just does anything ring a bell when you read this? Yes, Sargassum weed and Sargasso sea. Where is Sargasso sea? Indian Ocean में है? कहाँ पे? Atlantic. And when I say Atlantic, you would have also read about Atlantification. What is that? So Arctic is getting more warmer, especially Barents Sea wala region. Okay, so Sargassum, Sargasso sea, etc. Please make those connections. This is also seaweed. Benefits हैं इसमें, you should not write it, but remember सब कुछ है, nutrition, medicinal, economic, very important bio indicator. Okay, it will absorb nutrients. It also helps in iron sequestration. So जो भी whatever excess heavy metals are present, it is going to absorb it. That is why it is also important. Oxygen and nutrient supplier. Okay. So again, seaweed, just remember, will have a lot of benefits. If there is anything which stands out, maybe iron sequester, वो लिख लो. But other than that, I think most of these things you can understand. Benefits of seaweeds, right? Seagrass mein the seaweed was non-flowering. This is going to be flowering. Okay. So here we'll remember flowering plants. Okay. These are seaweeds. So if you see seagrass will have leaves, roots and flowers. Seaweed will just be an algae. Can you see the difference between the two? So this is actually the difference between seagrass and seaweed. ठीक है? Seaweed और seagrass में difference क्या है? One is flowering, one is non-flowering. One lacks stems, roots and leaves. One has stems, roots and leaves. Seaweed does not produce flowers, we know that. Seagrass produces flowers. ठीक है? Fruits भी नहीं है इसमें, इसमें fruits हैं. It does not produce seeds, it produces seeds. ठीक है? हाँ, एक ही चीज से बस, just remember non-flowering and flowering, you'll get to do all. And similar thing is there for seagrass. ठीक है? In seagrass, habitat corridors, carbon storage, livelihood, climate resilience, nutrient cycling, food, biodiversity, shelter, everything they are going to support. Okay, so again, a lot of benefits that you see for seagrass. Then is sea cucumber. This is a fish. कब से हो गई? Invertebrate. ठीक है? They live on the sea floor. Now these are very important for this is again a natural mechanism for coral reef restoration. Okay, in their process of, let's say, working, they will release calcium related compounds which can be used by coral reefs. So this is again a natural method of coral reef restoration. Okay. Other than that, Lakshadweep has created the world's first conservation area. What is this? It is a detritivore. Next, this is found in deeper oceans, but overall it is present in all marine habitats, which means it is also found in shallow regions, but majorly it is found in deeper benthic regions. तो अगर statement है it is found in all marine environment, that is true. Shallow में भी मिलेगा, deep में भी मिलेगा. In shallow and deep both you will find sea cucumber. Okay. They also have a property which is known as evisceration, which means if you cut them off, they can also grow back. Okay, this is known as evisceration. हाँ, वो क्या होता है ना, ये जो these mechanism they release through this, they can entangle. So in sea cucumber there are two kind of species. One, they will cut some of their internal parts, they will regenerate, and others they will use this to entangle their prey. So this kind of, this is the evisceration happens to be the defense mechanism of them. ठीक है? Okay. kelps we've already seen, right? They are made up of seaweeds coming together. ठीक है? This also we've seen. What is eutrophication? यही दोनों चीजें याद रखनी है. More phosphorus, more nitrogen coming in, nutrient rich runoff. This can lead to algal bloom. Algae will grow. Now what will happen when the algae will bloom? After a point of time, let's say the dissolved oxygen initially was 50 grams. Then more of the algae will consume the oxygen, more will be required to break down the bacteria, etc. This will become 30, this will become 20, right? Dissolved oxygen will reduce. Biological oxygen demand will increase, okay? When the dissolved oxygen reduces to some extent, it will become a hypoxic zone and ultimately a dead zone. And we are seeing globally some of the lakes becoming dead zones, okay? And when this happens again, aquatic animals will suffocate. There will be a lot of deaths because of this. Now when the algal bloom happens, ठीक है? अच्छा, eutrophication है. You tell me, eutrophication is natural or man-made? Both. It is both. Natural, yes, it was happening at a very slow rate. Man-made is also known as cultural eutrophication. Especially when you have too much of detergents, having more phosphates, agriculture and fertilizer runoff. So this will lead to nutrient-rich water. Algal blooms. Not all algal blooms are toxic. True or false? True. Algal blooms can become green tides. They can become red tides. Red tides are toxic. Green tides are not toxic. Fine. So, and with toxic one, I just told you one of the acid which was released, क्या नाम था? Which led to the deaths of sea lion अभी. तो ऐसे बस एक, this is a neurotoxin. Okay. Now BOD, is it an indicator of pollution? Is it a good indicator of pollution? Why? COD is better. So between BOD and COD, if you had to choose, BOD only talks about the biodegradable ones, okay? Whereas COD will talk about both, okay? Biodegradable as well as non-biodegradable, ठीक है? Okay, okay, okay. अब एक दो बस लिख लो some of the current affairs. Oder River, 100 tons of fish, again toxic algal bloom. तो Oder River just एक line में लिखेंगे, where was it? क्या हुआ इसमें? What was the problem? Right? Oder River is actually in Poland. Right? So there was a toxic algal bloom. One, we have already seen the death of sea lions. This is again a lot of fish. Hundreds and tons of fish were killed because of this. Oder River, okay. It is the Poland's second longest river. Rises in Czech Republic, border between Poland and Germany. Okay, and again tons of fish were dying because of a toxic algal bloom. That is the whole takeaway. तो यहाँ पे बस ये लिखना, Oder River from Poland saw a lot of deaths because of toxic algal bloom. That's all. Okay. Catchment area, if you want to remember Baltic Sea, etc. ठीक है. But will depend. Mapping में already you have to remember a lot. ठीक है. Then there was something known as a sea snot in Turkey. Okay. When I say Turkey, so remember what is Sea of Marmara, etc. आसपास. This sea snot was also known by marine mucilage. Okay. Now compared to the normal algal bloom, etc., this was more sticky in nature. Now what happened when this happened? The global ships could not move. Okay. So this again led to problems in navigation. So an environmental problem became an international relations and a global trade problem. So the one name they can ask you is sea snot. Other name they can ask you is marine mucilage. Okay, but again for IR etc., for mapping this whole region of Turkey, Black Sea, always remains important. So this is what happened. All the ships got stuck here. Can you see this? Ships could not move. How close to this? Yes. Okay. I've just mentioned it here, but again we'll see it again in water pollution. What is day zero? दिख ही रहा होगा, अभी हुआ यहाँ पे डे जीरो आपके यहाँ पे ORN में, when water stopped coming, होता रहता है, flood and day zero happens. Okay, so again just remember for us Bangalore water crisis was there. Cape Town, so again this term often in the news aquatic ecosystem से link कर सकते हो. Day zero is again an event when the water, no water will be available, that is known as day zero. Okay, so on one hand Bangalore has water scarcity. We also read about Dubai's floods. वो कल पढ़ेंगे क्लास में, क्लाइमेट चेंज में. ठीक है. It is again the event when you have zero water available, water is not available. ठीक है. Peatlands will come when I tell you first of all wetlands, तब peatlands की बात करते हैं. एक ये लिख लो, this is a blue transformation by FAO. अभी थोड़ी देर में we'll see a lot of FAO's initiatives. नाम से शायद नहीं गेस कर पाओगे. Vision on aquatic food systems. Okay, FAO's blue transformation. FAO again is, please remember, UN specialized agency. When we discuss forest, वहां पे इसका रोल ज्यादा है. Okay, FAO का blue transformation, aquatic food systems. तो इसमें बेसिकली एक्वाकल्चर, फिशरीज और वैल्यू चेन्स की बात करते हैं. ठीक है. Fishes and fisheries I'll cover, but इसका economic aspect you should cover in economics, fishery subsidies. Okay, तो वो आप WTO में एक बार कर लेना अपने आप से, but economy वाला जो environment वाला part है I'll cover here. ठीक है. Sustainable agriculture, just remember just 2-3 keywords हैं, other than that nothing very substantial to know. So that this roadmap etc. is related to FAO. Next, there are terms like bioaccumulation, biomagnification. Just remember, in accumulation, the concentration of pollutant increases over a period of time throughout the same species. Okay, whereas in biomagnification, it multiplies across trophic levels. Okay, so let's say from water to producer zooplankton, there is a magnification of DDT. What is DDT? Dichloro, diphenyl, trichloroethane. But what is it? It is a persistent organic pollutant. Okay, the use of DDT is totally banned in India. True or false? It is totally banned in agriculture. True or false? Can DDT be used to control the population of mosquitoes? Can we spray it? हाँ, तो इस statement में when I say it is totally banned in India, there is a catch. The catch is, yes, it is banned in the case of agriculture, but still respective state governments can use it to control the mosquitoes, which is why you might have seen a lot of governments spraying जो भी वो DDT spray करते हैं, very cost effective to treat or let's say mosquitoes, but nevertheless it is a persistent organic pollutant. Now why are we discussing this? This is not a huge problem. There is a bioaccumulation. The problem is this: if there is any small trace of pollutant in the water, producer zooplankton, fish, let's say there is a fish you eat, mercury है उसमें, and ultimately mercury enters your food chain. ठीक है? So again this is going to cause a problem. So biomagnification means it is going to multiply across the different trophic levels. Okay. Now, when I say POPs, persistent organic pollutants, they are under which convention? Which year? किसी को याद है? 2001. 2000 was Cartagena. 2001 is this. What is 2002? Rio plus 10. कुछ और चीजें, if you want a pollutant to be long lived, it should be mobile, and very important, it should be soluble in fat. If it is soluble in water, what is the problem? Yes, we'll explain it out. So that is why it is biologically active, but most importantly, it is soluble in fat. Okay, mobile and long lived. Okay, give me examples of zooplankton. और भी बताए थे अभी लास्ट में, 3 और बताए थे. Krills, radiolarians, very good. हो गया, cover हो गया. Amphipods, good, good. चलो, you are listening. Okay. अब effects of biomagnification में, one is that DDT can be problematic, can cause failure of eggs by thinning of shells. But DDT is not only restricted to bird species. Human species में भी DDT के बहुत negative impacts हैं. There is something known as PCB. What is that? Polychlorinated biphenyls. Now this also is a persistent organic pollutant, POP. There is mercury poisoning. Mercury poisoning or mercury से related, there is a convention, Minamata Convention. Recently, COP5 of Minamata Convention had happened in 2023. Okay. अभी चलो, when I do pollution, mercury pollution, I'll tell you sources of mercury pollution, etc. ठीक है, ये हमने देख लिया. यहाँ पे देखो PCB है, just like in the previous example we had DDT. PCB is a POP. Zooplankton eating phytoplankton. Herring eating, herring अभी देखा क्या था? Fish. Other example, sardines था, anchovies. Okay. Salmon eating herring. Okay. Large mammals etc. eating a salmon. So you see these small pollutants, they are magnifying over a period of time. Okay. This is biomagnification. अब मर्करी इन फिश की बात करी जाए, ठीक है. अब इसमें इफ यू सी द लेवल्स और सोर्सेज ऑफ पोल्यूशन, वॉल्केनो से मर्करी आएगा, कोल प्लांट्स, माइंस, इवन आर्टिसनल गोल्ड माइनिंग is also a source of mercury. So mines, coal plants, volcanoes are the sources of mercury. And please note, the mercury which is problematic is methyl mercury. Ethyl mercury is not problematic. In fact, it is used in medicines or vaccines. Methylated form of mercury is the one which is problematic, and Minamata Convention actually deals with that. ठीक है, methyl mercury. दूसरा, ये टर्म सब थोड़ा से फेमिलियर हो जाओ. krill, very small crustaceans, salmon, pollock etc. trout, tuna सुना है किसी ने? shark, pike etc. टूना में देयर इज ऑल्सो इंडियन ओशन टूना कमीशन इन द न्यूज. ओके, एक बार लिख लो इसको. आई जस्ट मेक यू राइट डाउन. वॉट एवर थिंग वी आर फाइंडिंग, वी शुड पहला तो सवाल बनेगा, इज इंडिया पार्ट ऑफ इट? तो लिख लो, इंडिया इज अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस इंडियन ओशन टूना कमीशन. Second, it's an intergovernmental organization. for managing tuna and tuna like fisheries. Okay, and this commission was, at least the agreement to establish it was adopted by FAO. Okay, so you write down the agreement to establish this commission was adopted by FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. And India is a member of this. If you want to write down, लिख सकते हो headquarter है इसका Victoria, Seychelles. This commission was signed by, approved by FAO. Headquarter. लास्ट एक और पॉइंट है कि हु कैन बी ए मेंबर ऑफ दिस. नाम क्या है? इंडियन ओशन टूना कमीशन. ओके, सो आई जस्ट रीड इट आउट, यू मे नॉट हैव टू राइट इट डाउन. पहली बात, इफ यू आर इंडियन ओशन कोस्टल कंट्रीज यू कैन बी ए मेंबर. ओके, सेकेंड इज countries etc which are members of UN, they can also be a member. Third, countries that are member of UN special organizations. And fourth, countries that fish for tuna in the Indian Ocean. All the four can be members of Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. ठीक है? So it is not just limited to the Indian Ocean countries. अब कोई भी वहां फिश करने आ रहे वहां तक, तो इट इज हैविंग अ वेरी ब्रॉड बेस लेवल्स ऑफ, लेट्स से, हाँ ये याद रखना. जो भी फिश करने आते हैं टूना को इंडियन ओशन में, बिकॉज अगेन द शिप्स एक्सेट्रा कैन मूव, तो आप यूज कर ही सकते हो. ओके, नाउ हियर द प्रॉब्लम इज बायो मैग्निफिकेशन विच इज हैपनिंग मर्करी इन फिश. ठीक है, मर्करी लेवल्स एक्सेट्रा अगर देखे जाएं, चलो यहाँ पे नॉट दैट इंपॉर्टेंट, श्रिम्प, लॉबस्टर एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. ओके, एक और टर्म प्लीज यू कैन राइट डाउन दिस टर्म. जनरली वी ओनली नो द टर्म POPs, persistent organic pollutants. They are also known as organochlorines. All of this is related to biomagnification right now, what all we are discussing. Yes, India is a member of Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. TUNA, Tuna Commission. Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. Of Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, जो पहले लिखा था हमने. DDT का ही दूसरा, मतलब overall the broad, let's say you can call them the broad category. So we also call them persistent organic pollutants. ठीक है, organochlorines or organochlorides which have the possibility of biomagnifying, which is why they are very dangerous. Okay, if they stayed in food webs they led to a lot of issues. Vultures, mosquitoes etc, उनको तो food से लेकर हर चीज they were affecting, which is why it was stopped and banned, and it was put under the Stockholm Convention. तो एक और नाम बस याद रखना, organochlorides, organochlorines. ठीक है. Okay, next 3 topics more left, small topics. Wetlands, mangroves and corals. इन सब पे we'll just draw one mind map. Okay, wetlands पे इसको कर लो, उसके बाद ब्रेक ले लेंगे. Hardly 5 minutes. One of the example of this is this DDT that I'm saying. Example of biomagnification. अच्छा, see, organochlorides में one of the example of this is DDT. people generally know DDT only in the context of POPs, persistent organic pollutant. But organochloride ही है, मतलब it is a form of organochlorides. So if you get this term, don't think that, and ultimately organochlorides are the ones which are having a problem. They can biomagnify. So if they ultimately form a part of the diet, that is going to be an issue. Okay, 3 things we have to do. Wetlands, ठीक है, इसी सीक्वेंस पे करना है हमें. इसमें बस यू ओनली, अच्छा इसको ट्राई टू मेक दिस इन अ माइंड मैप फॉर्मेट. ऑल द अपडेट्स दैट आर देयर विद वेटलैंड्स विल डू इट इन जस्ट 1 पेज. ओके, पहली बात तो व्हेन यू टॉक ऑफ वेटलैंड्स, चलो लेट मी जस्ट ड्रॉ अ माइंड मैप हियर. And first let me draw it, because as you know I will be adding and keep on adding. अभी इसमें कुछ कुछ चीजें नहीं ऐड करी है मैंने. आई थिंक वी कैन ऑल्सो ऐड. अच्छा, टेल मी, इन इंडिया डू वी हैव मोर ऑफ कोस्टल वेटलैंड्स और इनलैंड वेटलैंड्स? वो जरूर याद रखना. यू जस्ट ऐड दिस इज अ ओके. अभी इफ यू हैव नॉट मेड इट येट, नो इश्यूज, आई जस्ट क्विकली गो थ्रू दिस. लास्ट में इसको लिख लेंगे एक बार. बट बेसिकली व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, डेफिनेशन में देयर इज समथिंग रिलेटेड टू दिस, वी विल सी दैट. किसी को आइडिया है कुछ? हाई टाइड या लो टाइड? we'll see what is the significance. Partner organizations of Ramsar. The recent declaration was Wuhan Declaration. Okay. अच्छा, इसी के साथ एक और चीज लिख सकते हो, is Montreal Convention. And within this you can write down, this came in the year 1971. Oh sorry, Montreal Accord Convention is related to this part of Turkey. 1971 is the year. Okay. अच्छा, इसको this is not convention, this is Montreal Accord. Montreal Convention is something else. आएगा भी, लिख लेंगे. तो दो हैं, one is Loktak Lake, one is Keoladeo, which are the current active sites. Okay. This is wetland city accreditation, you might have heard about it. Okay. Recently 5 new sites were added, that also we'll quickly see. Who publishes the Wetland Atlas of India? ठीक है. There's also a national wetland portal, वो भी देख लेंगे अभी. So basically broadly what are the major updates will be just condensed in one slide. ओके, सो लेट मी फर्स्ट स्टार्ट हियर अगेन, इसको फिल करते रहेंगे, बनाते रहेंगे, अभी वो कंप्लीट नहीं है. Wetlands are known as the kidneys of the world. Why? Filtration. What are the other services? Wetland, is it an ecotone? So it is going to be a zone of tension. High biodiversity will be there. Tell me name of prominent wetlands of India. Vembanad coal is in, कहाँ पे है बताओ? केरला, ठीक है. शस्टमकोटा, ओके. अष्टामुडी, सही है, तीनों सही है. सुरिनसार, मानसार, तमिलनाडु. कब आया? मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, मतलब पूछ रहा हूँ, कहीं मूव तो नहीं करके कहीं से. ये शायद, अच्छा होकेरा, हाउ साउथ में, गलत, साउथ में नहीं है, सबसे नॉर्थ में है, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर. ये भी, ये दोनों पूछे हुए हैं ऑफ लेट रिसेंटली. यू गॉट कंफ्यूज मे बी क्योंकि एस से बहुत वेटलैंड्स यूपी में ऐड हुए थे. ओके, बट द वन विच आई आस्क्ड यू वाज नॉट. समस्तीपुर, समास या हमास, बताओ. एस, अरे एस से बहुत, देयर आर अ लॉट. ओके, सो सी देयर आर सम न्यू वंस दैट यू शुड नो टू मेक योर जॉब इजी. द रीसेंट वंस आर फ्रॉम द साउथ, सब याद हो जाएंगे आपको. ओके, चलो, these are kidneys and broadly speaking there are ecosystem services that wetlands help you, right? Again the wetlands can be both man-made या natural. If a wetland is a tank or a lake, sorry tank है या reservoir, is it man-made or natural? It is man-made. Tank may be commissioned by a king or for any of the purposes, right? So whenever there is a new wetland, also see whether it is man-made or it is natural. Okay? ओके, टैंक, रिजर्वायर एक्सेट्रा, ठीक है. अब देखो इसमें दो तीन चीजें. वर्ड वेटलैंड डेट 2 Feb, nobody is going to ask you. Wetlands are transition zones, that we know. Now we are more interested to know the definition of wetlands. Fine. How does Ramsar Convention define areas of marsh, peatland or water? Natural or artificial, permanent or temporary, right? With water which is static or flowing, fresh, brackish or salt, including areas of marine water at low tides does not exceed 6 meters. इतनी चीजें हैं, बस याद ये रखना है. लो टाइड में the depth, sorry, the height should not, the depth should not exceed 6 meters, which is why when I drawn this, हमने सिर्फ ये लिखा है 6 meters and low tide line. It means जो कुछ भी दें, they can again make a 6 statement question on wetland. Which of the following can be a wetland as per Ramsar? Natural, man-made, static, brackish, free water. अब वहां पे choose which of the following. So here the main defining factor is this: at low tides it does not exceed 6 meters. ठीक है? At low tides the height does not exceed 6 meters. Okay? Ecotones है, we already know that. Now there is also this term wise use, popularized by Ramsar Convention. You can simply think of this as sustainable development, that you will use Ramsar sites within the framework of sustainable development. That's it. So this can be a very simple one-liner, that the term wise use is seen in the context of. तो ये इसी context में ही use होता है. That is what you have to know, that wise use is related to these Ramsar Convention and sustainable management of wetlands. Okay? Other than that, अब दो चीजें हैं. One is National Wetland Atlas. The National Wetland Atlas is published by ISRO. ठीक है? This tells us inland wetlands in India are greater than coastal wetlands. ठीक है? The inland wetlands, so we have a National Wetland Atlas published by ISRO. This is one. And there is a, one second, a Wetlands of India portal. दो हैं यहाँ पे अलग अलग. There is a Wetland of India portal published by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. This is Wetland of India portal. The Wetland Atlas, जहाँ पे Atlas आ जाएगा वहाँ आ जाएगा ISRO. ठीक है? Similarly, ISRO also publishes a land desertification and degradation atlas. So again, there is a similarity. Atlas, ISRO, portal, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Okay, again simple facts that you need to know. अब यहाँ पे जैसे एग्जाम्पल है साइक्लोन अम्फान, भिटरकनिका मैंग्रोव्स acting as a protective barrier. भिटरकनिका मैंग्रोव्स are famous for any species. कौन सा टर्टल या कोई क्रोकोडाइल स्पीशी? सॉल्ट वाटर, सॉल्ट वाटर, ठीक है. Two things are there, only two facts. One is Wetlands of India portal, and this is National Wetland Atlas, ISRO. ठीक है. Then there is Vembanad Lake. अच्छा, ये Vembanad Lake अभी आगे आएगा फिर से स्पीशीज में. This is also known as Vembanad Coal Lake, right? Recently, this has seen certain invasive species. One of them is this has led to a huge pink bloom. इसका दूसरा नाम क्या है? Sorry, I think it is Cocomba furcata, something like that. ठीक है. If somebody is also seeing this, just tell me the exact name if you're able to follow. Yes, yes, we are just having a break, don't worry. Fort Fanvort है, I think the other name is Cocomba. Just कोई किसी ने गूगल किया क्या? Cocomba furcata, COCOMBA FURCATA. किसका? वो तो एक लोकल नेम है, वो वहाँ के लोकल लोग बोलते हैं. अगेन द साइंटिफिक काइंड ऑफ नेम इज दिस, आई थिंक कोकोम्बा फरगटा. चलो, आई थिंक जस्ट you can write down one of the sites which is there, which is facing a lot of issues in general. Vembanad Lake. Benefits of wetlands: stores carbon, ecotourism, well-being, livelihoods, replenish water, floods, storms, so on and so forth, that we've already known. Purification, regulation, that is why they are kidneys of the earth, right? ये हम देख चुके हैं. हाँ, this is what I was telling you. Ramsar collaborates with 6 partner organization. So 1/6 was 6 meters. The other 6 is 6 organizations. You might be not able to remember the names. There is also no need to remember all of them. Just have a quick glance. IUCN, Bird Life International, International Water Management Institute, Wetland International, Wild Fowl Wetland Trust, and WWF International. These are the 6 partner organizations of Ramsar Convention. ठीक है, 6 partner organizations. इसके बाद there is a Montreal record. अब Montreal record में we will know that यहाँ पे if there are changes that have occurred, are occurring, or likely to occur, in all the 3 cases you can add a site to the Montreal record, present, past or future. Okay, and you can add a site only with the approval of contracting parties. The parties will meet, they will vote. You will, so until unless there is an approval, you cannot add it. ठीक है. इंडिया में मॉन्ट्रियल रिकॉर्ड साइट्स पहले चिल्का लेक थी, नाउ इट इज नॉट देयर. यू हैव लॉकटक लेक इन मणिपुर एंड यू हैव क्योलादेव नेशनल पार्क इन राजस्थान. लॉकटक लेक इज फेमस फॉर फ्लोटिंग वेजिटेशन नोन एज पुमडीज. ठीक है. अदर देन दैट देयर इज अ डांसिंग डियर close, yes, Shanghai deer, and close by there is a, yes, and close by there is a national park, Kebil Lamjaw National Park. ठीक है. इसी चीज को just hold this thought for one moment. If you see this, और इसमें ये ऐड कर लो, the Fumdis are under threat. Okay, the Fumdis of Loktak Lake are under threat. Why is that? वो भी देखते हैं. Because of a construction of dams. And why? Because of कि nutrient replenishment नहीं हो पा रहा है. So here again these are some of the, so यहाँ पे बस एक दो चीजें I am telling you what you have to know. So one is the Fumdis. Okay, What was the name of the dam, if anybody remembers, जो बना था यहाँ पे? I cannot see it here. यहाँ पे है? अच्छा, okay, okay, yes, it is there. So write down Ithai Dam. अब यहाँ पे दिक्कत क्या हो रही है? First, again in NASA and a lot of these remote sensing, we were able to find this shrinking. इसमें why is that? See, FUMDs, अब यहाँ पे जो भी nutrients हैं, they will have to go at the bottom and they would have to come back. If this cycle is happening, then only nutrient replenishment will happen. इसीलिए यहाँ पे trampoline type का idea है. Okay, it will go back, replenish itself, come back. ठीक है. But because of creation of dam, अभी क्या हो रहा है? Water level is generally maintained. So it is now not being able to go back, not being able to replenish itself, and this replenishment is very essential to provide nutrients for the FUMDs. तो FUMDs को nutrients नहीं मिल रहे हैं over a period of time, which is why the FUMDs are declining. Okay, तो अभी this तरह से you can see a lot of spaces have occurred. That is why, so you should also know that FUMDs are also declining under threat because of construction, more interference, creation of dams, and nutrient जो नीचे से हैं वो अच्छे से ऊपर नहीं आ पा रहे because again the water flow is throughout the year. ठीक है, तो यहाँ पे वही है, dam etc. they've caused the water levels to remain high all round. So FUMDs cannot sink and they cannot go to the lake bed for nutrients. Okay, coming back, and next is Keoladeo National Park. So here also you know Keoladeo में क्या है? Migratory birds. ठीक है, it is also a World Heritage Site. This is the update. How many wetlands right now? The 5 which were added. तो उसमें in Karnataka there are 3 and in Tamil Nadu there are 2. So this Magadi Kere Conservation Reserve, Ankasamudra Bird Conservation Reserve, and Aghani Shani Estuary. These are from Karnataka, 3 names from Karnataka, and 2 names, Karaivetti Bird Sanctuary and Longwood Shola Reserve Forest. These are from Tamil Nadu. Okay, so this is 80. It was initially 75. Which state leads? Tamil Nadu has maximum. So Magadi Kere, Ankasamudra Bird Conservation, Aghani Shani Estuary, Karaivetti Bird Sanctuary, Longwood Shola Reserve Forest. ठीक है, अभी you should also know 1 or 2 things just about this national, the wetland conservation rules of 2017. Okay, यहाँ पे the main thing to know, initially let's say India had X number of wetlands because of the conservation rules of 2010, but after these rules many wetlands in India lost their status because some of the categories were excluded. Okay, so the ones which were excluded वो हम याद रखने वाले हैं. All wetlands except river channels, paddy fields, human-made water bodies for drinking water, aquaculture, salt production can be notified. So earlier we had a lot of wetlands. Now you can see that the state is also prioritizing economic development. More aquaculture, more use of rice fields, agriculture. इन सबको आप notify नहीं कर सकते. River channels, you cannot notify them. Paddy fields, human-made water bodies, aquaculture, salt production. Okay, other than that you can notify. Additionally, if an area is falling under Indian Forest Act 1927, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Wildlife Protection Act, CRZ, they cannot be notified under wetland conservation rules. These are the 2 main takeaways for prelims. Other than that, at the state level, etc., they've created bodies, etc. Not that important. These two are important points. What have they excluded and what can not be notified under these rules? ठीक है? So river channel, paddy fields, human-made water bodies, aquaculture, salt production, इसको भी नहीं कर सकते. And plus these, the areas which are falling under the protected areas, they also cannot be notified. ठीक है? At low tides, the depth should not exceed 6 meters. अब इसे high tide भी हो सकते हैं, low tide भी हो सकते हैं, right? So they've taken low tides. So that is why sometimes these wetlands are also known as shallow lakes. And other than that, वो सारी conditions हैं. It can be a peatland, it can be a marshy land, it can be static, etc. वो सब कुछ है. But main criteria is that at low tides the depth should not exceed 6 meters. अगर लिखना होगा तो अभी I'll show it again once if you want. ठीक है? There is also a national plan. I think this is more important because the mains पे question पूछा गया था. National Wetland Conservation Program, for us not that important. Just we'll remember that there is a national plan for conservation of aquatic ecosystem. In that what we have done, we have merged two things: National Lake Conservation Plan and National Wetland Conservation Plan. So now you only have one particular plan. You have National Plan for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems. Within that you have lake भी है उसी के अंदर, and within that you have wetlands. Okay. Operational since 12th plan period, not very important to remember. Just remember that now this is the one formed by merging lake as well as wetland plan. ठीक है? Now dragonflies, you can just write this as one. The loss of dragonflies and damselflies is indicative of loss of swamps, wetlands, etc. Okay, marshes. So IUCN में we just saw the dragonflies and damselflies overall in the red list, they are declining. So overall we know that wetlands in general are under threat, right? So this is again an indicator of this. Next there is Amrit Dharohar scheme. Now this is for conservation, unique conservation, values of Ramsar sites. Amrit Dharohar scheme. This I think I had not mentioned in the mind map. This should be there because from the name you cannot directly guess. So there are two major schemes. Mishti is for mangroves and then there is Amrit Dharohar. Amrit Dharohar is for the conservation values. Okay. Okay. And last was this, I think, declaration, the Wuhan declaration. ठीक है? So now if we come back to our mind map, you can maybe just add here. In wetland conservation rules, two things: what is excluded and which protected parts or the acts which cannot be notified. Okay. Acha, wetland atlas is published by, and there is a wetland portal published by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Okay, एक last चीज लिख लो, wetland city accreditation. Which cities have got this? So here you can just write down the name of the cities. Indore, Bhopal and Udaipur. Okay. इंदौर में डैश करके लिखो सिरपुर लेक, SIRPUR. Indore, Bhopal and Udaipur. So Indore, we will have Sirpur Lake, which is a Ramsar site, SIRPUR. And Sirpur Lake is famous for Sarus crane, SARUS crane. Sarus crane mourns for the loss of their loved ones. एक और species है which also mourns for the loss of their loved ones. Very famous. Elephants. Elephant. बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब extreme grieving and mourning they do overall. हाँ हो सकता. Okay, so Indore में what we write? Sirpur Lake, a Ramsar site, famous for Sarus crane. Sarus crane and UP का क्या relation है? What is the relation between Sarus crane and UP? State animal, बोल भी सकते हो. UP is no less than a country. So national animal of UP भी हो जाएगा, not a problem. Okay, so one is that. Bhopal में you can write down Bhoj wetland, BHOJ, Bhoj wetland, which is again a Ramsar site. Bhoj, BHOJ. Sirpur Lake, Bhoj. Udaipur में you only have 5 wetlands, so you'll have to write Pichola, PICHOLA, Pichola. In Udaipur you have Pichola. Fateh Sagar, FATEH. For the online people, I'll just write that as a comment. Okay. So what we were saying, Pichola, Fateh Sagar, Rang Sagar, Swaroop Sagar, रंग RANG, रंग सागर, स्पेस में मतलब रंग सागर जैसे भी लिख सकते हो. रूप सागर. सो पिचोला, फतेह सागर, रंग सागर, स्वरूप सागर एंड दूध तलाई. दूध इज लाइक यू से मिल्क, DOODH, दूध स्पेस तलाई, TALAI. Sorry? Wetland city accreditation is under this Ramsar convention. इसमें लिख लो, it is a voluntary accreditation system. Voluntary accreditation system which is established by Ramsar convention. So India में what has to happen? The Ministry of Environment will send nominations. So we had sent these nominations. Okay, this is wetland city accreditation. Okay, so coming back to this, you have a definition. You have Ramsar Convention of 1971, Montreal Record. By the way, notes में अलग से लिख लो. There is something known as Montreal Convention. ठीक है, very confusing. अच्छा, for example, when we do ozone, तो ozone में there is Vienna Convention. In international relation, there is also Vienna Convention for diplomatic and consular access. Okay, so similarly यहाँ पे there is a Montreal Accord which is a part of Ramsar Convention. Montreal Convention is related to the movement of, I think, ships around the area of this Black Sea and Sea of Marmara, etc. Wuhan was the recent COP which happened. COP means Conference of Parties. So 2023 में with the COP which happened, this is known as Wuhan Declaration. There are even previous declarations, but now not more important. There was a Chitwan Declaration, etc. for wetlands. No more important for us. ठीक है, India की Ramsar sites 80 that you know. Wetland City Accreditation, Indore, Bhopal, Udaipur. Within that, what you know. Then Wetland Atlas, ISRO. Wetland Portal. Why are they called kidneys of late? That also we have seen. Wetland Conservation Rules of 2017. ठीक है. Inland is greater than coastal. Okay. And Amrit Dharohar Scheme. Okay. ये देख लिया आपने. Okay. In the definition of wetland, we had also mentioned something known as peatland. Okay. So what is peatland? Before we talk about it, okay. इसमें ये कर सकते हो, peatlands are world's largest terrestrial organic carbon stock. Terrestrial is the main point for us to remember. Very good sources of carbon sinks. So world's largest terrestrial organic carbon stock, that is the first thing. It consists of vascular plants, mosses, humus, that is there. Vascular plants hai, mosses hai. That if you see the image here, so there is a certain waterlogged condition also. So there is a partial decomposition that happens. That is why peat is formed. This is the peatland. Okay. Of peatlands related, you should know two more things. One is the Global Peatland Initiative, and one is Brazzaville Declaration. So when you write this, then we'll end this section. अभी के लिए after that we'll do mangroves. पर अभी break के बाद मतलब I mean. Sorry? No. Abhi, I'll tell you after this. Abhi mangroves and corals are left, and then we move to the next topic. Let's see. आप बताओ, वो ले लेंगे? Pollution देखते हैं, चलो. So two things, Global Peatland Initiative is there. Misty will come, wait, Dhanashri and other people, Misty, etc. When we do mangroves, we'll see this. Yes, we are going to have a break. Global Peatland Initiative hai. And one is Brazzaville Declaration. Again, you see Congo Basin coming in. Congo Basin, we have seen, you know, how many cases? Abhi kya dekha hai? 3 Basin Summit. What are the 3 basins? ठीक है. Then Congo Basin is famous for 70% production of cobalt. Where is cobalt used? Semiconductors, batteries. Nickel is also used in batteries, and nickel is found majorly in Indonesia. ठीक है. तो Brazzaville Declaration पे ये ध्यान रखना. Okay. This is their own COP conference. You don't have to remember it. It started with a Global Peatland Initiative in 2016. Third वाले में Brazzaville Declaration आ गया. What is peatland? We also know. World's largest terrestrial organic carbon stock consists of plants, mosses, and humus, etc. Okay. Is this fine? Wetland में anything if you want to ask me? अच्छा एक चीज लास्ट लिख लो ये. Pantanal, the largest tropical wetland in the world. Second, it has the largest concentration of crocodiles in the world. और ये है कहां पे वो भी देख लो. The area, yes. Brazil, yes, three regions, which is also mentioned in the map: Brazil, Bolivia and Paraguay. Also home to the biggest parrot on the planet, hyacinth macaw. So crocodile, largest tropical wetland, Pantanal, 3 countries, Bolivia, Brazil, Paraguay. कुछ ऐसे facts, you can just write this down. In India, the 3 types of crocodiles are found in which state? Odisha. Abhi Ghadial was recently found in Pakistan. पाकिस्तान. घड़ियाल नहीं, मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, ये सुना है कि नहीं सुना? अच्छा, where is घड़ियाल the maximum concentration? Where do you find it? Chambal Sanctuary. Which river? But very recently it also was found in Pakistan. Very recently. ये किस किसने लिख लिया? How many of you have written it? Okay. Okay, so at what time should we meet? छः. चलो 5:40, 5:50. अच्छा, it is अच्छा, okay, let me see online. चलो किसी ने लिखा 2 minutes break is enough. चलो ठीक है. अच्छा, when we meet at 6, उसके बाद तो कोई ब्रेक नहीं होगा ना? हाँ, आप बताओ. हैं? नहीं नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. हाँ यस, सॉरी, 12 बजे नहीं छोड़ा भाई. आप लोग थे प्रोग्राम में? नहीं नहीं, क्लास खत्म हो रही जल्दी. क्लास एंडेड. So is the voice audible to the online students? Okay. So we ended this part here with the discussion on mangroves. Oh, sorry. Wetlands, ठीक है? Now we will see two more things. One is mangroves and the second will be corals. Here again the idea will be to write down and revise all the things that we have read overall. Okay? Mangroves mein first thing you have to always know that these are halophytes. They are salt tolerant plants. Okay? And this property is exhibited in the presence of sunlight. They definitely need energy to operate. Then when they are living in such difficult conditions, they are living in a lot of saline conditions, they will certainly have certain adaptations. Okay, so we will see what are these adaptations. Second, mangroves, here also you have certain ecosystem services which they perform. In mangroves, we also know there is a status of World's Mangrove Report. And again, talking about facts, we know the contribution of Sundarbans, right? And when I write Sundarbans, I will also write about Indian State of Forest Report 2021. What does this report tell me about the state of mangroves in India? Is the area under mangroves increasing? Is it decreasing? Now, which state is leading with respect to this? So this fact also you should know. Okay. In fact, you can even add ISFR point to wetland as well. Okay. So that is one thing that we will always keep in mind. Now coming back here, again I'll fill it this. Now, when important thing is to know why are mangroves in news. One is Mishti scheme. One is a SIAM initiative. Okay. Other than that, in COP27, there was Mangrove Alliance for Climate, MAC. This was under COP27. Other than that, there are certain species of mangroves in news. I think I am not able to recall. Avicennia marina, but Avicennia something like that. Please check the first name. It is Avicennia, but I think one word I am missing. It is Avicennia. Avicennia root where there are a lot of mangroves actually. So that is how I remember. And one is Sonartia alba. Okay. Conocarpus trees, the most recent ones. Avicennia marina, Sonartia alba. Ab dekho exam se pehle, when you have this piece of paper, everything which has happened for mangroves, everything you will have at one place. Okay. If there is hardly one or two fact extra that you get to know, that is very important, just add it here. Okay. Now halophytes I have mentioned. Now here some of you were telling me about pneumatophores, right? Anything else? Okay. So first of all, see a few things. Number one, these are halophytes. They are living in saline conditions. Are they ecotone or not? Yes, they are ecotones. The filtration of water happens in the presence of sunlight. Yes. Okay. Now they have certain adaptations, mangroves. Like they will have aerial breathing roots. Why is that? When they are living in waterlogged conditions, if the roots do not get air to breathe, the roots will rot. That is why roots will have aerial projections. From that they will breathe. This is pneumatophores. I'll also show you the image. This will make things very clear. Second is something known as vivipary. Vivipary is, let's say, Generally, you have a tree, the seed will fall on the ground, this will germinate, new tree, right? But here the condition is waterlogged. Okay, so it is problematic. If the tree falls or the seed falls on the ground, it is going to get lost. So here, to adapt to it, seed will germinate in the tree itself. This is known as vivipary. Other than that, when you see how these mangroves look, okay, so they will have a lot of buttress roots, stilts roots to support themselves. Okay, this you will understand better when you see it. Okay, so again, halophytes, sunlight, ecotone, adaptations are there. They also provide a lot of ecosystem services, like if there is a storm water which is going to come, they're also going to help you in this regard. Okay, so I think let us go back to certain images that will help you understand this better. Okay. Now, I think I'll come to this. First is, these are the certain, can you see the different kinds of roots in mangroves, very much scattered and well spread out? So ecosystem services provided by mangroves can be a lot of biodiversity, coastal protection, you get timber, fuel wood, pollution control, that is there. Now this is the part that I was telling you, Indian State of Forest Cover Report, the area under mangroves, has it increased or decreased? Any idea? Increased. Okay, this area has increased compared to the report of 2019. This report ideally comes in every 2 years. Right now there is a slight gap. Okay, now Sundarbans, we have already seen, is a World Heritage Site, and it is also one of the largest mangrove forest regions. This also we have seen. Okay, now we'll add to this. Now this is one of the examples directly from the image, you can understand. You have mangrove ecosystem, a lot of storms are there. So if you have mangroves, this will provide coastal protection. This will reduce the impact of incoming water. So one, disaster management, relief, timber will provide a lot of fuel, non-timber forest products, fuel wood, firewood, etc. Nutrient cycling, biodiversity support, it is an ecotone, higher biodiversity is expected here. So all these things will be provided by these mangrove ecosystems. Okay, these are the certain benefits which we'll get. Sundarbans, again we have seen that highest, largest mangrove cover, right? So this is what we were discussing. You have something known as pneumatophores. On these roots there are aerial projections so that they are able to breathe in these waterlogged conditions. Okay, other than that, we have also known something known as prop roots. They are again to provide support, right? You also have stilt roots, buttress roots. The whole idea here is, this is to provide support. Prop roots, stilt roots, buttress roots, because again the roots have to be going in this direction to support the whole structure. There has to be something in place so that it can hold the weight. That is why the support is provided by prop, stilt or buttress roots. Okay, now in some mangrove species you have salt secreting glands. I said some, it means in not all. In certain species there are some mechanisms that salt does not even get in through the roots itself, but in some cases if the salt logged water is already there, then you know it's a leaf. Here you will have stomata, it will open for a certain point of time. This will lead to evaporation, or this is known as evapotranspiration loss. Now here also it will have salt secreting glands, because excess of salt will lead to osmotic imbalance. So again, to make this proper, what this will have, some roots or some varieties will have salt secreting glands. Okay, I hope this is clear. So these are some of the major mangrove adaptations. Okay, again this term we had seen, morphological means the shape and structure, physiological means function. So now if you see, what is the problem? If you see, there is a lot of inundation, a lot of water, excess water, right, plus high salinity, and on top of this there is less oxygen or anaerobic. How does the plant deal with it? One, it has succulent leaves. You also see succulent leaves in case of desert ecosystems. Okay, so thick leaves are there to store water, reduce evapotranspiration. Similarly, sunken stomata, again same thing, sunken stomata we also see in desert ecosystem. Certain leaves can also have salt secreting glands that we just saw. Okay, aerial breathing roots are known as pneumatophores. What was vivipary? Germinating in the tree itself. Okay, then stilt and buttress roots for support. So all the important keywords that you want to remember, you can simply write it on the mind map in the heading adaptations. And most of the things, when you understand this topic, you will get to write by your own self. Okay, that is the whole idea. Succulent leaves, sunken stomata, salt secreting glands, aerial breathing roots, silt roots, buttress roots, vivipary, etc., etc. That is what you have to remember. Okay. What are the ecosystem services? Most of them you already know. Wood, coastal protection, water filtration, livelihoods, mangrove ecosystem services. Now, how was this calculated? We've already seen accounting of ecosystem services, right? To put a monetary value, right? Tourism is there, fisheries. Okay, they have a lot of fisheries, and also climate regulation. Now, this is also very important. The carbon storage potential of mangroves is very high, and this is where you should write down again blue carbon. So again, in the coastal ecosystems where you find mangroves, they are also sequestering a lot of carbon, CO2. So in CO2 sequestration, there are either methods which are natural or the methods which are man-made. In man-made, we see different, capturing CO2, injecting into basaltic rocks, in coal seams, etc., etc. But there are natural ways also. Mangroves can be one, forests, oceans. These are carbon sinks. Okay, so these are the supporting services provided by mangroves. That is one. There is a report published by on the state of the words mangrove, published by an organization you might not have heard about, Global Mangrove Alliance. Okay, it is published by Global Mangrove Alliance. And here what we get to know, that in 2016, Conservation International, IUCN, the Nature Conservancy, Wetland International, WWF, all the 5 combined together formed Mangrove Alliance. You don't have to remember all of them, just have a look. Let us again recall, where did we see Conservation International? Hotspots. Where did we see, what all did we see in IUCN? Many things. SSC, Nature 2030, Global Ecosystem Typology, and pink pages, green list, red list. Okay, fine. You have Wetland International. It supports Ramsar Convention, we just saw. Okay. And WWF, 4 things about WWF. Priority, Earth Hour, priority species, Global 200, and the last was Living Planet Report. Okay. So this is what we have to know. Again, this report tells you a lot of mangroves were devastated, etc., because of direct human impacts. Nothing very special, we already know. And we will find that the biggest reason for loss of mangroves happens to be unsustainable aquaculture, and very specifically that is shrimp cultivation. Okay, so again, when you go for fishing, etc., for shrimp cultivation, so shrimp culture, this is the major reason globally, not just India, which is responsible for destruction of mangroves. Okay, again, you see mangroves in India in many places. To just have an idea, where are the mangroves found in India? Okay. Other than that, main threats when you see to mangroves. Okay, in this we will just remember the major threat is shrimp cultivation, but again you can see that in other ways like urbanization, industrialization, salt pan. Okay, this is what I was telling you. Shrimp farming being a very responsible method for destruction of mangroves. Okay, And again, sea level rise of course, that is a problem. Issues with farming, etc. So that is a problem here. Okay. Now we already know this is the threat. We already know the report. We know the adaptation. So what can be done about it? So here there are a couple of terms that you should be aware about. What can be done to restore the mangroves? Okay, restoration of the mangroves. One is that they can be restored through the coastal regulation zone rules, CRZ rules. Number one. In Sundarbans, you have something known as SMART, but again, we'll discuss something even more important in Sundarbans. Okay. Now, three terms are there. This is something you should know. It is being practiced in a lot of cases. One is direct seed sowing. They will not ask you in which state this is happening. They will say, what are the ways to restore or conserve mangroves? One is direct seed sowing, raised bed plantations. Again, see, one of the problems with mangroves is the sea level rise. So what if we plant them at a higher level? So even if the water rises, that will not be a problem. So raised bed plantations is there. And then is fishbone channel. This is how the fishbone looks like. So in this manner, if we are able to plant the mangroves, so when there is a water incoming, it is going to be divided in a manner. So this is also going to be very useful for protection or conservation of mangroves. Okay. So direct seed sowing, raised bed plantations, fishbone channel plantations, etc. are important or in the restoration of degraded mangroves. Okay. Maharashtra has been implementing, etc. some techniques, not that important. You can write down mangroves for future initiative. Okay. We can write down mangroves for future initiatives. And in this you can write down UNDP, United Nations Development Program, and IUCN have made this mangroves for future initiative. Okay, mangroves for future, IUCN and UNDP. Where are Pichavaram mangroves in India? Tamil Nadu. Again, we have a lot of, let's say, expanse of mangroves there as well, apart from Sundarbans. Now in mangroves in news, three things, or at least we've already seen that. I'll firstly show you what you have to know. One is MISTI scheme. Okay. MISTI talks about mangrove initiative for shoreline habitat and tangible incomes. How is it going to promote tangible incomes? Sorry? Yes. So you have Campa. That is why the name says tangible income, shoreline habitats and tangible incomes. Okay. So you have Campa and you also have Manrega, right? So here we'll find that is why this is going to support. So the whole idea here is sharing the best practices on plantation conservation to public-private partnership. That is the whole idea of MISTI scheme. Okay. So shoreline habitats and tangible incomes. This is the first example. The second example is this. This also happened. West Bengal government made a mangrove cell on International Day of Mangrove Ecosystem. Just a single one-liner, not very important. MISTI and PPP. Now specifically for restoration in Sundarbans, we have a scheme known as, which is related to sustainable shrimp cultivation. Very specific. Okay. Sustainable shrimp cultivation provides hope, etc. That is also what we need to know. Just one line rule, right? And this is for conservation of Sundarbans, very specific. Sundarbans, Problem is unsustainable shrimp cultivation. So this is what we are doing here. Okay. Mangrove Alliance for Climate, and India has joined it. Where did COP27 happen? Which is where? So amongst other initiatives that we'll see tomorrow, one of the things was which India had joined is Mangrove Alliance for Climate. Okay, which again talks about using mangroves in curbing global warming, etc. So just remember, India is a part of this, and this was launched in COP27, Sharm el Sheikh, Egypt. Okay. Coming back to our mind map here, status of the word mangrove, who's publishing it? Global Mangrove Alliance. Sundarbans, we have already seen the biggest. Here we have seen an overall increase. Okay, increase from 2019. Three things, MISTI scheme is there. So for this you remember CAMPA and MG Narega. What is CAMPA? Compensatory afforestation. Which act enables CAMPA? अरे वो ठीक है, मतलब CAMPA is the Planning Fund Management Authority. Forest Conservation Act of 1980. Okay, that actually helps in enable CAMPA. So MISTI is there, SIAM is there, COP27, MAC, Mangrove Alliance for Climate. Other than that, there are three species that you should know. Conocarpus trees. Number one, these are invasive mangrove species, and the Gujarat government had specifically talked about banning them. So one is Conocarpus trees. Conocarpus trees, when I tell you again invasive, this will again get repeated. Conocarpus trees, who is going to ban? Gujarat. Ghole fish is related to which state? Gujarat. Okay. Yes. And why is ghole fish important? Is it costly? Goldfish, a lot of nutrients. Okay. Okay. So with this only, abhi ke liye just remember it's an invasive mangrove species. Gujarat has spoken about banning it. It was used in a lot of plantations, in I think proper courtyards, in a lot of I think poles also. Yes, yes. Second is Avicennia marina. Okay. By the way, if you ever get a question where the root is Rhizophora, Avicennia, Sonartia, aankh band karke, it is going to be a mangrove species. There are certain roots of certain mangrove varieties. Okay. Avicennia, there are many varieties. Out of that, Avicennia marina, Odisha. Why is it important? Yes, we have been able to do the gene mapping of this mangrove species. So Avicennia marina, the gene mapping of this mangrove species was carried out. So it is in Odisha. And other than that, let's say you get Avicennia and some other, and they ask you why was this in news? And one of the options is mangrove, aankh band karke, Avicennia, Rhizophora, Sonartia. These are some major roots, out of which there are many varieties. Sonartia alba, for this we'll write down Maharashtra. Why Maharashtra? First state to have, yes, state mangrove tree. So it's a mangrove tree. Maharashtra had become the first state to have its own state mangrove tree. The variety was named as Sonartia alba. Okay, the variety for this was known as Sonartia alba. So actually Maharashtra was the first Indian state to declare state mangrove tree as a symbol of conservation. Okay, that is the whole idea behind this. ठीक है, इसको लिख लिया आपने? इसी के साथ विद दिस वी आल्सो यूज अ टर्म नोन एज फाइटो रेमिडिएशन. प्लीज राइट डाउन. For with mangroves we also use a term phyto. Whenever you see the term phyto, that is known as plants. Remediation means cleaning of water. So mangroves also help in cleaning the water, right? Water will have saline content, etc. We can use phytoremediation. So this term is also used in this context. अच्छा, अब एक और चीज, लास्ट पॉइंट और लिख लो. अपार्ट फ्रॉम सुंदरबंस वी ऑलरेडी रिटन अंडमान, कच्छ एंड जामनगर इन गुजरात. Andaman, Kutch and Jamnagar in Gujarat also have substantial mangrove cover. Also have substantial mangrove cover. And for Andaman you can write it has a combination of mangroves, evergreen as well as deciduous. The Andaman region has a combination of mangroves, evergreen forest and deciduous forest. Are mangroves evergreen forest? Yes or no? Why? नहीं, बाकी ये कॉनिफरस या जीरोफाइट या डेसिकेशन टॉलरेंट या एफिमेरल? पूछ रहा हूँ, आई एम जस्ट आस्किंग. व्हाट इज द आंसर? एवरग्रीन. ये लिख लो, इट इज एवरग्रीन. So this, if you want to put in somewhere, you can just write it. Mangroves as carbon sink, I think we've already written, right? Baki, I think one of the things was that after the cyclone Amphan, the West Bengal chief minister had proposed 5 crore mangroves to be planted in Sundarbans. Just sun lo ek bar, you just have to see this. And mangroves are protected under category 1 of CRZ. CRZ rules we just saw. They protect. So if you want, you can also write this down. They are protected under the CRZ. Then blue carbon, I think I've already told you. With this, बताया कि नहीं बताया? Okay. So phytoremediation, blue carbon, etc. Write down. Tomorrow when I do blue carbon, then again this will get repeated. It will have tidal, marshes, mangroves, etc. तो आपको वहां से forward and backward linkage that will be there, right? Any doubt in mangroves? अच्छा, एक लास्ट पॉइंट लिखो. हाँ, no. In Andaman, I said you will find mangrove forest, you will also find evergreen forest, and you will also find deciduous forest. हाँ, but it is because Andaman and Nicobar के पूरे point में some part will have very high rain. So when you draw the equatorial जो भी rain forest है, tropical rain forest, sorry, तो उसमें हल्का सा part अंडमान का भी आता है. बट दिस इज जस्ट टू से कि अंडमान विल हैव अ लॉट ऑफ डाइवर्स वेजिटेशन. एक चीज बस लिख लो, वो मैं भूल जाऊंगा, दूसरे जगह से दिखी है. ग्रीन क्रेडिट प्रोग्राम में देयर आर 8 थिंग्स मेंशन्ड इन द ग्रीन क्रेडिट प्रोग्राम. वन ऑफ देम इज कंजर्वेशन ऑफ मैंग्रोव्स. हैज एनीबॉडी हर्ड ऑफ दिस टर्म ग्रीन क्रेडिट प्रोग्राम? लिख लो. मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरमेंट ने इसके रूल्स, ड्राफ्ट रूल्स नोटिफाई करे हैं. द ग्रीन क्रेडिट प्रोग्राम launched in 2023-24 budget under mission life, where life means lifestyle for environment. So in green credit, see, I will discuss this with you tomorrow as well. I'll tell you 8 components, but abhi ke liye, because mangrove is a part of it, remember, mangrove conservation is a part of green credit program. So you can write down mangrove conservation is one of the 8 things. So in green credit program, you can earn a credit for 8 things: tree plantation, waste, etc. so on. Usme one of the part is mangroves. Huh. They can also survive in fresh water. Okay. हाँ, और एक कोई और था, कौन सा वाला? ये हाँ, वो बिल्कुल सही है, वो सही है. अभी कौन सा बच रहा है? यस, इट इज. हाउ डू दे फिल्टर पे? वही है, द रूट्स एक्सेट्रा, दे विल हैव मैकेनिज्म्स. और 2 तरह से फिल्टर करते हैं, या तो सॉल्ट सिक्रेटिंग ग्लैंड्स भी हैं, और देन सो देयर आर 2 टाइप्स ऑफ मैंग्रोव वेराइटीज. ओके. अब उसमें आई एम नॉट फॉरगेटिंग, देयर आर 2, आई थिंक एक राइजोफोरा की एक स्पीशी होती है और एक और स्पीशी होती है. सो बोथ द स्पीशीज हैव डिफरेंट वेज ऑफ फिल्टरिंग वाटर. ओके, सो चलो एक बार मैं देखता हूँ. हाँ, नहीं, दे हैव गुड कवर, मतलब ऑफ कोर्स मैक्सिमम इज सुंदरबंस. हाँ, बट दीज ऑल्सो एरियाज ऑफ अंडमान एंड गुजरात, दे ऑल्सो हैव गुड कवर ओवरऑल इन. अच्छा, पर इसमें एक ट्रेंड ये है. दूसरा ट्रेंड है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द इंडियन स्टेट ऑफ फॉरेस्ट रिपोर्ट. उसमें भी एक चीज है, मैक्सिमम इंक्रीज का हुआ है, वो अलग है. द मैक्सिमम इंक्रीज हैज नॉट हैपेंड इन वेस्ट बंगाल, इट हैज हैपेंड इन महाराष्ट्र या उड़ीसा है. चेक करना एक बार ये. हाँ, नहीं, हाई, दोनों चीज अलग है. एक है ओवरऑल मैक्सिमम कॉन्सेंट्रेशन का है, सेकेंड इज द मैक्सिमम इंक्रीज विच हैज हैपेंड, बोथ आर डिफरेंट. ओके. अच्छा, अभी क्लास के बाद भी इफ समबडी और इफ आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू आंसर डाउट, मेरे को लिखवा देना यहाँ पे, ठीक है? सो दैट टुमारो आई कीप अ टैब ऑन इट. ओके, नाउ लेट्स सी अबाउट कोरल्स. कोरल्स में भी a couple of things had happened recently. पहले तो देख लेंगे. Corals are this is the recent one in current affairs. Coral reef breakthrough. कुछ पुराने भी लिख देते हैं. glowing gone. अच्छा, जो मैंने कोरल ब्लीचिंग लिखा है उसके साथ एक कनेक्शन बनता है विद रिस्पेक्ट टू क्लाइमेट चेंज, ठीक है. So when you do climate change and when you do ocean acidification, in ocean acidifications we see जो marine calcifiers होते हैं, the let's say mollusks, corals which need calcium, because of climate change and specifically ocean acidification they are getting bleached. So that is one of the major reasons. So this can be connected to climate change as well as ocean acidification. ठीक है, ये लिख लिया आपने. अब इसमें if I have to put a star mark, this was in the news, staghorn corals, coral reef breakthrough. In coral bleaching there was something जिसकी headline थी the fourth global mass something, what was that? Yes, a kind of extinction or kind of bleaching. So that was also in the news, so I'm also putting a star mark here. There was a fund related to coral reef, I'll tell you. Conservation में you have biorock, cryomesh, artificial reefs, these are artificial mechanisms. Natural में आ जाएगा sea cucumber, okay. Sea cucumber releases some calcium related particles, that is why it becomes important. ठीक है. I'll just read out. Symbiotic association, hard and soft corals, staghorn corals. What are the conditions for coral reefs to flourish? Initiatives like coral reef breakthrough, glowing gone. एक और याद आ रहा है, थोड़ा सा पुराना है. सनस्क्रीन वाला याद है किसी को? आपको शायद बताया था एक बार पिछले साल क्लास में. The use of sunscreen, toxic 3 O's, which ultimately lead to depletion of coral reefs. Okay, लिख सकते हो but again slightly older. ऑक्सीबेंजोएट, ऑक्सी समथिंग समथिंग, 2-3 लिखवाए थे मैंने. गुड, आई फॉरगॉट इट. आपने क्लास में भी करा था या वैसे भी पढ़ा हुआ है? अच्छा, करा हुआ, ठीक है. येलो बैंड और वाइट बैंड डिजीज भी है. एक्चुअली डिपेंड्स ऑन कोरल ब्लीचिंग एटसेट्रा में देयर आर डिफरेंट बैंड्स. इट कैन बी येलो, इट कैन बी वाइट एटसेट्रा. So this yellow band disease, white band disease, etc. is related to coral bleaching. Drying. और अब good. मुझको ही नहीं याद आ रहा है अभी. Yes, coral triangle is there. But I think these things I spoke about in the previous question class. Coral triangle कहाँ पे है? Where is it? Talking of coral triangle, we should also know Great Barrier Reef. एग्जाम्पल बताओ. ओके, लास्ट ईयर दैट वाज इन द न्यूज. अजूज एंथले, हाँ, आर्टिफिशियल रीफ्स. Sorry, toxic 3 O's, again these are components which are present in the sunscreen. Okay, but when they of course get into the oceans, we already know microplastics, microbeads are concerned, they end up harming the coral reefs. तो ये interconnected हो जाएगा. ट्राइंगल आ गया. कोरल ट्राइंगल again is the region, जैसे कि आपने सुना lithium triangle, so again you'll have a good concentration of coral reefs in that region. Maximum कहाँ पे है? Great Barrier Reef maximum, and again we are seeing the decline of this. Okay, so शुरू करें इसको. हाँ, अभी बता रहा हूँ, करंट में था, न्यूज में था. Firstly, let us just have a look at the slides, etc. पहले तो ये, अच्छा, सबसे पहले तो कोरल्स में these are cnidarians. These are cnidarians like sea anemones, hydras, corals, box jellyfish. First thing to, even before symbiotic, please write down these are cnidaria. Okay, we already have seen this. कोरल पॉलिप है zooxanthellae. What is a zooxanthellae? It is an algae. It is going to make food. Coral polyp, the harder it is, which means इसका skeleton will have more calcium deposits, the better it is. अगर ज़्यादा soft होगा तो again वो बहुत ज़्यादा protection it is not going to do. That is one. अब इसमें वही है, you have the coral polyps, zooxanthellae, etc. They will provide food and shelter. This is how this goes along. But the very good part here is that this is going to have a lot of biodiversity. Okay, coral reefs are your foundational species. Okay, this is something we already have seen. These are foundational species. Other than that, what are the conditions for growth of coral reefs? पहले बात तो generally speaking, you would want shallow waters. ठीक है? Why shallow waters? Simple है, light. We want light. If the light is not available, then there is a problem. Okay? Zooxanthellae will need sunlight for this to happen. Okay? इसीलिए ये तो अपने जनरल कोरल्स हैं. There is also something which your friend pointed out, azooxanthellae corals. जैसे photic zone है, there is a photic zone. Similarly, zooxanthellae, there is a zooxanthellae which does not have this. So they will then become dark corals. Okay? Shallow water है. You want a semi-hard or a hard surface. Okay? The harder it is, the better it is. ठीक है? Clear water so that sunlight can properly come. थोड़ा सा should be warm around 20 degrees. It should be saline filled. Okay? अगर saline filled होगा, so again the calcium and the nutrients will be available. So this is going to help. तो ये चीज याद रखेंगे, mild salinity is important or even necessary for the growth of the corals. Mild salinity. Okay? And again, they will provide us a rich supply of nutrients. That is also something we already know. ठीक है? तो mild salinity याद रखना, warm water, clear water, hard or a semi-hard surface, okay, and shallow water, right? So these are the major things that we need to know. Now my question to you, can you find them in temperate regions या tropical? Mostly tropical. And you can also find, because at the interface also you can find, and also at the backdrop, think of climate change happening. So tropic उसके boundary पे जो temperate है, it is tending towards tropical, थोड़ा सा, right? So this is also there. A lot of benefits. So right from food source, tourism, protection, etc. ठीक है? Medicine, I don't have to expand on this. We already know there are a lot of benefits provided by the coral reefs, right? Same यहाँ पे भी है. They have this limestone. और अच्छा एक चीज ये लिख सकते हो. They act as home for 25% of all marine life. That is why foundational species. %25% of all marine life. ठीक है? Medicine हो गया, tourism, recreation, fine. Again same thing. इस side पे services, coastal protection, fisheries, biodiversity, tourism. Now this is the problematic part. You have diseases like white band disease, yellow band disease. सिर्फ ये दोनों, इसके बीच में जो भी colors आएंगे. Okay, so it is depending on the color, so we can make these diseases. ठीक है? Temperature से coral bleaching हो सकती है. So this is where we can link climate change. You are seeing a lot of carbon dioxide emissions leading to global warming. Temperature getting high and ultimately causing a problem here. Zooxanthellae will move out. ठीक है? Acidification हो रहा है. ठीक है? अभी के लिए एक चीज लिख लेना अपने नोट्स पे, कल फिर से we'll again repeat. See, when ocean acidification happens, सवाल आपसे क्या पूछ सकता है? Whether the concentration of carbonate ion increases or whether bicarbonate increases. What is more problematic? उसके लिए we will always remember carbonate ions are important for reef formation. If they are important for reef formation, and if I know that coral bleaching is happening, it means carbonate ions are getting reduced. ठीक है? And bicarbonate are getting increased. ये हमेशा याद रखो, कोई भी marine calcifier होगा, चाहे वो mollusk हो, whether it is coral, it will need carbonate ions. तो general जो process होता है, they will have abundant supply of carbonate ions. But what happens? You have more of CO2. there is carbonic acid getting formed, H plus, so again HCO3 carbonate हो गया. So this bicarbonate is increasing, which is problematic. Okay, so again you can just write in one line maybe if you want, कि carbonate ion is essential for the growth of coral reefs. However, in ocean acidification, carbonate decreases and bicarbonate ion increases. I said carbonate ion is essential for formation of coral reefs. However, in ocean acidification, carbonate ion reduces and bicarbonate ion increases. So the availability of calcium etc. is reduced. That is the whole problem in this case. So ocean acidification, but we will again link it to climate change tomorrow. वो याद रखेंगे. Temperature, diseases, runoff that we have seen, overfishing. अच्छा यहाँ पे जो there's a term in overfishing. There is also a term known as ghost fishing. Even if you read about olive ridley, any turtle, dolphin, etc., ghost fishing is a simple term. You used a net to catch something. The net is, you did not take it back. The net is already there. Some species will come in, they will get entangled and even perhaps get killed by it. Okay, so this is known as ghost fishing. So this is also something, a problem. So generally ये भी problem होती है. Shrimp cultivation, shrimp farming में this is also one of the issues. That you wanted to catch fishes, you left the net there, a lot of shrimps got caught. उसके आसपास जो mangrove थे वो भी destroy हो रहे हैं. Because again these nets, the material of these nets again is not, let's say, very environment friendly. And this is also one of the issues which we face with Digong भी है, और दूसरा श्रीलंकन fishermen के साथ जो हमारा dispute है. We have seen the bottom trawling. Okay, the bottom trawling is again not environment friendly at all. Okay. Talking of Sri Lankan fishermen, again the Kachativu island is also important for you to know. अच्छा देखो, अभी Great Barrier Reef is important. अब you can Google where is Coral Triangle. एक बार this is your homework. But exactly know exactly कौन सी जगह है. Great Barrier Reef for us is very important. The world's largest coral reef system. ठीक है? Before I talk about the bleaching of corals, again I'll come back to this slide. ये जो है ना highest or 25% of all marine life. Now here I will make a distinction. You have corals on one hand, you have Amazon forest on one hand. ठीक है? When you see Amazon forest, what comes to mind? A lot of forest, shrubs, trees, हर बहुत कुछ. तो ये याद रखेंगे. The Amazon rainforest has higher plant diversity and the coral reefs have higher animal diversity. How come animal, you may say? अब यहाँ पे ढेर सारे crustaceans, they will have a lot of, let's say, echinoderms, a lot of different invertebrates which will be found here. So that biodiversity is far higher here. Okay, so coral reefs have far higher animal phyla as compared to Amazon. But if we talk about Amazon, it will have far higher plant phyla. ठीक है? Great Barrier Reef you've seen. Now this is again something very simple to understand. How the reefs or corals, they get bleached. Okay, you have a healthy coral, you have a stressed coral, you have a bleached coral, and then there's a dead coral. Okay, now what is happening? How is it getting stressed? Because of temperature, because of other stresses here. ठीक है, ocean acidification है, etc. etc. So what will happen here? The zooxanthellae will leave it after a point of time. The moment zooxanthellae leaves, color चला जाएगा. You see here, color change हुआ. This is what is bleaching. Okay, so when the zooxanthellae has left, it turns white, it is vulnerable, and ultimately this will starve to death, becoming this dead coral. Okay, So again, the ideal way to intervene is here. If it is stressed, यहाँ पे भी थोड़ा मुश्किल रहेगा because the zooxanthellae is already left. So it is here, then you can go for creation of artificial reefs or having bio rock technology, etc. Right? So these are the 4 stages that you should know. Healthy coral, you have stressed coral, bleached coral, and then you have a dead coral. Okay? And why does it get bleached? Because the zooxanthellae will move out. ठीक है? Measures for coral reef restoration में one is biorock, artificial reefs, and one is cryomesh. Cryomesh में the same thing. You are going to have very low temperatures. Okay? That is, see, normal fishing is when you have the net. Okay, you use it, you take it off. In ghost fishing, the net is let's say abandoned for a long time. Okay, and because of that, then there will be certain problems. That is the whole point about it. ठीक है? अच्छा, इंडिया में corals, are they found only in Lakshadweep or only in Andaman? It is both. Lakshadweep also, Andaman. Apart from these two, where do we find corals in India? Gulf of Kutch, Gulf of Mannar also. Okay, that is there. इसमें cryomesh में just write one line. Storage of coral larva. Storage of coral larva at minus 196 degree Celsius. Storage of coral larva at minus 196. Sorry? Yes, we're storing it. Yes. Biorock is something like this. Okay? Now this was happening in Gulf of Kutch, we already know. And this actually inspired a question that you had already seen. Okay? Isme the power source is going to be sent. There is a biorock structure. The whole idea is to bring the calcium particles together. This is also known by another term known as mineral accretion process. This is the other name for biorock. Okay? So again, the whole idea is to apply electricity current and try to bring these particles together. Fine? The particles which are far away, let's say the calcium particles, when they bring together, the reef-like structure will be formed. That is the whole idea behind this. The other name is mineral accretion. ठीक है? तो गल्फ ऑफ कच्छ से याद रख सकते हो, एक ये चीज है. हाँ, गुजरात में तो है ना, गुजरात गल्फ ऑफ कच्छ के पूरे पार्ट में है ना. रत्नागिरी वाले पार्ट में शायद मोस्ट प्रोबेबली दे आर देयर. या इन द फंड्स आई थिंक आई हैड मेंशन ग्लोबल फंड फॉर कोरल रीफ. ओके, इसमें जस्ट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर COP26 लिख लेना, दैट्स इट. ओके, एंड it is administered by this. Two things. SDG etc. you already know. SDG 7 क्या है? Environment में you have to remember 4 SDGs. SDG 7 is energy, 13 is climate change, 14 is life below water, 15 is life on land. तो desertification से related SDG 15 है, ये वाला SDG 14 हो जाएगा. This is life below water. Okay. So what did we see? One is COP26. This happened in Glasgow, UK. Okay. Second, कितने साल का है, क्या है, not very important. Just remember who is going to administer it. Okay. UN Multi-Partner Trust Fund. First UN fund specifically focused on SDG 14. ठीक है. इसको लिख लिया. अब इसके बाद लिखो कोरल रीफ ब्रेक थ्रू, बिकॉज इट इज लिंक टू दिस ओनली. दिस वॉज इन द करंट अफेयर्स, शायद सुना होगा आपने. कोरल रीफ ब्रेक थ्रू. ओके, so one you have ICRI, that is International Coral Reef Initiative, plus Global Fund for Coral Reef, plus High Level Climate Champions. Three bodies have come up and partnered. So one is International Coral Reef Initiative, Global Fund for Coral Reef, and third is High Level Climate Champions. They have launched the Coral Reef Breakthrough. High Level Climate Champions. ICRI पे अब लिख लो, just one or two things. International Coral Reef Initiative पे, one founded in 1944. So there are many countries, but इसमें याद रखना, India is not a founding member, but India is a member. So there are countries like Australia, Sweden, etc. जो थे इसके part में. Okay, so what we will know, I'll again repeat, don't worry. Founded in 1994. There are countries like Australia, UK, USA, Japan, etc. We don't have to remember them. We'll only remember India was not a founding member, but India is a member. ठीक है? Now second point we'll write about is this coral reef breakthrough. तो पहली बात तो it is linked to Target 3 of CBD COP15. Target 3 actually बात करता है 30% of land and sea, तो उसमें this is going to help. Target 3 of CBD COP15 ब्रैकेट में लिख सकते हो 30/30. ठीक है? And one last point, prevent extinction of at least, ये कोरल रीफ ब्रेक थ्रू में ही लिख रहे हैं हम लोग, CBD COP15 अभी जो देखा कुनमिंग मॉन्ट्रियल वाला, उसी में 30/30 है ना. सॉरी, अरे मतलब देव एक्चुअली मेंशन्ड आई थिंक 125,000 किलोमीटर स्क्वायर का एरिया. Prevent extinction of at least 125,000 kilometer square. This is their main tagline or aim. Prevent extinction of at least 125,000 kilometer square of shallow water tropical coral reefs. ओके, जहां पे AR लिखा है आर्टिफिशियल रीफ, यहां पे लिखो एक पॉइंट, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज, इज प्रमोटिंग आर्टिफिशियल रीफ्स अंडर PM मत्स्य संपदा योजना. डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिशरीज is promoting AR. AR is artificial reefs under Pradhan Mantri Matsya. Matsya means fish. MATSYA. Matsya. Sampada SAMPADA. Matsya Sampada Yojana. If I say coral reefs are marine invertebrate animals, is it true or false? पीछे false. इट इज ट्रू, तो इसलिए ये भी लिखो वेरी बेसिक। दीज आर मरीन इनवर्टिब्रेट, कैसे, क्यों? नाइडेरिया एनिमल में ही तो है, एनिमल में वर्टिब्रेट है, इनवर्टिब्रेट है, इनवर्टिब्रेट में वन इज नाइडेरिया। सो दिस इज अगेन अ वे ऑफ सेइंग इट, राइट? सो वेयर यू हैव रिटन इनवर्टिब्रेट, और सॉरी वेयर हैव यू रिटन नाइडेरिया, उसको लिखो मरीन इनवर्टिब्रेट एनिमल। सॉरी नहीं, कैसे? प्लांट हुआ ना, तो व्हेन वी मेक दिस क्लासिफिकेशन थैलोफाइट्स, ब्रायोफाइट्स, टेरिडोफाइट्स, तो वहां से तो हुआ ना उसके बीच में जिम्नोस्पर्म्स, और आई थिंक वो क्या था हमारा, नहीं नहीं नहीं, उसके ऊपर वाला क्लासिफिकेशन, ना 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 ना, जस्ट एक सेकंड, सॉरी, क्रिप्टोगैम्स एंड फैनेरोगैम्स। तो क्रिप्टोगैम्स में थैलोफाइट्स एंड ब्रायोफाइट्स एंड टेरिडोफाइट्स, तो वहां से शुरू होता है ना, एल्गे है, फंगस है, हाँ हाँ। सो दीज आर कोरल रीफ्स आर मरीन इनवर्टिब्रेट एनिमल्स, ठीक है? वरना एनिमल्स देख के यू विल नेवर गेस कि अरे तो ये एनिमल कैसे होंगे। इन आवर नॉलेज एनिमल्स आर डिफरेंट, which is why when we say the coral reefs house the maximum animal phyla, we get confused. हमें लगता है इतने सुंदर सुंदर से स्पीशीज है, ये एनिमल कहाँ है? फॉर अस एनिमल इज जनरली द डिपिक्शन ऑफ द मूवी, राइट? वायलेंस होगा, मार धाड़ होगी, ओके, अ लॉट ऑफ ब्लड विल बी शेड। ओके, लास्ट इज, आई थिंक क्या नहीं बताया है इसमें, हाँ इसको लिखो, स्टैग हॉर्न कोरल्स। पहली बात तो फाउंड इन करेबियन, जो स्टैग हॉर्न कोरल्स हैं फाउंड इन करेबियन, so अब इस पे what actually happened, there was a genomic survey which was done, so which survey found that staghorn corals have very high resistance to white band disease, इसलिए न्यूज में थे, okay? And second is I think resistance या resilience, okay, I'll just एक बार बोल ही देता हूं मैं पूरा लाइन, okay? Okay, so a genome-wide survey in Caribbean has identified, a genome-wide survey in the Caribbean has identified 10 genomic regions associated with resilience against resilience against white band disease, BAND, not BANNED. ठीक है, व्हाइट बैंड डिजीज लिख लिया, ओके? कुछ मिसिंग है इसमें, glowing gone, UNEP. You can figure out that this talks about coral bleaching, glowing and gone, initiative of UNEP. Coral reef breakthrough we've already done, fund, global fund for coral reef, वो भी देख लिया हमने, coral bleaching etc we have seen, okay? coral bleaching में मेरे ख्याल से just one thing you can write down, इसके साथ let me just have a look at कि कोई important चीज आई थी कि नहीं। It was titled as the 4th global mass coral bleaching event. Okay, इसमें बस एक जस्ट लिखो, एक लाइन, 4th global mass coral bleaching event. Now this update is I think around 7 or 8 days back, और इसके ज्यादा इस तरह करंट नहीं पूछने वाले, ओके? हाँ, they've just mentioned this as event, 4th global mass coral bleaching event. इसमें बस what they've said, El Nino, ocean acidification, all of this has led to more of coral bleaching, okay? That is the whole idea behind it, ठीक है? तो इसमें जस्ट राइट डाउन वाई इज दिस, वाई करके लिख लो द रीजंस. वन, इंक्रीजिंग SST, सी सरफेस टेम्परेचर, इंक्रीजिंग सी सरफेस टेम्परेचर. अच्छा, आपको ये पता है कि 2023 वॉज द वार्मेस्ट ईयर फॉर मेनी रीजंस. कल वो भी हम देखने वाले हैं, बट अगेन 2023 was very paramount in that sense. Okay, there were a lot of factors why this was the warmest year on record. Okay, one of the reasons was also कि this also coincided with El Nino year. Okay, तो one factor what you कौन सा लिखा अभी पहला, increasing SST. second, El Nino conditions. So El Nino will lead to ocean heating. This will lead to the stressing of corals. El Nino conditions हो जाएंगी. Third, marine heat waves. Again, the idea of marine heat waves is that for a consecutive 5 days or so, if the temperature, जो भी ambient temperature, it rises more than 3 to 4 degrees Celsius from the ambient temperature, for a consecutive 5 days, we say it's a marine heat wave. Okay, so we have seen extensive marine heat waves. There is ocean acidification and pollution. These are the 5 reasons, which is why this is regarded as this event. ठीक है, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि something out of the world has happened, and this I think International Coral Reef Initiative ने ही बताया है this has happened. Okay, 5 things: El Nino, increasing SST, marine heat waves, ocean acidification and pollution. Okay, anything which we have left out? किसी ने माइंड मैप बनाया किसी ने? ठीक है ठीक है, कुछ मिस नहीं हो रहा ना? स्टैगहॉर्न देख लिया. अच्छा, हार्ड और सॉफ्ट में, हार्ड कोरल्स आर द रीफ बिल्डिंग कोरल्स, दे विल हैव मोर ऑफ CaCO3. सॉफ्ट वंस विल नॉट बी रीफ बिल्डिंग कोरल्स. ठीक है, कॉलोनीज बनाएंगे बट वो रीफ ज्यादा नहीं बनाएंगे. ठीक है, स्टैगहॉर्न हमने देख ही लिया. एक और लिख लेना कहीं पे, यहाँ पे टाइप्स में स्ट्रक्चर, वो लास्ट ईयर वाज इन न्यूज. Zooxanthellae. Other than that, just look up exactly what are the countries which are a part of Coral Triangle. ठीक है, ठीक है, पर exact अभी I don't have any mnemonic to recall it on the spot. तो अब इनको ये बताओ याद कैसे किया, मेन ये चीज है. How do you remember? अच्छा, बट यू, हाँ, गुड, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड. ठीक है, 3+3 कुछ बना लो भाई, नया प्रोग्राम अपना. ठीक है, so I also do not say until and unless I have it at the back of my mind. So this is good. चलो अगर ऐसे याद है, 3+3. Fund, I hope you know. Fourth, the most recent event, BioRock Cryomesh AR. Okay, is this done? ठीक है. अच्छा, 3 O's. Anybody remembers it? लिख लो ऑक्सीबेंजोन. सॉरी, बताओ. अभी तो दिखाई थी कंडीशंस. सेलाइन 6 कंडीशंस: शैलो वाटर, सेलाइन, क्लियर वाटर, सेडिमेंट्स. हाँ, या फिर जस्ट गूगल इट, यू विल फाइंड 3 विच इज यूज्ड इन सनस्क्रीन. ठीक है, किस किस की सनस्क्रीन में ये है पहले बताओ. द मोर इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन इज सर, हु यूजेस सनस्क्रीन? 60 SFP SPF. हाँ, हम्म, just like a microplastic, it can go into the oceans and then it can affect the coral reef forming process. So industries नहीं, this sunscreen itself. I'll just अभी चलो लिख लो चाहे. एक है ऑक्सीबेंजोन, हाँ, मतलब टफ नेम्स, ऑक्टिनॉक्सेट एंड ऑक्टिक्राइलीन. अब दिस इज, सॉरी, मतलब सेफ भी, आई थिंक देयर इज अ गुड इन्फोग्राफिक ऑफ डाउन टू अर्थ. जिंक ऑक्साइड एंड टाइटेनियम ऑक्साइड इज गुड, जितने O वाले हैं वो सब बेकार हैं, ठीक है. And this can lead to coral bleaching. All the three can lead to coral bleaching. They can also cause hormonal issues as well, ठीक है. But this is a slightly older news. हाँ. चलो इसको कर लेना, अभी नेक्स्ट टॉपिक करना पड़ेगा, अदरवाइज विल मिस इट. जो छूट गया मेरे को पूछ लेना अलग से. हाँ, कोई कुछ पूछ रहा है? ओके. What topic should we take now? Legislations या species या दोनों? दोनों. वैसे भी we have the entire day and night. अच्छा, let me just change the slide now. Sorry? We can have pollution. We are already in Delhi. No need of pollution separately. Start करना पड़ेगा. Although I can complete legislations faster, but again ये थोड़ा सा I have to take it up. इसमें भी I'll only do the interesting part today, boring part नहीं करेंगे, ठीक है. Species में मैं mostly I'll tell you unique behaviors. I'll tell you something about fungus, ठीक है. Again there are certain new things that we'll get to know. सबसे पहले इसी से start करते हैं, fungus से. So I'll tell you 11 applications of fungus. Okay, this is something you already know. Now this actually fungus is under the category of, किस में पढ़ रहे हैं fungus को हम? You can also think of microorganism, ठीक है, या overall. तो fungus में just a couple of things. We'll write 11 points, ठीक है. जितने भी possible examples हो सकते हैं multiple sources से, I've tried to collate them. So whenever you read fungus, read these 11 examples, okay. So we'll write down, पहला लिखोगे decomposition. Let me see whether the online students are also following. Sorry. अरे नहीं, स्पीशीज में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मतलब स्पीशीज में वी आर ओनली डूइंग द स्पीशीज. अभी स्पीशीज आई डोंट थिंक शुड बी अ प्रॉब्लम. No, the reason to do it specifically is to just to tell you, because fungus में you and I can expect more questions. Okay, so start. First point is decomposition. तो एग्जाम्पल में लिखो ऑयस्टर मशरूम, which means fungus also play an important role. We already know decomposition में decomposers क्या होते हैं? Bacteria, fungus and slime molds. Fungus is already there. I just gave you one example is oyster mushroom. Okay. अब they will decompose dead wood etc. वो I'm not able to, I'm not speaking that, वो छोड़ो. Second लिखो antibiotics. Second is antibiotics. So Penicillium fungus produces penicillin, which is a powerful antibiotic. Penicillium fungus produces antibiotic. Third is food industry. So it is used in yeast, etc. Example you can write down Saccharomyces. Myces से भी जो एंड कर रहा है, mycomyces, that is going to be fungus. Example here we'll write it is used in bread making. ब्रूइंग बियर. ओके, कुछ लोग की ऑटोमेटिक स्माइल्स खुल गई इसको सुन के, बट दिल्ली अभी दूर है. ओके, सैक्रोमाइसिस. So one is bread making, yeast, brewing beer. Then next is bioremediation. Next point. And within bioremediation, actually it is mycoremediation. Okay. So you can give the example of white rot fungus. White rot fungus. Next point, it is also used in medical research. Next point, agriculture. Example, write down mycorrhiza. MYCORRIZA, mycorrhiza. Next is very important, biocontrol. Here we'll write trichoderma. Trichoderma पे एक अभी स्टार मार्क लगाओ. I'll tell you what has happened recently. So write down trichoderma fights against plant root pathogens. Trichoderma is a biocontrol agent which is going to fight against plant root pathogens. Next is bioluminescence. What is this? Ability to grow in the dark. Okay, so यहाँ पे डैश करके लिखेंगे luciferase enzyme makes the glow possible. LUCIFERASE, luciferase enzyme makes the glow possible. LUCIFERASE, luciferase. Next is industrial enzymes. Industrial enzymes, यहां पे एस्पेरगिलस नाइजर, पूरा नाम लिख भी सकते हो. नहीं रुक जाओ, आई थिंक स्पेलिंग इज रॉन्ग. एस्पर GILLUS है, ASPERGILLUS, एस्परगिलस नाइजर, और जस्ट एस्परगिलस भी लिख सकते हो. यू कैन राइट दैट. इज यूज्ड इन फूड प्रोसेसिंग एंड aspergillus is used in food enzymes or for food processing and detergent manufacturing. Psychotropic properties, this was also asked this year. What is psychotropic? Hallucination, etc., right? इसमें one of the varieties that you can write down, PSILOCYBE एंड SPP मतलब स्पीशीज होता है. PSILOCYBE, साइलोप, ठीक है. So this has psychoactive effects. This produces something known as psilocybin, which has the psychoactive properties. बट इसमें याद रखना दिस इज साइकोट्रॉपिक, हेलुसिनेशन एटसेट्रा. Last point is gastronomical delight, which means which is good to eat. Gastronomical delight. इसमें क्या आएगा? Gastronomical delight. You can write down morel, M-O-R-E-L, morel mushroom और गुच्ची mushroom. हाँ, morel और गुच्ची mushroom. M-O-R-E-L. Gastronomical delight. मोरेल और गुच्ची मशरूम. ठीक है, हाउ मेनी पॉइंट्स यू रोट? 11. एक बार बोलो जल्दी जल्दी से क्या क्या लिखा. डिकम्पोजिशन, एंटीबायोटिक्स, फूड इंडस्ट्री, बायो रेमिडिएशन विच मीन्स माइक्रो रेमिडिएशन, मेडिकल रिसर्च, एग्रीकल्चर, माइक्रोराइजा जिसमें है. इन बायो कंट्रोल यू हैव ट्राइकोडर्मा. देन यू हैव biocontrol, sorry, this is there, bioluminescence, industrial enzymes, psychotropic properties, and you have gastronomical delight. ठीक है, सॉरी है पर बहुत टफ है नाम, उससे कोई आपको बन नहीं पाएगा. मैंने ज्यादा कोशिश करी सिंपल नाम दूं, वो भी टफ ही लग रहे होंगे, बट वो वाला तो मैंने भी ज्यादा सुना नहीं, तो देयर इज नो पॉइंट ऑफ टेलिंग. ओके, अब जहां पे हमने स्टार किस पे लगाया था? ट्राइकोडर्मा पे, राइट? हाँ, तो यहां पे लिख वी हैव टू राइट डाउन. दिस इज अगेन अ पार्ट ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक. क्या ओके, सो वील अगेन स्पीक, आई थिंक. हाँ, अभी लिखते हैं इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ स्पाइस रिसर्च, कोझिकोडे और कोहिकोडे. अरे कोई दैट इज इन केरला, राइट? हाँ, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ स्पाइस रिसर्च, कोझिकोडे, हैज डेवलप्ड lime based trichoderma, that is known as tricolime, Tricho, tricolime. ठीक है, तो इसमें वील रिमेंबर ट्राइकोडर्मा इज बायो कंट्रोल एजेंट, एंड व्हाट इज लाइम गोइंग टू हेल्प इन fighting the soil acidity. Okay, so this is tricolime, so this can also be used and is being used in sustainable agriculture. Okay, so tricolime hai, tricolime is trichoderma, trichoderma is fungus used as a biocontrol agent. Okay, and again the emphasis is flora, fauna and fungus. Okay, अब next heading लिखो invasive species. Okay, so I'll just go through this. We've already seen Prosopis juliflora, Angrezi babool, also known as Vilaiti kikar, affecting wild ass population in Kutch, in bunny grasslands. Okay, not just that, affecting Delhi and even affecting Tamil Nadu. Okay, so just remember it's a water greedy plant, depletes the groundwater. The name is Prosopis juliflora. ठीक है, other than that, जो other names also you can just write them down out of this there is black mimosa. Okay, so here distributed throughout India. Okay, woody invasive shrub. That's it. Carrot grass or Congress grass. Okay, that is known as Parthenium grass. So don't have to write even the full name. These are some of the main. So Parthenium or carrot or Congress grass. Okay, again from American tropics. How did we get it in India? Sorry? अच्छा, what did we got because of PL 480? वो कौन सा था? नहीं, PL 480 की वजह से also we got one invasive species. What was that? चलो let me know. एक बार देख के बताना. Right? Next, you also have Lantana camara. With Lantana camara, you can find it in many areas, but it is very much a problem in Madhya Pradesh, in Bandipur, especially it causes forest fires. Fine. Siam weed known as communist pacha in Kerala. Okay. So why the name? Because communism spread in a very short span of time. That is the whole idea. So not very important. This is important. Senna spectabilis. Okay. अब यहाँ पे please note, it is a plant species from legume family. Okay. It is there from the legume family. अच्छा, zoom हो नहीं पाएगा. It can happen. इस वाले में zoom का I think option is not there. I can speak. What do you want? बताओ. फिर से बोलूं. Prosopis juliflora, black mimosa, okay, Parthenium or the carrot grass, Lantana camara, Siam weed, Senna spectabilis. Mimosa से कुछ याद आ रहा है rhyming word? बताओ. हाँ? अच्छा, but sometimes US में samosa they say has mimosa. If you have seen, so sometimes ऐसे भी कुछ videos है. Okay. ये लिख लिया. बस सिर्फ नाम लिखने हैं आपको. Just remember the names. Out of all this, this is important to remember. Parthenium थोड़ा सा important ही है. Lantana camara and Senna spectabilis. Remember Mudumalai National Park, Senna spectabilis and Kuttanaikan tribes, PVTG. Mudumalai National Park. Are you able to hear the audio? The people online? Okay, okay. Yes, PDF I will share after the session. Don't worry about that. ठीक है, सेना लिख लिया. अब देखो, what I have not written and what I expect you to know is water hyacinth, eucalyptus, ये तो याद होगा थोड़ा बहुत. ठीक है, कुछ और देखते हैं इसमें से स्मार्ट स्पीशीज. ओके, नॉट आई थिंक 2 स्पीशीज we've already done this, right? ये भी देख लिया. सॉरी, कोनोकार्पस. व्हाट आर कोनोकार्पस? मैंग्रोव्स, गुजरात. फाइन. अच्छा, यहां पे one thing is not mentioned that you can again add. We have already done that. Prosopis chilensis. I think I would have added it. हाँ, यहाँ पे है Prosopis chilensis. ठीक है, इसको लिख लो. मतलब this is, तो when you revise the species, aquatic species already most of them we have done. We are also doing invasive species. So slowly steadily we are building a base. ठीक है. Spina spectabilis already देख लिया हमने. In cases में just remember the names of the species. Okay. There is a red-eared turtle. Again, not much to talk about, but I'll talk about the mosquito fish. I'll talk about the red fire ant. and also Conocarpus trees and Prosopis chilensis. This we have more things to talk about. Okay. Let's move ahead. एक एक करके देखते हैं. पहले देखते हैं these red fire ants जो यहाँ पे लिखे हैं, red fire ants. Okay. Now here, first of all, these are one of the world's most invasive species. Okay. Has been found in Europe for the first time. Native to Central America, that is one. Now for us, why are we doing this? देखो red fire ant है. For us, how do they communicate? They communicate through chemical secretions and stridulation. Chemical secretion say bees also communicate. You have honeybees, etc. They also communicate. And second is the keyword stridulations. Okay. Sound produced by rubbing or drumming one's body part against the other. This is how stridulation looks like. Okay. This is stridulation. So again, this is the kind of a sound that they produce. इसी से related दो और चीजें अभी हम आगे देखेंगे. One is phonotaxis and one is echolocation. Any organism which does echolocation? Bats and dolphins, very famous. And then there is phonotaxis. तो तीन चीजें हैं, similar लगेंगी थोड़ी थोड़ी, but there is a point of difference also between them. This is stridulation. Okay. So what you will know, just remember एक red fire ants है. Okay. With painful bites, please note the spelling. Don't add a U here. Okay. Painful bites. Posing a threat. Okay. Talking of ants, you also have अभी GI tag मिला है एक चटनी को. And what is that ant? Red ant. So it's very similar. कौन सा? हाँ 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 हाँ. It is very small. Okay okay. नहीं नहीं, this is different. हाँ ये दो अलग है. Okay okay. हाँ. किसमें आप बताओ, कुछ याद है? मतलब where is it found? अभी मैं बताऊंगा आपको, नहीं तो. लेट्स से अभी देख जाओ, 2 मिनट दो, अभी पता चल जाएगा. ट्राइब. नो, इफ इट इज इन सिमलीपाल तो मनकिडिया नहीं है, और इज इट समथिंग एल्स? देखना. चलो लेट मी नो. रेड फायर आंट्स इज सेपरेट, दैट आंट इज सेपरेट. ठीक है. ओके. स्ट्रिडुलेशन, जस्ट नोट डाउन द कीवर्ड्स दैट विल सी. ये देखा है हमने. दिस इज कोनोकार्पस मैंग्रोव ट्रीज. ओके. व्हाई गुजरात हैज बैंड देम? ठीक है. यू वांट टू कंट्रोल द स्प्रेड हियर. अब देखो, अहमदाबाद हैज अगेन अ लॉट ऑफ कोनोकार्पस ट्रीज, अराउंड 1 lakh planted in Surat, Rajkot, etc. etc. And when they are planted, to uproot them you need a JCB machine, etc. The tree grows very much rapidly. ठीक है. So this is where this is again a problem. Consumes a lot of resources, grows very rapidly, difficult to remove. Sorry? हाँ, मैंग्रोव ट्रीज. गुजरात में they are already present, over 1 lakh. That is why they are now saying the abhi we will not plant more. Sorry? हाँ, but यहाँ पे conditions are different. मतलब within mangroves there are a lot of varieties that we know. Okay. So Conocarpus वाला याद रखना, again very fast growing. That is why this is a invasive species. Will take up the resources, will outcompete, etc. Used in decoration, in plantation, in activities. That is a problem here. एक और है mosquito fish. What is this? This is the Gambusia fish. इसमें first you had introduced them to reduce the population of mosquitoes, but now they have become invasive. So again the solution has become a problem. Yeah, the medicine has also led to a new disease, ऐसे बोल सकते हैं, ठीक है. So just remember Gambusia fish. इसमें let's see if I have anything new to tell you. अच्छा, are you sure about the tribe? Is it the Bathudi tribe? Huh? That's a district. Tribes का भी नाम है? Okay. वीवर हंटर, हाँ हाँ हाँ. रेड वीवर हंट, WEAVER. ओके, सो अभी इसमें यू कैन जस्ट राइट डाउन, इट इज नेटिव टू USA. The Gambusia fish is native to USA and is used as a biological mosquito control agent, which again means invasive species cannot just be plants, it can also be other varieties, it can also be turtles, it can also be frogs, okay, etc etc. I have to say etc, otherwise आपको लगेगा only these can be invasive, okay. From US came back around, don't have to remember, around, this is around 100 years old, okay. Next you can write down this Gulf of Mannar again for Prosopis chilensis. Now this also is a legume tree, please note. In one other case also, what was legume? I think just some time back. Senna spectabilis, yes. It's a drought resistant plant native to the arid regions of South American countries. ABC is famous for Lithium Triangle and Peru. Sorry, कौन सा ABC? अच्छा, पेरू, ओके ओके, because of the droppings of the bird, right? अर्जेंटीनिया, बोलिविया, चिले, आई थिंक, और इसका दूसरा नाम है चिलियन, ओके, बिकॉज ऑफ द वर्ड दिस चिले मेस्क्वीट. ओके, दिस ऑल्सो, इसको भी लिख लोगे. तो अगेन कमिंग बैक, just have a list here. This again is not that important, but लिख लो just नाम. Sometimes they can ask you at these 2-3 species, why are they in news? So in that simple context, they would be your invasive species. Okay. How many invasive species have we seen so far? Many. Around 14-15. Okay, I think that is good enough. इसी लिस्ट को रिवाइज करो बार बार, ठीक है. इसमें एक दो अगर और ऐड करना चाहो, but again these are slightly older. Russian poplar, Jammu and Kashmir, its pollen becomes airborne, makes it difficult to breathe, and that is why the respective government also had to intervene in this case. Russian poplar, ठीक है. अच्छा हाँ, ये सब तो मैं भूल ही गया हूँ. ओके, अभी लिख, ओके, अच्छा, that also please write down here. I think pink, look, jaw, forked fanwort also please write here, which is also known as Kabomba furcata. Okay. So Kabomba furcata is responsible for the pink bloom in Kerala. Where exactly? Vembanad Col. अब ये जो मजल स्पीशीज हैं एटसेट्रा, लेट्स से चारू मुजल, there is also one more species known as Metella strigata. They will come because of the ballast water discharge. Okay, so again from a different area the ship will come, so this will discharge. So one name, write down Charu Muzal. This is impacting the Ashtamudi Lake. Ashtamudi Lake is the Ramsar site. It is. तीन ही रामसर साइट है केरला में, अष्टमुडी, वेमनाड, शष्टमकोटा. So Charu Muzal is a problem there. Other name is Metella strigata. यहां पे डैश करके लिखना, इट वॉज इन न्यूज बिकॉज NGT ordered removal. It is again a mussel, MUSSEL species. This is also mussel species. NGT ordered the removal of this species from Ennore Pulicat wetland of Tamil Nadu. Ennore, ENNORE. Recently, Ennore was in news because also of an oil spill. हाँ, Michwang पास में, right? Yes, all are IAS, right? Metella strigata, Ennore Pulicat wetlands of Tamil Nadu. And these are native of South America. हाँ. Forked fanwort एक्शन रुक जाओ. Pink bloom. I think it can be just have. Let me have a look. नहीं प्लांट है बट वो मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ. What is that exactly? Floating plant है, कुछ समझ plant है वो. हाँ हाँ हाँ. But again they have not specified what exactly this is. ठीक है. Okay. Species in news में what all you have you written? Senna spectabilis, red ear turtle, Gambusia. Gambusia fish is a insectivorous fish. It eats up insects because it eats mosquitoes. Conocarpus, red fire ant, Ludwigia peruviana, Charu Muzal, Metella strigata, Prosopis chilensis, forked fanwort. ठीक है? And then the static ones. हाँ. Both are different but they are mussel species. वैसे if we find, we'll find more mussel species. See, in the part of Kerala a lot of ships will come, so the moment you change the name, Metella something else, Metella strigata, etc., all these are mussel species. So one of them, now this was in the news, Metella strigata, because of Ennore Pulicat wetland, and the above one was in news because of Ashtamudi Lake. What is the, अच्छा लिख लो, ये भी लिख लो. अभी इसके बाद I'll also show you the map here. So it is a mollusk, you can write down. It is a mollusk. Okay. ठीक है. Charu Muzel, you can just check. This is native to South America, but most probably this will also be. Most of the species we are discussing, I think, apart from one in US, most of them are South America. ठीक है. Moving on. Acha, just write a heading. Unique species behavior. We'll again start with waggle dance. V बोलना पड़ेगा. V लाइट तो है नहीं, इसी के साथ डांस करना पड़ेगा. You know the significance of sunlight in waggle dance? क्या है ऐसा? Actually the movement actually happens because of the in the direction. Okay, so जिस तरह से वो 8 बनाते हैं etc. That is also पूरी तरह से sun है. What is the direction, angle etc. So this is also what one should know. ठीक है. देखो यूनिक स्पीशी बिहेवियर में पहला लिखेंगे हनी बीज. सो फर्स्ट थिंग अबाउट हनी बीज वी शुड नो, बस डैश डैश करके कीवर्ड्स वील सी दैट फन. वन इज वैगल डांस विच हैज ऑलरेडी बीन आस्क्ड. सेकेंड इज कॉलोनी कोलैप्स डिसऑर्डर, ये इसी के साथ है. कॉलोनी कोलैप्स disorder. What is this? The bees are vanishing from their hives, leaving the queen behind. This is known as colony collapse disorder. There is in the colony you have a queen, drone, workers, right? So when all of them leave and only the queen is remaining, that is known as colony collapse disorder. This is also seen here. ठीक है. They take an important part in pollination etc. that you already know. Okay. How do they communicate? Through chemical secretions, through pheromones. So other species can also understand how they have to move and how they have to cooperate, where the food is etc. These are the chemical secretions, pheromones. Okay. Dance is waggle dance, और ये बहुत ही, this is again one of the important social attributes of interaction. Okay. So here also inside the hive and outside they will move ahead. That is one. Now two honeybee species were in the news. One is Apis carinjodion and the other is Apis mellifera. APIS, Apis carinjodion. इसमें डैश करके लिख देना एपिस carinjodion में, फाउंड इन वेस्टर्न घाट्स आफ्टर 200 years. Found in Western Ghats after 200 years. Second thing, with respect to honey, there is also something known as apiculture. APICULT, तो वो भी लिख लो एक term, apiculture. एक है Apis carinjodion. This was found in Western Ghats after 200 years. Second वाली में मैं आपको बताता हूँ what is important to know. There is something known as apiculture. दूसरा है गवर्नमेंट का स्वीट रेवोल्यूशन. स्वीट रेवोल्यूशन. नेक्स्ट है एपिस मेलिफेरा. इसमें दिस इज ऑल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट. वाई? बिकॉज डैश करके इट कैन बी इफेक्टिव बायो मॉनिटर. इफेक्टिव बायो मॉनिटर to determine the spread of antimicrobial resistance. Effective biomonitor. Biomonitor for antimicrobial resistance. Sorry? Sweet revolution is again ultimately to have better apiculture, better let's say produce of honey. And usi ke liye there was a national beekeeping mission which was also launched. I don't remember the year, but again on the same lines, the national beekeeping mission was also launched. Okay. इसमें बस ये लिखना है मेलिफेरा में फाउंड इन एवरी कॉन्टिनेंट एक्सेप्ट एंटार्क्टिका. फाउंड इन एवरी कॉन्टिनेंट एक्सेप्ट एंटार्क्टिका. ओके. एपिस मेलिफेरा. And the last thing you can also write down for honeybees etc. is Project Rehab. Rehab is human elephant conflicts को reduce करना by using these bees. Okay. So we use, and here for rehab you can write down KVIC under Ministry of MSME is going to implement it. Khadi Village Industrial Commission under the Ministry of MSME. Okay. So Project Rehab is reducing elephant human conflict through bees. Okay. Who is implementing it? KVIC, Khadi Village Industrial Commission, and which is under the Ministry of MSME. Okay. अब इसमें कुछ कुछ है. I'll just make you write down certain points here. For elephants, please write down unique species behavior. One is the largest gestation or the longest gestation period. Amongst mammal, it has the longest gestation period from around 18 to 22 months. Second, mourning the dead. So they can show signs of grief and mourning. Mourning the dead. Showing signs of grief, etc. That is what you can write. So two things we've seen for elephants. Baki abhi elephant mein separately there are few things to add and tell you. For dolphins you can write down. One is echolocation. One is echolocation. Are dolphin intelligent species? So second piece write down, they can use sponges as tools. They can use sponges as tools. Tools wala question, how many of you had attempted in the exam this year? Kara? Chalo, we'll also talk about it. Dolphins for two things we have seen, echolocation and using sponges as tools. Okay. Let me also tell you if I have a recent article. कहाँ गया? Okay, चलो अब बताता हूँ मैं आपको. A recent article, I think 1 week back, showed that 3 fish species were also using tools. So which also makes orangutan, we already know, orangutan and chimpanzee can use tools. Generally primates are the most intelligent, they can use tools, but apart from that other species can also use tools, which also show a sign of social intelligence. Okay, crows may, what will you tell? Anything special about crows that you want to tell? Nothing? The melodic voice? Nahi. So just write down problem solving, and here also you'll have tool use. You have seen that? No, but again this is also documented. Problem solving and tool use for crows. Beavers may, yes, very good, building dams. So beavers are the natural engineers, they are doing dam construction. Beavers are natural engineers, they build the dams. Okay, ants may, what you are able to recall? Leaf cutter ants are fungus farmers, and they can also communicate through pheromones. Leaf cutter ants are fungus farmers. This association is symbiotic, true or false? It is true. Okay, now parrot may, we know mimicry and vocal learning. We also saw a vocal part in sea lion as well, है ना? So African grey parrot, parrots in general, you can write down vocal learning and mimicry. Vocal learning and mimicry. Vocal learning and mimicry. And for sea urchins you can write down extraocular vision. Okay, next likho. You can just write a heading, tool use. Tool use में number 1 will be orangutans, मतलब basically primates में orangutan will be there, and we will have chimpanzees. Okay, so basic the idea we're talking about is tool use, and here the idea should be that these primates resemble or they are very close to us. Okay, so if these are intelligent species, they can try to use tools. So one is orangutan, one is chimpanzee. Next, please write down gorillas, then monkeys, now very interestingly, as you pointed out in the story, crows also. Yes, crows can also use tools, they are smart in that sense. Okay, elephants can use branches, and last is dolphins. Dolphins can also use sponges as tools. Sponges I think is in which, no, it is invertebrate, I think. I'm not able to recall that. सबसे पहले यहाँ पे I think, yeah, porifera, yeah. So that is there, and they can use that, as snout पे they can use it. This is tool use. Now again, one more unique behavior of the species is mimicry or camouflage. Okay, So here you have octopus. Okay, there are many examples of octopus, of its mimicry, very difficult to find out. Okay, found in every ocean of the world. Mansi, for sea urchins I mentioned extraocular vision. There is one more species which does that, not able to recall right now. Okay, अब यहाँ पे a couple of things that you should know. Okay, 8 equally long arms. One, these are mollusks. Fine. Second, 3 functioning hearts. Blood is copper based. कुछ कुछ चीजें extra हैं if you want to remember. Solitary creatures, very good at camouflaging, that you can see easily. Okay, or how are they able to do that? Because the skin contains cells called as chromatophores. Because the blood is copper based, very efficient in transporting oxygen at low temperatures, blue in colors, etc. Very good at camouflage. Okay, this is just a simple GIF, but there are even better videos to see how well they are able to camouflage. You will not be able to find out. Okay, found in every ocean of the world, right? So chromatophores, camouflage, copper based blood, 3 functioning hearts, 8 equally long arms. Okay, octopus. ऐसे भी स्पाइडर की बात करेंगे. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू हैव स्पाइडरमैन एज देयर फेवरेट? कोई है भी? इवॉल्व हो गए? ओके. अच्छा, ऑल द स्पाइडर्स प्रोड्यूस सिल्क, ट्रू और फॉल्स? दैट इज ट्रू. अभी देखेंगे आगे. अब देखते हैं मिमिक्री. किसका? फॉर मिमिक्री. अब देखो, 2 चीजें हैं. देयर इज 2 टाइप्स ऑफ मिमिक्री दैट वील सी. वन इज मुलेरियन मिमिक्री, वन इज बेट्सियन मिमिक्री, एंड वन इज अपोजेमैटिज्म. पहला देखते हैं, सबसे पहला वाला. इन दिस कैन यू सी मोनार्क बटरफ्लाई? You have again another butterfly. Both these butterfly are toxic, and their colors are in such a way, जो भी predator है, okay, they know that they are toxic, so they will run. The predator will run away. But here in Mullerian mimicry, the main thing to remember is that both these are toxic. Okay, it is slightly different in the other one. Here, one of the species is not toxic, one of the species is toxic, but both will look or mimic each other, right? And here also the predator will ultimately go and attack here, let's say. So yahan pe, because it is getting attacked, it will not go and attack here. So again, this is a way to adapt and mimic the behavior of the species. So mimicry broadly ऐसे तो 10-12 तरह की है mimicry. For us, maybe what we can know, because see, butterflies पे one question they've already asked you, that Maharashtra had declared its state butterfly. Okay, उसके बाद से many states have declared, they have not asked. Second thing, butterflies, why are they important? Okay, one, they are very good, let's say, pollinating agents. Okay, other than that, एक question ये बन सकता है, they have very good property. Okay, especially the Mullerian mimicry. तो 3 है in Mullerian mimicry, both of them are harmful, they look similar to each other. In Batesian mimicry, which is the second one, उसमें से one of them is harmless species, okay, and the other one is harmful, and is aposematism. In this case, what is done? So again, use of bright colors, etc., to warn off the potential predators. Okay, so कुछ ऐसे terms हैं with respect to mimicry, just be aware about. Okay, want a water break चाहिए थोड़ा सा? Sorry, final break. Okay, अभी देखो, we have an option. I think can we continue for 1 more hour? भाई फिर तो कुछ हो ही नहीं पाएगा आज. नहीं, अर्ली नहीं हो पाता. आई एम टेलिंग यू बाय माई एक्सपीरियंस. आठ नहीं हो पाता. आई नो, बच्चे को नहीं आएंगे. दे विल. 7-8 को नहीं आएगा 7-8 पे. सी व्हाट वी कैन डू. सी आई हैड प्लान टू टेक इट टिल 10. व्हाट वी कैन डू टू टेक इट टिल 9. ठीक है, डज 9 वर्क? इसमें लेट अस कंटिन्यू विद द स्पीशीज आल्सो, या फिर यू वांट टू कवर इन 1 hour? आई कैन डू एनवायरमेंटल लेजिस्लेशंस. अभी बताओ, जस्ट रेज ऑफ हैंड्स. लेट मी आल्सो आस्क द ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स. चाइनीज डिप्लोमेसी. जब पांडा भी तो मैंने पढ़ाया भी नहीं है. Okay, let me just have a look. Somebody saying we will become extinct. ठीक है, species at least we can do this part here. ठीक है, ये हम देख चुके हैं. सॉरी, अभी लिख लो कहीं पे, एक बार देख लेना. चलो, I'll continue this, right? Legislations फिर कल करते हैं. Does this work? Okay. Because again tomorrow we have to cover climate change, we have to cover conventions, we have to also cover pollution, all those parts, so it will take some time. Okay. अच्छा, species में what all you have done till now? नहीं, हम मेरे साथ नहीं, वैसे what all have you done? And also some, let's say if you are living far away, if you have long time to commute, if you want you can leave, no issues in that. So I'll continue my part. ठीक है, उसमें कुछ part we'll do. Again, whatever is left you can ask your friends, whatever was done. ठीक है, जो छूट गया था. हाँ, PD will be shared. हाँ, till मतलब that is there till 10th. हाँ, नहीं मतलब 9 आई थिंक काफी है. ठीक है, चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं. टाइगर्स में so here first thing is to know is so see in tigers some things I'll just quickly tell you. You have how many tiger reserves in India? 55 है अभी. ठीक है, total 55 है. Which is the most recent one? ढोलपुर करौली in Rajasthan. अभी देखो, when in tiger reserves, just a small point I'll have to tell you, designation of tiger reserve. Okay, so the state government will first of all ask or give a recommendation to National Tiger Conservation Authority. NTCA will again read it up. It will tell that whether it is good to be notified. When the approval is given by NTCA, even after that, state government has to give a notification. Okay, ultimately if this notification does not come out, okay, you will not have the state, so you will not have the tiger reserve. So in many cases you may find that NTCA in some of the articles has given the approval, but finally the state government has not come out with a gazette notification. If this happens, it cannot be there. In some books or some articles you might find 53rd tiger reserve to be Guru Ghasidas. किसने सुना है ये? बहुत लोगों ने. उसको काट देना. 50 वो that is not 53rd. उसमें we were able to go till here, NTCA had given the approval, which is why in 2022, 2023, many articles were there that Guru Ghasidas is India's 53rd tiger reserve. But then protest had happened in Chhattisgarh, which is why this had to be cancelled. Okay? So now please write down last के जो 3-4 which are official. Okay? So I'll just tell you the ones which you need to know. So with tigers, just some quick updates we have to follow. जो recent है वो just please write down. 49th is Orang in Assam. 49th Orang in Assam. These are the ones you should definitely know. 50th is Kamlang, Arunachal Pradesh. 50 Kamlang, Arunachal Pradesh. 51 is Srivilliputhur, Meghamalai, Tamil Nadu. Srivilliputhur, Meghamalai. Srivilliputhur, Meghamalai, Tamil Nadu. 52nd is Ramgarh, Vishdhari, Rajasthan. It is Ramgarh, Vishdhari in Rajasthan. Okay. 53rd is Ranipur Tiger Reserve, Uttar Pradesh. So it is not Guru Ghasidas. 53rd is Ranipur Tiger Reserve in Uttar Pradesh. 54th is Veerangana Durgavati Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. Veerangana Durgavati Tiger Reserve, Madhya Pradesh. And the last 55th is Dholpur Karoli. 55th is Dholpur Karoli. And Dholpur Karoli happens to be in Rajasthan. Sorry? पूछ लो, बगल से पूछ लो भी. Okay. Now second thing to know, again a term, melanistic animals. Okay, these are known as melanistic animals. For example, we had the black tiger again where in Simlipal. In Simlipal, again the same, red weaver ant or that chutney. Simlipal again is a biosphere reserve. Okay, so black tigers found here because of the gene mutation. This is known as pseudomelanism. Okay, TAC-PEP gene. Okay. Other than that, some basic quick facts. Tiger census carried out by NTCA and Wildlife Institute of India every 4 years. The population of tigers has doubled in India. TX2 certification, the first to have it was Nepal, second was India. It followed the St. Petersburg Declaration. Okay. Now, which state in India has the maximum tigers? Madhya Pradesh, followed by Karnataka. ठीक है. So यहाँ पे, if you have seen the recent survey, okay, some other facts, which is the area-wise the biggest tiger reserve? Nagarjun, Sri Sailam. Connecting Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats is Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. Okay, the recent tiger reserves you already know. Okay, other than that, when you see the whole point from Nagarhole, Bandipur, Wayanad, this whole region, the BRT corridor, etc., it has the world's highest concentration of tigers. Okay, so if you see the whole region, so again that is also something that you can be aware about. Then IUCN carries out an integrated tiger habitat assessment. Okay, IUCN's integrated tiger habitat assessment, the recent one which was done abhi very recently. 50 years of Project Tiger had happened, and because of this India launched International Big Cat Alliance. Okay, how many big cats are a part of that? And out of the 7, how many are found in India? Which 2 are not found in India? Jaguar and Puma. Okay. Acha, International Big Cat Alliance. How? Habitat assessment by IUCN. ये जरूर याद रखना, how are tiger reserves finally notified? Even after NTC has given the approval, you would again take, the state has to come up with a notification. If this is not done, तो वो नहीं माना जाता है, ठीक है? Okay. There is something known as CATS, Conservation Assured Tiger Standards. What is this? अच्छा, India में how many tiger reserves have got CAT status? No, I think it was initially 14, अब तो और बढ़ गया है. Just check this. How many tiger reserves in India have got CATS status? ठीक है? Then something known as M stripes. What is this? Again an app which is used to track. ठीक है? So that is also there. Now I have not gone into a lot of detail about the recent census, that you can just go through the recent survey, the 5th one. Maximum हमने देख लिया है, but again you can just go through that, okay? Because these are major flagship species, some of the major updates I think we just have to know. ठीक है? Second है Kashmir. Now this was also in the news, the Kashmir stag, which is Hangul. IUCN status क्या है इसका? अच्छा, just एक second, इससे पहले अगर आए, how many tigers do we have in India right now approximately? Almost right. So around 3600, 3700, right? So there has been a good substantial increase over a period of time that we have seen. Okay. You have a Hangul Kashmir stag. Okay. Okay, state animal of J&K, found in Dachigam National Park and also Overi Aru Sanctuary, very close by. Maximum population is in Dachigam, but additionally it is also found in Overi, Overi, Aru, ARU. Okay. तो एक चीज ये है, again what we have seen, the population of Hangul, have they increased or decreased? Of late there has been an increase that has been seen. Okay. Talking of this again region, have you heard of Shahtush wool? Shahtush wool कहां से मिलता है? नहीं, by which animal? चलो दो चीजें, पश्मीना सुना है, एंड सेकेंड इज शहतूश. टेल मी, दोनों में क्या डिफरेंस है? इन द क्वालिटी, विच इज लाइटर, विच इज मोर? अच्छा, you have tried? I'm just asking. And see, 2 questions are here. One, which is lighter, and second, sourced from who? ये तो बताओ शातूश. Very good. What is the name? Answer is correct. Other name? Chiru. Chiru is Tibetan antelope. So Shahtush is a wool. Okay. Pashmina is also a wool from the Pashmina goat. Greatest of all time? नहीं. ऑपरेशन सॉफ्ट गोल्ड पक्का? मुझे अभी याद, अभी कुछ नहीं याद है. रुक जाओ, चेक करो एक बार, चेक कर लो, जस्ट हैव अ लुक. इसमें I'll just give you a good comparison between the two. This is also something important to know. What is that operation? For this, ठीक है लिख लेते हैं. By WCCB, soft gold. अच्छा ये याद रखेंगे, पश्मीना वूल हैज अ थ्रेड विड्थ of 13 to 16 microns, okay, whereas Shahtush has this below 11 microns. Shahtush is obtained from Tibetan antelope known as Chiru, CHIRU, found in Changthang Plateau. ठीक है? And again close to Changthang you have Yaya So. Last year it was in news because of this being possibly designated as a biodiversity heritage site. I'll again repeat. Shahtush mein we'll remember this through Tibetan antelope known as Chiru. Okay. Changthang, CHANG, Chang Thang Plateau. Okay. और IUCN स्टेटस चिरू का नियर थ्रेटेंड है, एंटी. अच्छा टेल मी वेदर द पश्मीना प्रोडक्ट्स आर गिवन GI टैग. ठीक है, यहां पे वन थिंग टू नो हियर is they are only given GI tags if they are completely hand woven. If they are machine made, then they are not given GI tag. Okay, so you can just write down GI tag is only given to those pashmina products which is completely hand woven. Okay, तो अगर कोई yarn है, if it is machine spun, then it is not going to be given the GI tag. Okay, so because we were discussing this area, so okay, so Operation Soft Gold, the difference between the two, the different kinds of wool, and again they are generally in news because this again gets smuggled, so there are different agencies which will want to stop this from happening. इस पे काफी रोक etc लग जाती है. You are able to follow? Nilgiri Tar, again conservation related initiatives for this are being taken. So one, it is the state animal of Tamil Nadu, true or false? So Tamil Nadu government has actually launched this particular program. Next इस पे देखो, it is the only mountain ungulate, UNGULATE, only mountain ungulate, which means the animals which have hooves. Animals with hooves in southern India, not that कि पूरे इंडिया में नहीं है ungulates. We have ungulates, but this is the only ungulate that we have in southern India. Tamil Nadu government has recently launched this. Another thing to know here, it is also found in Tamil epics like Silapadikaram. Its name is mentioned. Okay, so there are two Tamil epics where its name is mentioned. Okay, one is Silapadikaram and the other is Sivkasa Damini. Sivkasa Damini and Silapadikaram. Who wrote this Silapadikaram? इसमें कंफ्यूज होते हैं. There are two famous Samis, Mani Megalai and who wrote Mani Megalai? चलो ठीक है, Satnar. Okay. शिवकास दामिनी, शिवकास दामिनी. Okay. Endemic to Nilgiris, we can directly see this. State animal of Tamil Nadu. Acha, it is found in which areas? Good. Two protected areas. One is Mukurti National Park and one also is Iravikulam National Park. Mukurti is in which state? Assam? तो नहीं होगा. मुकुर्ती नेशनल पार्क थोड़ा सा दूर है असम, देख रहे होगे यहां से. मुकुर्ती नेशनल पार्क इज इन तमिलनाडु एंड सेकेंड इज इराविकुलम नेशनल पार्क. व्हाट इज इराविकुलम नेशनल पार्क फेमस फॉर? नील कुरुंजीज which blossom once in every 12 days. Years. Once in every 12 years. Okay. Right, so Iravikulam National Park, Mukurti National Park, ungulate, found in the Tamil epics, and Tamil Nadu government is having a program for this. Okay. Sangai deer देख चुके हैं इसके बारे में. Okay. Endangered, this is endangered. The previous one was critically endangered. Hangul was critically endangered. This is endangered. ठीक है. Sangai deer is also known as Eld's deer. It is also known as dancing deer. पास में केबल लामजौर नेशनल पार्क है. There is Loktak Lake. The Fumdis are shrinking in Loktak Lake. Okay. अभी आगे एक बर्ड में मैं आपको बताऊंगा. The greatest scaup. It is a duck. It was sighted in this area of Manipur. After 90 or after 120, something like that. हाँ, कुछ काफी टाइम बाद. Okay. After 200 years, a bee was sighted in Western Ghats. Apis carinjodian. Apis भी सोच लोगे बहुत है, ठीक है. And why was the other one important? Apis mellifera. AMR. Biocontrol AMR. Antimicrobial resistance. ठीक है. Can fungus be used as a biocontrol agent? Example, trichoderma. What is tricho-lime? Trichoderma plus lime. ठीक है, संगाई हो गया. अच्छा, चीता में you know the whole relocation XC2 project. African cheetah being brought about. इंडिया में एशियाटिक चीता कहाँ कहाँ मिलता है अभी? इंडिया में कहाँ मिलता है? चलो ठीक है, फंसे नहीं आप. Extinct in 1950s. Last known habitat of Asiatic cheetah in India, Chhattisgarh and even Bunny grasslands. Okay, so Chhattisgarh mein I think one of the kings etc. He was the last one to shoot etc. That was there. So two things we read. One is Chhattisgarh and one is Bunny grasslands. You find this cheetah. Okay. Up when you're bringing the African cheetah again, remember this. These are old genetics, yeah, old genetic linkages are happening in this case. Size wise, which one is bigger, African or this? Okay. अब यहाँ पे the main thing in current affairs to know, the success of this project has been evaluated on 6 parameters. India has met 4 out of the 6 parameters. ठीक है? 4/6 लिखो. I'll just quickly tell you what are that. What is that? It is the Tamil epic. Okay, that is the name of the Tamil epic that you are asking me. Okay. So जो 4 हमने अचीव करे हैं, फर्स्ट इज 50% सर्वाइवल ऑफ इंट्रोड्यूस्ड चीतास, दैट वी हैव अचीव्ड. 50% सर्वाइवल ऑफ इंट्रोड्यूस्ड चीतास, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ होम रेंजेस, establishment of home ranges, Third is birth of cubs in Kuno National Park. Birth of cubs in Kuno National Park. And last is direct revenue contribution to local communities. Direct revenue contribution to local communities. These four we have achieved. The two that we have not achieved, okay. तो पहला क्या है? Survival of wild born cheetah cubs past 1 year. This we have not achieved. The survival of wild born cheetah cubs past 1 year. Second is successful F1 generation breeding. Successful F1 generation breeding. F1 basically means first generation of offspring. तो अभी this will take time. तो ये तो नहीं हुआ, अभी दो चीजें नहीं हुई हैं. Okay, the wild cubs surviving past 1 year and the first generation breeding. Okay, these two are not there. So again, 4 out of 6 parameters that we've been able to achieve. Other than that, Kuno, Palpur, Madhya Pradesh, you should know Kuno is the name of the river. Okay, they run very fast. This is a grassland. ठीक है, this also you know. ठीक है, anything else about cheetah reintroduction you have to remember? अच्छा, how do we say it? It's the world's first intercontinental large carnivore translocation project. ठीक है, world's first है. That is also something you know. Okay, but 4 of 6 is something new that you have to know. Elephants में they mourn. अच्छा, elephants are the largest mammals. True or false? Why false? Elephants are largest land mammals. Then it is true. Okay, because when you think of whales, they will be there, right? Bigger. Mourn हो गया, the biggest land mammals, largest gestation period. They are led by females. It's a matriarch group. Okay. Other than that, which is the state which leads in as per the census? अच्छा, इसमें the census is carried out in every 5 years. Karnataka followed by Assam, then okay. Recently, Kerala was in news because of something known as man-animal conflict. So Kerala is the first state in India to have man-animal conflict recognized as a disaster. इससे पहले क्या होता था? Man-animal conflict were to be fought, or let's say were to be handled through the respective wildlife protection or forest department laws. Now the state SDMA, सुना है ना आपने? State Disaster Management Authority, which is through the Disaster Management Act of 2005. This will get the power. This SDMA will be led by the Chief Minister. So then the rationale is because these conflicts were increasing. So now the state can directly intervene. They will have more discretion, more powers, more fund allocation. So generally, man-animal conflict, how are they handled? Through the respective forest departments. But now Kerala has made man-animal conflict as a it is under the disasters. Okay, so SDMC, State Disaster Management Authority, which is led by the Chief Minister, and SDMA, etc., gets the power from Disaster Management Act of 2005. Remember this. I think this news is very recent. Disaster Management Act of 2005 creates different tiers. You have national, state, at the district also, right? So Kerala से ये याद रखेंगे हम लोग. Kerala से we also would remember the different wetlands and the invasive species. Tell me the names. Sorry? Chilensis इस side है. Gulf of Mannar. मुजेल्स, फैन फोक्ड वैन वोट चलेगा, करेबियन मुजिल चल जाएगा। सबसे ऊपर अपने कौन सा लिखा था मुसिल? चारू, चारू मुसिल अष्टामुडी लेक। ओके ओके, Karnataka etc. that is there. What are Kumki elephants? Okay, these are the trained elephants which are also useful in capturing other wild elephants or training or helping them move. Kumki elephants. ठीक है? Okay, what is Project Rehab? Already we have seen that. Okay. Acha, there is something known as Elephant Death Audit Framework. Who has come up with this? इसको just give me a second. इस पे just write down one line. State of Tamil Nadu has conducted the elephant death audit framework. This is again first time in India. First of its initiative in the country. Okay. Kumki, we already know these are the trained elephants. Okay. Other than that, you have initiatives like Gaj Yatra. Okay. So elephants, I think basic, this is what we have to know. We have done the census. 5 years mein this is being done. Gaj Yatra is again for the safe passage of elephants. Elephants say we also know Gaj is elephant. We also have elephant reserves in the country. We also have Mike sites in the country. Mike yaad hai? Monitoring the illegal killing of elephants. Mike is by sites. There was also a recent campaign, Hathi Mere Sathi. Elephant reserves are under Wildlife Protection Act. True or false? False. We've already discussed it. Under the project Elephant of 1992, centrally sponsored scheme. ठीक है? Project Tiger भी वही same चीज है. Okay. ठीक है. अभी देयर इज अ मर्जर ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट टाइगर एंड एलिफेंट. ये तो बेसिक हम देख ही चुके हैं, राइट? सो व्हाट आर द, बस ईयर्स जल्दी से बताओ. एंड फॉर हियर आवर रोल ऑफ एनटीसीए इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अच्छा, व्हाट इज द नोडल अथॉरिटी फॉर चीतर रीइंट्रोडक्शन? एनटीसीए. एनटीसीए, ठीक है. So here again a couple of things that we have seen. अच्छा, हाथी मेरे साथी is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Wildlife Institute of India. ठीक है. Mike हमने देख ही लिया अभी. Elephant census we have also seen. Project Elephant also we have seen, right? Central sponsored scheme 1992. For snow leopard, what comes to mind? One is, yes, it is found in higher altitudes, Ladakh, etc. Okay, Lipa Asrang Wildlife Sanctuary in Himachal, etc. और okay, तो अभी यहाँ पे just remember there was a project Snow Leopard launched in 2009. Okay, in the 5 Himalayan states, Jammu and Kashmir, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Arunachal, etc. Okay, there is a Secure Himalaya initiative. That is also important. UNDP and MOEFCC. Where did we see UNDP today in the class? Equator Prize, one. Second, बायोफिन, याद है? बायोफिन में क्या क्या था? No, one was UNDP. It was followed by. अच्छा वो तो इंडिया में था, बट बायोफिन इन जनरल किसके साथ है? दैट इज द बायोफिन इंडिया पार्ट, जिसमें एनबीए भी है एंड इंडिया में WII भी है. चलो ठीक है, यू कैन जस्ट लुक इट अप. ओके. अच्छा, जस्ट लाइक इन टाइगर्स यू हैड अ सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग डिक्लेरेशन, हियर यू हैव बिश्केक डिक्लेरेशन. Other than that, abhi recently COP14 happened off of CMS in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. CMS is Convention on Migratory Species. There also we had seen this as the mascot. In COP13, who was the mascot? Great Indian Bustard. अब वो उस समय, अच्छा इसमें the presidency happens for 3 years. Okay, so in this India had the presidency. This happened in yes Gandhinagar and this was known as Gandhinagar Declaration. अभी COP14 कहाँ पे हुआ है? समरकंद, उज़्बेकिस्तान. Okay, the theme was nature knows no boundaries, but again themes are not generally asked, you don't have to remember it. Okay, snow leopard is there. हिमालयन वुल्फ सुना है आपने करंट अफेयर्स में? अगर हाँ तो क्यों सुना भाई? अभी एक लिख लो जस्ट कहीं पे. फर्स्ट एवर सेंसस ऑफ हिमालयन वुल्फ वाज कैरीड आउट. द फर्स्ट एवर सेंसस ऑफ हिमालयन वुल्फ was carried out. So again, something if that is first ever, so generally the examiner would want to ask. Sorry? IUCN. अच्छा, talking of rhinos, देखो you have 5 types of rhinos: white rhino, one horned rhino, black, Java, Sumatra. Out of all the 5, इंडिया में कौन सा है? Only this greater one horned rhino. But is one horned rhino only found in India? No. Why? It is also found in Bhutan, parts of Nepal, so other neighboring regions also. Now talking of greater one horned rhino, the maximum population you will find in which state? Okay, Assam, and also that too specifically Kaziranga. It is hunted for its horn. True, the horn has keratin protein. ठीक है, तो ये चीज याद रखना. आउट ऑफ द 5 ओनली 1 इज इन इंडिया, ग्रेटर वन हॉर्न राइनो, काजीरंगा है. व्हाट इज मिनी काजीरंगा इन इंडिया? सॉरी, ओरांग पक्का नहीं, वो भी तो रहा. और कुछ, और समथिंग फ्रॉम अरुणाचल. Second question, which is the, let's say, protected area where you will find all the big cats in India? 2 सवाल हैं भी, ये लिख लो. चलो, दिस विल डिस्कस टुमारो. मिनी काजीरंगा बताना मुझको, चेक कर लिया? मिनी काजीरंगा, and again the reason is it will have the similar attributes etc. of Kaziranga. And second is where you will find all the big cats in India. Okay. Acha, this report you can also know the state of the rhino report is published by International Rhino Foundation. ठीक है. Other than that, in India, the rhinos were moved. Maximum concentration is in Kaziranga. So if there is a flooding of Brahmaputra, this will be a problem. So they were moved to Manas. They were also moved to Pobitora and other neighboring regions as a part of translocation. Okay? There is also a rhino vision. Indian अब नाम है इंडियन राइनो विजन, बट दिस इज नॉट बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. इट इज बाय द आसाम गवर्नमेंट एंड अदर bodies associated. It is also held by again International Rhino Foundation. So the name, it is also, let's say, held by this Bodoland Territorial Council. Okay, Indian Rhino Vision. So not by the government of India, but the Assam government. And here one of the things is to translocate the basic, let's say, rhinos. Okay. This is Assam. How many national parks can you see? अच्छा, इसमें सारे दिख नहीं रहे होंगे. Now here, if you note, this is Raimona, सबसे and I think somewhere around here. You have Raimona, Manas, Orang, okay, Kaziranga, so on and so forth. और एक ये भी important है, Dihing Patkai. So total 7 national parks are there in Assam. ठीक है? Sorry? ऊपर है ना? ये. Okay, and this, if you can see, this is the Brahmaputra river. Can you see? तो इसमें again a point, if you want to know Brahmaputra river के north में क्या है, south में क्या है. This is again acts as a divide very close to Orang as well as Kaziranga. So again you can make note of this if you want. ठीक है कि कौन सा river, is it to the north of it, to the south of it, that is also one. Okay. Now talking of vultures, vultures may, what you have to know, in India, total 9 vultures are there and 4 in India are critically endangered. Okay, how do you remember the 4? Red-headed, white-rumped, long-billed, slender-billed. So 2 based on the bills will be this, okay, and 2 based on color, red, white, long, slender. So red and white based on color and long and slender build. ठीक है, एक तो ये है, this is one thing. Second, they are dying because of fatal 4. Fatal 4 are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, NSAIDs. ठीक है, the fatal 4. So one is diclofenac, aceclofenac, nimesulide and ketoprofen. These are the 4. Diclofenac, aceclofenac, ketoprofen, nimesulide. These are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. They were administered to the cattle after the death of the cattle, if let's say the vulture used to eat them. हाँ, अच्छा, KETO, ketoprofen, PROFEN, ketoprofen and nimesulide, NIMESULIDE. ठीक है, nimesulide, ketoprofen अब इसमें one of the alternatives or a safe alternative to this is meloxicam. So these are the fatal four, these are dangerous. अच्छा देखो डाइक्लोफेनाक लिख लिया, एसिक्लोफेनाक, this is a safe alternative. These four are deadly, fatal four. Administered to the cattle, when the vulture used to eat them, the neck used to droop, the kidneys used to fail. And almost 90% reduction was seen in the population of vultures. ठीक है? So one is the safe alternative being introduced. Second thing, vulture restaurants, or let's say I should say vulture conservation breeding centers are being set up in India. One of them is being set up is Pinjore, Haryana, and then there are other places there are being set up. Vulture conservation breeding centers, ठीक है? Vulture conservation breeding centers are being set up. Okay, so again the last 5 minutes to go. Next, Great Indian Bustard. ये जो है अभी, this is the recent verdict that you would have seen. Right to be free from the adverse effect of climate change. Again, ये जो verdict आया था, you know there is Great Indian Bustard. Okay, it is again a very heavy species. It has a poor frontal vision. And because of that, it was colliding in the electrical wires. So initially the government had said electrical wires have to be made underground so as to accommodate the safe passage of this Great Indian Bustard. This was done in the MK Ranjit Singh versus Union of India case. MK Ranjit Singh was an ex-IS officer and then a very famous environmental conservationist. Okay, so this case was of 2022. In this, the government spoke about having proper bird diverters. Okay, but abhi recently the government has, the court has changed their stand. Now they are saying to find some alternate ways to make this happen. Okay, but they have also mentioned right to be free from adverse effects of climate change. ये हम कल देखेंगे एक बार when we discuss environmental legislations. What is the implication? Now talking of Great Indian Bustard, it is the state bird of and Gujarat, या only Rajasthan? Rajasthan का तो है ही. Other than that, what is this? Again, they also worship this Great Indian Bustard. Orans is the area in Rajasthan. Oran, I think it is said Oran. Amongst the heaviest birds that can fly. Okay, it is found, maximum population इसकी कहाँ पे है? It is in Thar Desert or Desert National Park. Yes, the maximum population you will find in Desert National Park, but it can also be found in other parts of India. You can also found in Gujarat, of course Rajasthan, even parts of Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, etc. We can find the Great Indian Bustard. Okay. Amur falcon में nothing much, but remember Doyang Lake, Nagaland. ठीक है. And the last topic for today, this. Jimmy, आजा आजा. Okay. So Northeast Mithun gets a food animal tag. Okay. अब इसमें there are a couple of things I'll tell you from the culture point also. What is the distribution where this was being fed? इसमें remember FSSAI has an important role to play. Okay. So this Northeast Mithun gets a food animal tag. That is the basic news. The Mithun meat can fetch a lot of money. That is also something that we are aware about. So Ismail, I'll just tell you a couple of things. Okay. Okay. So first point, it is the state animal of Arunachal Pradesh and Nagaland. Mithun is the first, state animal. Second, it is found in, of course, Arunachal bhi and Nagaland hai, but Manipur and Mizoram also. Okay. So where is it found? You can mention this. Arunachal, Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram. Abhi isme kya hai? What is the main objective here? When they've given the certification, this will help in the commercial farming, etc., and better money for the meat they'll get. Now, one thing you can also write down: the Solung festival. Okay, SOULUNG, Solung festival. Solung festival by Adi tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. Adi, ADI. Solung festival by the Adi tribes of Arunachal Pradesh is to commemorate birth and arrival of Mithun. To birth and arrival of Mithun ke liye, there is a Solung festival by the Adi tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. Other than that, any other animal which has received a food tag? So next hai Himalayan yak. That has also gotten the food animal tag. Himalayan yak. So FSSAI is going to give it. Under which ministry does it come? वैसे ये क्वेश्चन एग्जैक्ट क्वेश्चन 2018 का है. उसमें डायरेक्टरेट पूछा था ऑफ हेल्थ सर्विसेज एंड द मिनिस्ट्री वाज हेल्थ से सोचो कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री है? फैमिली हेल्थ एंड वेलफेयर. ठीक है, with this we come to the end of today's session. Okay. अच्छा, online students में I think I have not been able to answer a lot of doubts. अभी I will be up. What you can do, send me the doubts. 9319178775. ठीक है. On this number you can send me the doubts. Offline में किसी के doubts हैं? अभी तो चलो, I am here. If you want you can ask the doubts. ठीक है. हाँ सारे. आई डोंट थिंक सो. नहीं, एक्सक्लूसिवली हर्बीवोर है. कोई है सर? मतलब डू हैव? चलो ठीक है, एवा में से पूछ लेना. ठीक है. नहीं, नेचुरली. चलो ठीक है, फेयर क्वेश्चन. एनीबडी एल्स ऑफलाइन ऑल्सो, इफ यू हैव अ डाउट यू कैन आस्क मी. द पीपल हु आर अटेंडिंग इट ऑनलाइन, इफ दे हैव एन इश्यूज यू कैन लेट मी नो. Slides will be shared after tomorrow's class. एक बार हो जाने दो, because again there is some updation and some content etc. which is to be done. Okay. So again, if you have a doubt, you can directly message me. Other than that, all चलो मिलते हैं कल. We meet tomorrow at. इतनी जल्दी करने में कोई आएगा नहीं. I know that. This why I don't have much hopes. But ठीक है. चलो, all the best. We'll meet tomorrow.